everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to
got this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is alive. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a victim, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. Time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モール始めようもう安全な 近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげえ気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地域をこうなんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイレンフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain running from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know?
I never
You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever.
my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙さ
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on a ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my edgy You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little surprise and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal.
changed so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end.
开场动作越玩越花，大批粉丝现场吃瓜，积分第一被拉下马，观赛指南蓄势待发。观众朋友们，又是你们的阿南。随着 AL 战胜 WE， 本赛季的 LPL 食物链也完成了闭环。废话少说，直入正题。答应我爱看比赛的请划走。这个周末比赛的主题只有一个 ，The Shy 和他的前队友们。本周的第一场重磅对决来自摁刷小精灵 vs 指出并说明。OMG 这边尽管一波3连胜，貌似找回状态，但看看他的对手，软粉们恐怕很难乐观。反观近4场比赛3胜1负的 TT， 他们对手的含金量明显高出不少。北川与 Yoko 的发挥固然亮眼，但显然换风才是赛后的焦点。请指出下路不能做事的原因，并说明为什么是说完亚军前队友，再看看冠军前队友 UP 与 TES 将在本周6先后登场。你很难想象一场双 C 都拿5杀的比赛 ，MVP 却给到了打野的宁王。
师傅，你是做什么工作的？
至于他们本周的对手 EDG， 阿乐在被 YSKM 上课之后痛定思痛，一度发挥稳定，但也许是在小布、小猪茶水和外卖的伺候中迷失了自我。上周与晴天的上路对决中落入了下风，这次如果不能重拾自我，恐怕小猪的抱抱你是等不来喽。在战胜 EDG 之后 ，TES 已经迎来了年后5连胜，人川双喜依旧锋利，季霸们的发挥也算稳定。作为本赛季 LPL 含冠量最高的战队 TES 总算拿出了粉丝们期待的成绩。面对状态起伏的 JDG， 若能完成去年下决的复仇，那么只有 Knight 受伤的世界就达成了。如今的京东在这段时间中下接连出事，合力贡献一波2连败。目前看来，在 JDG 最稳定的还是他们的做饭阿姨。好消息是，帅哥队友们越来越稳定了。坏消息是，前任，而他和现队友们也将在周日的压轴大战中挑战 LNG。WBG 最近的表现略显抽象，他们可以掀翻 JDG， 碾压 UP 与 IG， 却被 TT 打得没有还手之力。队内美人也都有亮眼发挥，下路灯皇还会化身峡谷战鹰，突出一手加你。作为本赛季至今的最大黑马 ，LNG 完成了仅保留核心Tarzan一人的全面重建。粉丝们希望的是，别说他们还没打强队，就算打了也不怂。阿南，我从不带以最好的善意提醒你，再这样，我可要说说去年7比0的故事啦。总之，现今的 LPL 扑朔迷离，几天不看格局大变。关注阿南，关注观赛指南，否则，你砸了罪了。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL 2023 Spring Split. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Jamada. We're reunited again. We get to kick off a Super Sunday here to close out week number 6.
Yeah, man. I'm glad to be back. It's been, almost 2 weeks now, I think.
That's crazy.
Off my head.
It's crazy. We casted so many games back to
Right,
back
that's what I'm saying.
together.
But yeah, happy to be kicking off a weekend set of games, a Super Sunday, as it were. 5 a.m. wake up for me. But hey, I'm sure everyone is still
We
feeling
don't talk
pretty
about
spring. We don't talk about it. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. We
Looking forward
won't
to the
try to
games,
lose
though.
And speaking of, I was looking forward to last night's games, and boy, did they deliver. We had a lot of fun last night here at the LPL, and our match of the week, even though it was a 2-0 from JDG, it was a triumphant stand from the team themselves. We had the 2-0 from RNG, hard fought albeit it was, and then EDG had a 2-0 victory over Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and I think actually Hardfought also sells the match of the week in that 2-0 to JDG. Even though it was a 2-0, Top Esports were honestly showing that they are still
so nice.
our second best team at the very least. I feel like JDG, to me, are the strongest looking team in the standings right now. Obviously, they are second, but it's LNG who hold the pole position, but they're gonna have to play through basically every team that you see right below them in the coming weeks. So, I'm not gonna sell the LNG sort of Bible just yet. It's the same thing I didn't do with IG because I knew what was gonna happen. They're 5-4 as well, but the standings about where we expect everyone. RNG as well. I think the happy sort of turnaround, finally getting things together, and pulling further up towards the top side of the standings.
You see that 4-week streak there for RNG. It's feeling real good. But at least you're seeing some of that movement. Also, I like to see kind of that fight towards that 10th spot. especially seeing what we have going on today, where we do have, I feel like a day of scaling, Jamada. We're starting off at the bottom, then we're going to the top. But we do have a lot of fun matchups ahead of us. We start off with FPX, LGD, 16th versus 15th. Then we have OMG versus IG, more of a middle table match. And then a banger out of nowhere, Weibo Gaming versus LNG.
Yeah, man. The scaling is the best way to put it. All of these games just ramp up throughout the standings that we currently have, right? We'll be kicking off the day with FPX, LGD rather. But the IG OMG match, you know, for both of these teams is super important for standings. OMG, if you get that 4th win, all of a sudden, you know, the rest of the split, you can definitely make it into that top 10 bye. For IG, it's about securing yourself after a rough patch of games, after what was a very exciting start of the season. So to pull yourselves up to 6 wins with about 7 or 6 series remaining, it should give you a pretty good shot at making that top 10 as we're into the player walk-ins.
Yeah, exactly. And I think especially when, for both of these teams, we already kind of foreshadowed to it, it is a bottom of the table standing match in a 17-team league. And I think for both these teams, while we're cresting over the end of week number 6, wins are a point of pride here for these squads, right? When you have such building blocks like they have gotten themselves this split as a whole, and especially looking at FPX, right? It's difficult to have these kinds of conversations when you're sitting at the bottom of the standings, and there is a lot of really good teams in the LPL, but to find those wins, you have to see some construction going on in these teams, right? And when you're looking at each one of them, LGD as a whole, they've looked best when they find an early lane prio for Meteor to play around. FPX have looked best when they get carry potential for Carrot LWX, and they don't get ran over like a train before they're able to carry. And I think that's where, coming into this, like, they need to have those things go right for them tonight, especially against the matchup against each other at the bottom.
Yeah, you know, like you kind of sort of allude to, both these teams have very drawn out and sort of easy to understand win conditions as rosters. And it just feels like they haven't consistently been able to play around those things. Like you say, Meteor, a surprisingly strong jungler when he's actually given, I wouldn't say given the resources, but given the lane resources, i.e. the ability to actually play and give his laners a lead. Whereas on the opposite end, for FPX, it feels like their early games have really struggled to remain consistent so that they can actually use their very talented carry players. And that's all we've really been wanting to see, especially out of FPX. I feel like we had a lot of sort of internal hype for this roster. Not necessarily that it was going to go shoot up to the moon, FPX return of 2019 champions, but Phoenix. But more in the sense of we were expecting this roster to at the very least sort of try and contest for playoffs, right? Try and make that top 10 bye at absolute best, but they haven't really delivered that potential promise, and I feel like a lot of it does come from those early game woes. And like you say, against an opponent who's right next to you in the standings, you need to at the very least show that you can play to your strengths as a team, even if the season itself looks like it's gonna be still relatively rough when you're looking towards summer.
And for me, it was where FPX picked up Hacker, right? And Hacker coming from Ultra Prime, where there were a lot of struggles over there last year. It was still interesting that a lot of times when we saw bright points for Ultra Prime with Hacker on it was Hacker finding early aggression into enemy jungles, finding those very aggressive paths to try to intrude, I guess, on the enemy jungle a little bit more. And while we've kind of gone away from that, it feels like, and much more of that facilitation, I would still like to see some of that aggression come out earlier on from Hacker, because that's where, you know, I got to know and love this guy, and especially seeing some of those moments where, you know, he is going to some of those aggressive carry jungles sometimes. I want to see if maybe we get that tonight, maybe we get Hacker unleashed, where he can be that bridge for the late game itself.
Yeah, and you know, it's Hacker's preferred playstyle as well. Like, we are in a meta where ganking after 2-3 camps is just kind of what you do in the jungle role. So to kind of see, obviously FPX as a whole struggle, but as much as they have, but also Hacker to find that consistent level of success in the early game has definitely been a little bit shocking. Hopefully, again, this is the kind of series where both these teams get to stretch their legs a little bit and try and play towards their own personal strengths as we're into the draft, and Meteor is going to have his Nidalee removed away, as well as the Draven being taken off the board too.
Indeed, it is. Now, when we're coming into this one, there is something that stands out. Obviously, we have XQW in the roster for LGD. We'll see, obviously, trying to see how everything kind of comes together, especially around mid lane when we were talking so much about Care being a crucial pillar, at least here for FPX. We are already neck deep into the picks and bans, though. We had that Draven, the Nidalee, the Elise from FPX ban against LGD, the Elise Sin against Hacker, the Caitlyn, the Maokai. It was the first pick, Jax. So shout out who's getting a lot of priority here. And LGD, they're waiting on their first couple picks.
Yeah, LGD have been absolutely spamming this Sejuani for the last couple of seasons. I think this is going to be Meteor's 5th game in a row if they get that lock in, and they will. So let's see where they decide to go with it, right? Because when you have that Sejuani, sets up for a lot of strong melee laners. Top side skirmishing is really, really potent, and they're also going to get the Varus. So already from the get-go, they should have a really, really strong looking 2v2 on the bottom side, or at the very least the AD to AD matchup should be pretty alright. And then in the solo lanes as well could be set up for a lot of success with this Sejuani. But FPX going for that Jax first pick means that playing into Bruisers is going to be a little bit rough for the side of LGD, as Wukong also looks like Hacker's going to get his hands on that, and that's just going to be a very powerful 2v2, especially at level 6 once those almost come online.
I will be interested if we get any flexibility for mid lane, at least. XQW haven't played already a couple games in one series against OMG here, this split earlier on. Did play the Aurelia and the Azir. Be interested if we get anything like that in terms of like some flexibility here for LGD. Now the Annie does get locked in, and that's talking about flexibility, and we're also getting that kind of forward step with the Wukong for Hacker.
Yeah, absolutely, and Annie coming in here for Care at the same time. So I haven't really seen too much Annie hit the Rift in the mid lane, but it's definitely something that's coming into sort of like a flavor of the month-esque pick. As Yone is going to be picked up here by XQW. So again, very, very strong 2v2 potential with the Sejuani when you get those melee picks up and running. And I'm very curious to see how the matchup in the mid lane itself goes, because off the top of my head, Annie used to really do well into Yasuo. However, Yone, you know, brothers, kits function kind of similarly. I'd love to know whether or not this is going to be the same sort of story. Exactly, right? Whether or not it's going to just be that same kind of situation. Now, LGD, seeing no ADC locked in, are just going to remove away the Zeri, and I suspect they'll also go towards something perhaps like the Lucian as well, just to ensure that there is no sort of S-tier AD carries up and available. There you go. And as for FPX, just another safe top side matchup, which they feel like perhaps Xiaoshu will have a lot of success on into this 2v2 up in the top side.
And something that we never see, I feel like, anymore, is the opt-in to get bot lane going in the second half. And you obviously see that LGD are putting all their eggs in saying, FPX, you messed up. You should have gotten your bot lane, as they take the Zeri, the Lucian, the two big picks, obviously still in the meta in the LPL as a whole. We do get the Gragas pick banned away, something that has been rising up competitively across the world. That Nara as well, though, but there's still some big picks in the top lane available, like this Scion that gets locked in for Xiaoshu.
Yep, I've been loving the Scion priority recently across the world, coming out from a lot of teams, just because it feels like a lot of the time there's just not really a champion in the game which is going to kill the Scion, and that's the best time to pick it, because, well, then you've got an immovable front line with not a lot of answer to it. And I mean, if FPX and LWX go towards Jhin, who on this team is going to kill Scion? I mean,
I tweeted about the Jhin, and we get the Jhin in the first game!
You're welcome, there you go. So. He was looking at Twitter before this game started.
Yeah, right. Don't make me hope. Come on, Javon. Don't do me like that.
But,
alright, but...
全军出击！
钢铁裂缝。
Yeah, we do see actually the topside start for both junglers, but maybe even more focused towards this mid, towards this bot lane as well. You already see some trading going back and forth actually bot lane. Chocho trying to set up a presence here, not let the confidence. See, the thing about playing a Nautilus, it's the confidence game, right? Because once you feel like you're gonna get hooked, you're gonna get, and it's just gonna keep happening. I think Jin Zhao will have to try to find a way to play away with that.
Yeah, definitely. Mid lane though, really early priority for XQW. In the better end of a couple of trades there on top of Care. And I expect that this matchup will kind of stay along those lines for a little while. It's melee versus melee, but generally this matchup between Yone and Silas quite volatile. And whichever side can take those first couple of waves priority, typically if they want to keep them, they will. And Meteor immediately just leveraging the fact that he's got that information from the mid lane.
I like this.
Trying to go immediately into this red buff, and he's going to find Hacker on top of it.
Yeah, we were saying priority in lanes, even just one enables Meteor so much with this LGD team. I think seeing a little bit of this early movement gives me some hope in this game to see some continued efforts that way. Obviously didn't come to anything, maybe some blows between the mid laners, but there was also a potential movement from Chocho from the bot lane. So I think looking to get out of this lane maybe is FPX. But they don't have much movement. They got to dodge a little bit here as Meteor can't hit it. And that's a flash from Chocho, but nothing more.
All right, well, Chocho no flash means that he can definitely easily be locked down, but has to come through a regank because Hacker now is potentially just waiting for Meteor to slip away from the lane and then get his own gank in. But bottom side from LGD just going to move up with their jungler. Hacker.
Okay, not gonna go for it. Does get the ward back though, so nicely done. A little bit of something. And you actually saw Meteor being able to take that Scuttle Crab. So some bot lane presence from both junglers. We expected that with the top to bot clears. But now I'm looking at kind of second priorities for both Hacker and Meteor.
Yeah, definitely. I expect to see this same sort of gameplay pattern play out from LGD for FPX. I feel like they probably just want to sit back a little bit. Not for too long though. I think wait for the ultimates to come through. That's when a lot of the playmaking potential comes out from a lot of these champions. Unless you can get good setup like this.
They have so much CC. The Hacker's here too, but it's Chocho who gets the kill. And what a play from FPX.
Yeah, the setup's just too easy. Jin Zhao, it's too much CC to really walk away from, even though he flashes, gets the dredge line out. I think that Q from Annie follows him, gets the first blood for Chocho. And FPX on the board, and you know, I was just saying, wait for 6, sort of sit back a little bit, but hey, if a play sort of just gives yourself the opportunity to be found, then go for it. Now they've got that kill on the bottom side, now they're looking mid as well.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna find a little bit of safety, at least for Care, with that response gank in mid lane. Meteor was actually right around the corner here. So far, so good for FPX, a little bit of something early on, but we do see Dragon spawning now. And I wonder after we see these top side clears for both junglers if we get that renewed focus on bottom side.
Yeah, absolutely. Continue to see this from both junglers here. That's just kind of the meta as well. I feel like FPX will be a little bit happier between the two teams just because they've got that potential side lane threat moving into the game with Jax, but also in that same breath, Sion getting a free lane. I've seen it too many times over the last 2 weeks or so, where Sion gets picked, that it's kind of hard to shut down Sion, right? And typically when you're in a bot side centric meta, you just don't have the time to invest resources into that lane. And he shows up at 20 minutes and he's got like 4k HP, 2 completed items, and it's pretty damn hard to move him. So I think for both these sides, if they can get their bottom lanes ahead to a point where it's super oppressive, they're going to feel a lot happier about these mid-game skirmishes.
Well, we have the level 6 mark completed, at least in mid lane. Also top, obviously, but that's not going to get any focus. That's an island. And there's no boats yet. They're still building up. But I do expect this renewed vigor, as we were saying, towards the bottom side of the map, but maybe even opportunity in mid lane to capitalize where, say, the Fate Sealed or even a stolen Fate Sealed would be.
Definitely. You're seeking out more information here. I mean, to be fair, the ward would have been cancelled anyway by the control ward, so I guess who needs it, right?
If it goes like all the way in the bottom, would it
maybe, yeah.
Would it have Jamada?
Yeah,
the
that's
world
a good
may
point.
never know.
Yeah, we won't get to find out now. Oh, look at the information. I mean, there's another pink ward there anyway,
It's so OP. But they knew earlier. And Jin Zhao cannot hit these dredge lines, but maybe the CC is still enough, and it is. Chocho goes down. It's sealed. Goes a little bit wide there from XQW, but still LGD on the board themselves.
Yeah, I don't think XQW got the memo that Chocho's fate was already sealed. Still press the button. But really nice movement there from LGD to just find that pickup. They're not going to turn it into a potential dragon. They're just going to look for resets on LPC and Jin Zhao. So surprised about that one, but perhaps feeling that with the ultimate used there by the Yone, that they don't really have enough tools to properly skirmish around that dragon. I think LPC was also not quite level 6 just yet either. It will just mean they'll back away in FPX. Potentially looking towards a Herald as Hacker's setting himself up there. He's picking up the Skull, and that could also tick him over to level 6. We're almost 8 minutes into the game, so it could be a skirmish towards the top side.
I think it always is interesting. I mean, we've already seen so much presence down bottom side, both giving each way. I mean, obviously the story is kind of told in terms of history for LWX. He is a world champion. He's had a lot of strength and is the core remaining member with FPX. On the other side, LPC, the JDG prodigy for years and years now, coming over to LGD, trying to find his own place here on the squad. Definitely a tall test in this pride match against LWX as well.
Yeah, definitely is. Always love the history when it comes to the LPL. Just because there's so many players, right? It feels like there's always just a crossing of paths between pretty much everyone, every game, as Meteor.
No
maybe
Fate
thinking about
Sealed.
it later. Yeah, I mean, there's no ult just for about another 10 seconds, but the thing is, Yone can get those permafrost stacks stacked up for Sejuani so quickly that, honestly, you might not need it between the knockups.
Comes Hacker on the back
stun.
end. It should turn into a 2v2. There's the Fate Sealed stolen, but moved out of by XQW.
It's about to be available for
The
XQW as
Hacker
well.
jump back in on. They get a little bit more damage on the Hacker. The Cyclone used. There's the Glacier Prison, and beautifully timed. It was all part of the plan here, Javada. As the timing comes up and the swords execute Hacker.
There you go, LGD. And that's just the power of Yone Sejuani, right? The timing comes up their favor. Care misses out on his own Fate Sealed, stolen away to try and get his own 1v1 started, and Hacker just can't really move throughout the entirety of that skirmish. Now this is going to be a Herald going over to LGD. They've got Priori up in the top side. Jin Zhao also had his first move up into the mid lane, just in case it was necessary, as get a replay to look at it. Care steals that Fate Sealed away, sidestepped by XQW, easy as that. And you can see just Hacker getting kind of bullied out on the top side. Knock up and stun connects at the same time, and then the Fate Sealed comes off cooldown. Glacial Prison, really easy setup. And Care just barely limps away with less than 50 HP. Very, very, very lucky to walk away from that exchange with his life as well. And now, bottom side, you're going to see FPX start up that dragon.
We apparently going to watch the Noodle fight in top lane. Oh, the train's leaving the station, but the train stopped. Hi, top lane. Welcome back to the island. I didn't know islands had trains, but now we're looking at the dragon. And FPX will be able to secure this one and get out even with a little bit of a turn from LGD possible. They showed up just a little bit behind the play.
Just a little, but I mean, they're still working with the Herald, right? So I think they'll be okay. Mid lane, tower's actually quite low. It's 2.5 plates. So you could probably see Meteor, unless this bottom side tower is a bigger focus to them, go towards that mid lane whenever it feels like the window is correct for it. And just drop that Herald, get that to a point where it's only really going to take one siege maybe to take it down. So LGD definitely have a really good opportunity to get that one going. But again as well, LPC, seeing the on-hit Varus come out, I feel like we've seen a lot more of the poke virus, even when it feels like on him. Make a lot more sense. So getting gold into his back pocket is going to be just as crucial as well, just for the sake of getting him to that 2-item spike in the mid game. Super powerful for Varus to have a lot of agency and move on the map with the rest of his team.
Now we are getting the first item completions here. We got that Sunfire completed for Xiaoshu in the top side, but it was the Gale Force for LWX and that Shield Bow for LPX. And maybe utilizing some of these spikes could be in an advantageous position for both teams. But the Divine Sunder also picked up for Xiaolahu in the top side. So maybe that fight's going to be a little less pool noodle style. But I would expect it to continue in this focus between Jin Zhao and Meteor on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say that topside matchup is just going to remain a noodle fight for a very, very long time.
But they start to become spiky noodles. It's like noodles that you start putting like additions on. It's like the Nerf noodles.
Okay. I like the idea there.
Hammer noodles and like add like an extra piece and like, I don't know. That's why I'm just trying to make Nerf.
You a noodle man, Marcel? You like noodles?
Noodles? Like real noodles or pool noodles?
Like just either or, really.
Absolutely. Both? What's
your go-to, sort of type of noodle? If it's like instant, then like, what's your favorite flavor? It's like kind of more ramen based. And what do you like in it?
I think it's got to be like a meat and tomato based pasta with like either penne or maybe bow tie. If you're feeling spicy.
Okay.
What about you? What was your favorite noodles? As we continue to look at the noodle fight. There's more noodles.
There's more
There's
noodles
so many
coming.
noodles.
There's a second noodle in the top lane now.
Okay, but the third noodle that's coming, that one's not a noodle. That's a sword that you're putting into a noodle pot. It's just not fair. I mean, Xiaolahu just sits down for dinner. He's ready to eat. And there's a sword in his noodles.
Yeah, that's really unlucky. For Xiaolahu, that is. LGD will find themselves a really nice pick there. In the mid lane, it might be answered out with a plate or two from Care, but the roam and the damage is definitely already done. And Xiaoshu might even get an extra plate if he can get this Demolish proc off. Hacker going to do his best to dissuade it.
A lot of plays for LGD. That's 3 in top, 4 in mid, 2 in bot lane as well. And XQW is actually in mid lane right now as well. We have about 30 seconds till it's called.
Yeah.
Do anything more.
Just off the back of a lot of these plates going down, it's about 3.5 gold lead between the 2 kill lead as well that LGD find themselves with. CS isn't really that much of a factor here if you take a look at the scoreboard. So a lot of that is just frontal plates. So LGD sitting really pretty, and this is what you wanted from him.
It's literally just been Jin Zhao and Meteor. Jin Zhao's like, okay, while Meteor cleaning up your jungle, I'll go look for some wards, but make sure you contact me when we come back, because we need to meet up every single time. And it's actually to some extent working because they're able to provide a lot of pressure on the map.
Yeah, it's giving them the windows to find roams like they did in the top side, and if they can continue to just layer and lit up the FPX jungle with wards, you're just going to see them continually look for more picks just because they've got the information to work with. LGD maybe think about the bottom side. The plates are off, so tower is a lot squishier now. And a lot of these core items coming in for LGD means, again, the plays can only continue to come through as we're seeing another wet noodle fight. Lethal tempo.
Okay, so what's your favorite noodles?
Oh yeah, favorite
Did
noodles.
the observers say that this top lane is very important?
I'm a big fan of pork. Big fan of pork noodles.
Just pork noodle?
Yeah, pork. Yeah. Like just give me like. yeah. Just give me like.
Pork.
Yeah, pork noodles. Lamb cook. And as far as like,
are those noodles? But it's like pork with noodles. So like, what kind of noodles?
Yeah. The kind of noodles.
Not noodles made out of pork. That would be a little bit weird, but maybe possible. I guess that's sausage.
Weird, possible. Probably a little bit unhealthy if you had.
You just have a plate of sausages. And call them noodles.
Yeah. But honestly, I'm a simple man. I'll take like literally any instant noodle. To be honest with you.
All right.
And I'm down for like kind of any see, the thing is, because of my heritage, I just do carbon meat, man. Like that is it. That is it. So if you give me a bowl of noodles, yeah, it's all you need. Just give me a little bit of protein on the side, and we're good. Now, XQW's not gonna fight that
The
knockoff.
contentious fight over the control ward. Oh my god. You gotta remember, it's not an ADC you're facing down there anymore. It's a Yone.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd love to see a little bit of that movement around bottom side. We got to see LGD up that dragon, so now it is 1-1. And we have seen the lane adaptation at least come through. LPC going to mid lane.
Yeah, I expect to see that. And side laning for LGD in the next couple of minutes is going to be really strong. FPX are going to have to send Xiaolahu to match this Yone pretty consistently. I feel like if Care's actually going into Sion, you can probably get away with sustaining through that. But if he's matching into Yone, now that the laning phase is over, Yone's just going to slowly start to kind of outscale, especially at the item breakpoints of the shield bow now and then the Infinity Edge in around maybe 5 minutes time. He's already got a BF sword and a crit cloak, so he is really, really spiked. LGD looking at this Herald, but
The
I just feel
second
like they
item
don't have the
spike for
correct setup just
LPC.
yet.
So maybe a
Oh,
little
yeah,
bit
he's
of
on the
something
Quintus
there.
too.
As Rift Herald definitely is in the eyes of LGD now. A lot of the movement here and that mid lane bursted open. Should be a lot easier for them to just secure this objective and kind of continue stacking that up for themselves.
Yeah, running through these chokes is so scary, right? Fate Seal, Chains of Corruption, FPX. They just have no business getting involved in a Herald contest there. So we'll just go over to LGD and we'll see where exactly they decide to use it this time around. Mid lane tower already dead. Expect it'll be very opportunistic. Now, speaking of opportunities, FPX feel like perhaps XQW might be alone up here. Very, very smart.
There's a
On
little
the way
surprise
for
in the book.
Very deadly surprise.
Is it? I
If
mean,
SQW checked it.
until they kill him, it's not deadly, right? So, you know, it could be a nice surprise waiting in the bush that turns into an evil surprise. It's not noodles, that's for sure.
True.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
All right, now we're
that
looking
one's
across
goofy
the board.
enough. I liked it.
And we do see kind of the late adaptation yet again. It has been Jin Zhao roaming with Meteor, but they haven't necessarily found exactly the engage they want. But now with this Rift Herald, as soon as they get a point of pressure, I'm sure they're going to try to utilize this.
Oh, absolutely. Several thousand gold up now, 5k. And these just silently growing by 2,000. There you go, Herald's just going to get used
Here you go,
in the top side
XQW.
just to break the tower. I feel like they probably could have gotten this done without the Herald. And actually, just because FPX are backing away from this, Care specifically, the tower's going to go before that Herald even charges. So they could look for a tier 2 instead. Engage even.
Jin Zhao finally finds somebody to hit that dredge line on, and it makes its mark. Now Fate sealed in. They're fighting a lot on the XQW. The curtain call has come out. The fight is very split, but Xiaolahu able to jump and skip over the wall there. LGD still in primary force with this Rift Herald charging through. Meteor cannot hit that Arctic Assault, but the charge is there. The tower is down, and maybe another catch out. Oh, Jin Zhao. He can't get it yet again. He hit the one in the team fight. That's all you need.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think they're going to get this final Herald charge in just to smite. But LGD is still winning out. They find everything that they need in that top side. Get the pick as they catch FPX in rotation for defense of the Herald. And I think 3 ultimates used on Chocho here. Let's get a confirmation. So there's case yeah, depth charge and chain corruption all into poor Chocho's face. And FPX, they just about, unfortunately, fail to secure the kill onto XQW. Xiaolahu who's forced to flash away as death. And Dogpile comes in and yeah, FPX just don't really have a good setup to fight for this ever. It feels like LGD just throw more ultimates first.
Yeah.
Get their numbers advantage and just run with it. So they draw out their lead even further. We just said before the fight itself, they are sat at about a 5,000 gold lead. Now it's 7.5 or 6.5 rather off that play. So FPX really hemorrhaging a lot of gold here. They need to try and do their best to turtle, but right now with LGD having so many engage tools, it just gets so difficult to even stand in your own jungle at times, it feels.
Yeah, we're getting another dragon spawn here. LGD are here on spawn. Should be able to take this second dragon for them. And I think that's something obviously to say in their scaling department for them as well. Getting a little bit more in terms of those objective stackings, but now I'm looking for them back on the map as well. Try to get something as FPX maybe want a response, but can't really contest the dragon at least.
Definitely not. Man, they've got this 3 stack here, so are they just they're just gonna try and pick off XQW. I think he's gone. Yep. Back to base. So.
Oh, that's a big tanky Xiaoshu. That's a al dente noodle right there.
Yeah. I like this
All
noodle
right,
pass.
we're probably moving away from noodles. Oh my god, the noodle hurts. The other noodles start to hurt. LGD have completely collapsed though, and a little bit zealous have been FPX. It might lead to their doom. Two of them able to maybe make it out, finding Jin Zhao on the other side. Care will just take down 3 members here. As on the other side, Jin Zhao left out. It's a trade back and forth.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, we had that conversation about Jin Zhao having aftershock, right, in draft. I feel like he's he's kind of feeling like he should have taken it. He just kind of runs face first into Hacker and Xiao Flu.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I never. Wait, this is your neighborhood? What? I think my bad.
This is employees only back here. Come on. Good.
Yeah, just finds himself there.
Are we just a restaurant? Like, are we? Is
that what's going on now?
Is that what we're building? We're about to theme our own restaurant here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the whole. I feel like Let It Cook or like Let It Cook has kind of like died down now, but it feels
Bring
like
it back. It's been dead too long.
I mean, to be fair, I always found it. Hello. Oh, did
he?
Oh, I can't see him in the map.
He got it.
I think he did. Yeah.
I see it. The blue. Let's go. A dub for Jin. The dub for LWX. He'll steal that. Let's go, Crab away.
Yeah. And you know, it's kind of big. I mean, a lot of these champions can just do that and just go over the top side
with XQW.
He's gonna Hex Flash in. So the Hex Flash in is actually what gives that away more than anything else. But what can FPX even do about this?
That's
yeah,
a clone. That's a clone. All right.
That's also tough.
Well, you could see that the plan there, obviously, for LGD is to try to force the fight from FPX.
Well, they still have 4 almost available, so they can technically repeat this as soon as FPX.
Are they going to call the noodles? We get the engage, though. Fate sealed here is huge from LGD. Hackers in the pit now. They have called the call of the noodles, and now FPX with a little bit of backline access, looking for LPC. LPC is getting a little bit low. He goes down. Chocho and LWX still alive, soon to fall Xiao Hu. And now it's a 2v3. Can they get it? Stun available for Chocho, but they're on to LWX. He's just a little Jin, and he's getting knocked up and stunned up everywhere. It's a bounce house from Doom, and a double kill for the al dente noodle Xiaoshu.
We said it could have been a little bit problematic if LGD lose XQW and LPC in the team fights, but apparently Brawl and the sheer base damage from these tanks is enough to get them through. FPX honestly get a much better fight than you'd think they'll be able to find out of a 7,500 gold deficit. You get the replay going, and the plan remains the same after that first turn. It's just turn around, block first target. Care doesn't get to play this game, but once the snapback comes through for XQW, it's FPX who are just focusing him down in the pit. He doesn't really get to do much else. And then after that, the target acquisition is so on point. He said for FPX. Immediately, they hop onto LPC and they get him dead. The only issue is they're kind of just exhausted. They have no more resources with health to work with. Xiao Hu dies. And at that point, you just got to try and kite it out, but it's Jin versus 3 tanks, so can't really get much done.
You never want to find yourself in that position, no matter what skill level of Jin you are, and even if you are a world champion or LWX. But a little bit of that bounce back here. I'm still looking at the 4-1 scoreline for LPC, the scaling nature of XQW, and how strong this kind of setup and engage potential is for LGD.
Yeah, it is so powerful, and it gets super oppressive in moments like this, right? You can see LGD, as we take a zoom out, are very quickly just snuffing out any information and defensive vision that FPX can have. So it just continues to get darker and darker here in the river. I'm not sure if the observer will talk about the zoom out.
LPC.
The zoom out really gives you that information, and like you said, with LPC now having that third item, LGD is just going to go back to the exact same dance because they're even stronger than they were a couple of
Curtain
moments ago.
call is opened up and the engage is there, and that's not no clone. They've already found Xiaohu, and now XQW goes down to Chocho's engage. Fate sealed back in, and nice wombo combos are paying dividends for FPX, and they get their own seal of fate there for the turnaround. And while Xiaoshu able to tank up a storm here, will only tank up for a matter of time, and FPX turn this game on its head.
Okay, I mean, it's the classic Baron throw. Chocho manages to walk out the Sion passive. FPX, they find themselves a good fight, even though they lose Xiaohu at the very start of it. The damage in the AoE is absolutely massive. I think it's Chocho which tries to turn around the most. I think it's like a 3-man, or 4-man maybe even. 3-man, that looks to be on the front line.
Tanking those shots.
Yeah, and XQW not able to get out much damage after that 3-man cyclone. The AoE and the wombo is just there, and LPC just caught in an absolute maelstrom. And you know, if you lose XQW so early on in a team fight, you need LPC there with that on-hit Varus 3 items to get the DPS out. Otherwise, you just fall flat on your face. And FPX kind of showing that they can find those targets early. It's really good. Look at the team fight damage there.
We said all they needed was to find a bridge. Well, the bridge has opened up for FPX and Care, LWX. While LWX not on late game carry, Care will definitely have the say in a lot of these fights as well. They just have to find a way to execute it around this dragon now, Jamada.
Do FPX, they're a little bit split apart here, but they can definitely collapse on the LGD as they exit the area. You can see Care got the depth charge.
This is a bit questionable there. A bit split up. Nice little engage on the other side onto LGD though. And that's 2 down already to FPX. What is happening to LGD? It's like watching the ravages of time take over in real life.
I'm so confused myself.
They had a 6,000 gold lead.
Dude, FPX are going to get an inhibitor on the bottom side. They're going to break open the base probably in the mid lane as well. Maybe Xiaoshu can deal with the wave up. The Timbers is going to tank it up. So tower on the bottom side. Dude,
I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying it's in it, but this is 2 inhibs going down for sure.
Yeah, and you know, LGD there, as they retreat off the dragon, sure they get it, but they're 2 split apart. The tanks are on one side and the carries are on the other. And Chocho just goes, oh, okay, flash forward with Tibbers. Locks down the carries, they just get shut down too quickly. I'm not sure if we'll get a replay of that, to be entirely honest with you. Okay, we will, because it's the LPL, that's how it works every single time. So you can see, the tanks are on the top side of the fight, whereas XQW and LPC are down here on the bottom side. They just get jumped on. 2-man Tibber stun, that's all you need. And on the bottom side of the fight, Xiaoshu is just mauling through these tanks because he's Divine Thunder, Blade of the Rune King. He's going to get through these health bars eventually. And FPX just pounce off of multiple different angles there. Really, really good stuff. But LGD, has to be said, why are we splitting up like that on the back end of that team fight?
And honestly, the composition working out so well for FPX, and it's that setup really around that utility from the bot lane, the CC that's coming down, and the setup for Care, Xiaohu, and even Hacker in these moments to get a lot of the damage down. And it's going to only get worse from here. As you do have 3rd item completed for XQW, 3rd item has been completed for Xiaohu on the other side, waiting on that Rabadons for Care. But now we're still looking at the siege for a little while longer to try to barrel down this top side last in him.
And they can just play patient here as well. That's the thing, just wait for the supers to create that window and just slowly chip these towers down. But they can also honestly try and send it if they feel like it, right? Care can steal away one of the hard engage ultimates. And if they see an overstep, they can just get a nice cyclone combo with it. And like you call out, big wave bot side means that this is probably FPX's window now.
Waiting on that top side wave will be cleared, but then there's that second crash in the mid wave that lets FPX set up around this top side tier 2. Hacker waiting around the side and looking to close the trap, and the final moments of LGD are upon us as you get a big engage. The tower's already down and they're just being eviscerated. XQW in a desperate attempt will not get the fate seal needed, and Meteor goes down to Hacker, and the final pieces to the puzzle of game number 1 are being put into place as one more kill does not go over. The G8 does get popped from XQW, but FPX roar to life after 25 minutes and put the pain into LGD.
I feel like I've just watched the death and subsequently the funeral of LGD in 5 minutes. Back to back in these couple of team fights. FPX, they're closing this game out. Nexus towers are gone. And that should be game number 1. Going over to them. LGD, that was a heck of a throw. They've got it.
There they go. Care knows. All right. And there we get the end of it. FPX. Again, what a way to come back. We thought everything was looking so fine and dandy for LGD. And in the end, it truly was FPX that had us in the first half.
Yeah, they had us in the first half, I'm not going to lie. I mean, for me, we said, you know, what we wanted and what we kind of expected out of these two teams, right? Agency and sort of first move to a lot of plays out of LGD, and we got that in the early game. And then for FPX, you know, even if you fall behind in the first sort of 15, 20 minutes, as long as it's not an insurmountable lead, then you're fine. Now, I will say, for just being a little bit, you know, a little bit base, a little bit real here, they were down like 7,000 gold. That's very close to insurmountable, and you're kind of fortunate that LGD kind of scuffed a couple of those fights outside the Baron pit, but you take what you can get, right? And I feel like we still got to see what FPX were capable of in those team fights, and that's definitely kind of their core strength. You got to see very, very acute target acquisition and very easy to sort of pick on carries as well from LGD.
Yeah.
If you were able to lock down those carries with the CC, which they did. So I feel like we still got to see what we expected out of FPX and LGD. It just didn't exactly go down the journey that we thought we would get out of the two teams.
The destination was a lot different than the journey that we had, for sure. But that is where that matchup of Hacker and Meteor was of such significance coming into this one. And we saw what we wanted for Meteor, where you get a little bit of priority from your lanes. You're able to play around that. Jin Zhao was connecting with him constantly. But then it came to kind of those decisive moments in the big macro decisions, objective calls, and how to kind of move around the map that we saw the dysfunction kind of show through for LGD.
Yeah, I think even though the early game was really, really strong, I feel like the Baron call, like the idea of the Baron calls were fine, and I feel like they were sound. I think it was just purely the execution, and you kind of saw a lot, especially actually I'll highlight the second Herald where they chucked 3 ultimates into Chocho just to get the fight done. Who, by the way, Chocho has 7777 damage. That's a really clean number, but you saw it where they were willing to commit their ultimates because, you know, that's kind of the idea of the composition when you're turning and looking for fights, right? But both of those Baron fights, I feel like they were only really chucking. I think the first one was into Care, which sure they got rid of Care and dealt with him, but then you still got to deal with the DPS of Xiaolahu, and a lot of that damage ended up being kind of the difference maker there in the back end.
That was 7,500 gold lead that LGD had, and that was turning around. That's a heck of a LPL gold graph right there. But you see a lot of that focus came down to the team cohesion for FPX, which is something of a bright point, I feel like, especially for this team that has been struggling, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And you always kind of want to see a roster like this kind of develop that cohesion over time. And, you know, the expectations, not necessarily super high for the roster, but I think the fact that they're sort of looking towards that development, getting to see games like this out of them where they come back from a massive deficit, and it's very clear that at the very least they're of sound mind when it comes to making comeback calls or, you know, teamfight callouts. Again, their ability to shut down XQ, W, and LPC in those teamfights was stellar. That's the kind of stuff you need to see out of FPX.
I wonder how, I want to hear those team comms from LWX, see if he's got anything to say from his veteran side. We will take a little break here, though. We'll step away and we'll be back for game number 2.
They're going to use this now as priority to push themselves forward, deal with mid lane. Rookie goes in, maybe seeing if he can catch somebody out. There's the face deal. It's Fofo. He kills him, assassinated on the back end. Rookie does it all, and Rookie is smurfing on this Yone.
Care's coming up. He's tanking it. This is it. This is a race for the finish. The doomsday clock has come back alive. And Care, he's moving in to clean up RNG.
He's stacking.
That's the gargoyles, though. Fourth shot on the hacker. Gala's doing some work here. Care can't do it. Care, he's on to Gala. But
Base
Angel,
open.
he's on the Nexus. Angel, he's on Care. And Bree takes him down. RNG, they might have just pulled back from the brink of extinction. And Royal never give up.
Having that flash available, either cleanse and Konami just consistently pressuring the bottom lane of IG. I'm not too sure if they can reach that late game.
Well, Kanavi's coming through. Explosive cast sends him
getting
back in
bounced
into
everywhere.
Ruler's quiver. Kanavi and Ruler.
Yeah, no teleport on bot side, but you got to be so careful with how you want to go for the 6,000, 5,000, 4,000. There's the ultimates coming out from the junglers. Mark taking a significant chunk of his own health bar secured. Got it in there, and JJ wasn't there on time. Good Aqua Prison to try and stop Mark from really re-engaging this fight. Chain of Corruption is decent, and they take down JJ. Here we go! Fofo finds 4 men with the Sharima shuffle, and this fight is all AEG. Never mind, Jackie Love's still doing work, and Ala takes it out on the backside of it. What a turnaround fight from EDG!
He's overextending now, but still you can see how confident he is to step up like this. And he's gonna
the cocoon. TN wants to get a kill back. Wise Cam. Oh my God! TN is taking a 1v3 and he gets a kill back on a Gideon.
Dude, you just got 1v3 this guy. It's a 1v3
Bring
again.
them all! Godzilla is in front of you as TN wants to take out On.
No
He's
way!
a hungry Croc, and he's coming for all the blood as Wink chases him down, but he can't get him. The fate seal from Dove. He's able to secure it, but it leads to Dove getting locked down and Dove going down to Rookie. It is a snowball from the deepest regions of hell, and IG have no way to fight the fire.
Gonna get this party started. Oh yeah. The week is done. We've been stepping out. Gonna get this party started. Only just begun. Baby, there's no doubt. See you at the after party. Gonna get dressed up and act just like the royalty. Let me hear you say, let's get this party started. Turn your beat up now. You know I like the sound. Dance like no one's around. Get this party started. We're going underground. Oh yeah, we bring the crowd. We're gonna shut it down. Stars in our eyes, that's how we roll. Ripping up the dance floor, flying high, out of control. And all we want is more. Gonna get dressed up and act just like the royalty. Let me hear you say, let's get this party started. Turn your beat up now. You know I like your sound. Dance like no one's around. Get this party started. We're going underground. Oh yeah, we bring the crowd. We're gonna shut it down. You know I like this sound. Shut it down.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I would fight for the motherland, be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Welcome back to the LPL 2023 Spring Split and beautiful Shanghai as we hit the second game of our first series here on Super Sunday, week number 6. I'm Mazel, joined by Jamada, and we're here to have some fun after FPX had a triumphant comeback in game number 1, and it's Hacker who will get the MVP.
Yeah, and you know, pretty deserved when you think about it. He really did set up for a lot of those team fights, specifically when it came to the actual turnaround itself. Wukong's really powerful in situations where he's not getting focused down and he's into a bunch of melees. The AoE can really start to stack up, and I feel like we saw that a lot of the times where the Cyclone just kind of gave way for the rest of FPX to kind of begin their march over those team fights. And even from as early as this as well, was able to get in towards the bottom side and kind of give LWX and Chocho potentially the opportunity to really start to get things going. Obviously, we know how the rest of the early game ended up playing out, but you see even team fights like here, I think it's 3-4-man Cyclone he ends up getting by the end of it here, where it's just, yeah, you know, that much disruption is so hard to get away from.
And it's the shred, everything else as well that comes on top of it.
Exactly. It's just too much for LGD to deal with, and a lot of that effectively just resulted in the FPX turnaround here. And even this final team fight, Hacker and Chocho this time pairing up to remove the carries from the equation on the LGD side. Excellent performance, specifically in those team fights.
Again, a 7.5k gold deficit was what FPX have dug themselves into. They are the Phoenix, and they come back with a vengeance. And it was primarily based on the composition that they had. And I think that's something very, very important going into game number 2, especially from LGD's side, where we said coming in, Meteor needed some priority and lanes to play around. He got that. There was that kind of early progress, and it fell off a cliff in the mid to late game. So I guess coming into this second game, no switch up of sides, need to see something really come to fruition for LGD.
You know what, for me, and this is it's a pretty rare thing to see, especially from an LPL team, and I'm going to word this in a very, very simple caveman way. They need to send it a little bit less. Like, I feel like that, yeah, they need to send it a little bit less, right? I feel like they're throwing too many ultimates at one target, at least if, you know, if they're running a very similar kind of composition in this game number 2. I feel like they need to be a little more conservative with how many resources they're actually using to try and blow up one target, because like we just saw, it's all well and good trying to get that first pickup in a team fight, but if you use 3 ultimates to, I don't know, kill a support or not kill the DPS champion on the enemy team when you're running 3 or 4 bruisers and tanks effectively, you're going to run into the situation where the enemy team doesn't really care that they're down the numbers as long as they can actually find your very high value targets, right? So I think a little bit of a step back on that, but overall the agency and the willingness to go forward was great from LGD, and I think they're probably going to go Sejuani Varus again.
You don't say, huh? The 6th time in a row for Meteor?
Wow.
Is that okay? Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's all right.
6 games in a row Meteor has picked up the Sejuani. I think LGD now know exactly what they want to go for every time.
So then FPX,
and
they're going to go Wukong, and then, pause there a second, pick Annie. There you go. Yeah, so they're going to go Wukong Annie again. Because
salty run back.
Salty run back, right. You know, they won the first game, and absolutely nothing else happened in it. They just won. So they're going to...
Are you sure? Are you want to take that back? Is that what you're sticking with?
I mean, what I will say is they will definitely pick up the Wukong as it gets locked in. I'm not sure about that. Okay, well, they will just go the Annie. So,
let's go. So far, so good for FPX. I see little smiles there. But it is important to state that FPX were very good and comfortable with the draft that they had, right? And they were able to respond a lot eventually. But that is the thing. That's what they drafted themselves for. And I think now we're looking at that bar of execution. FPX are going to be rolling with momentum off that first game. And LGD trying to pull back a little bit of what was in the early part of the game for them.
Yeah, you know, I actually think that this is pretty okay here, taking out the Yone at the R3 situation and bringing in the Sion first, just because to me, I feel like if you go Yone here as LGD, it probably ends up being removed away from the side of FPX. The Sion, that is. So they pick up the pick, which they feel like is going to be more impactful to the game, right? And trying to shut down Jax and just being a beefy front line. As the draft is actually pulled off our screen, so we might end up having a bit of a draft remake. We'll see what's going on in a moment. But yeah, I feel like if they went down that route, then Sion would have just been removed away. They wouldn't have had a frontliner to work with. Or as powerful a frontliner to work with, that is. As again, I don't read Mandarin. However, that does say FPX 2-0, so I'm presuming that...
Do you think they're thinking that this is going to be a 2-0 for FPX?
Yeah, it has to. There's no other reason to have
deductive reasoning, it works.
Yeah, deductive reasoning, it just works. There was also LWX, so he might have had a message for the FPX AD carry, maybe saying something along the lines of carry the bottom lane or something like that. That is the one of the few Mandarin letters I can read. Can't read that.
Now, I'm sure we'll get an update soon as possible what's going on. I'm sure there was just some issue with picks and bans, and we're just getting that reset here. We have seen that actually a lot last night. That RNG series, it was actually insane. But now we should be getting back into it here, and I'm sure that a lot of the picks that we've already seen will stay on the board. And so that does beg the question of like where we see that adaptation. We've already seen obviously the Yone going into the second phase, but I loved seeing XQW on the Yone. Definitely a little bit of that feast or famine, and didn't get to the feast.
No, unfortunately. It felt like he was kind of feasting in the early game, but then it was very quickly, you know, the drought came in, the potatoes stopped growing.
Crops started
growing.
stopped growing. You know.
Like, yeah, just very, very
all
quickly.
The birds went home.
Yeah.
They stopped singing, Jamada. They stopped singing.
The flowers started to die. It just started getting really bleak for them. But yeah, hopefully for LGD now, we'll see what the adaptation will end up being. If Yone's still up and available, I kind of expect them to go towards it again, but maybe they feel like swapping up is the better option. Maybe even giving XQW the full-on R5 counter pick could be... Also, it looks like it...
Okay, so...
so it is a salty run back. All right, so my assumption is it must have just been a miscommunication in what was actually locked in, and I've just gotten that confirmation as well, that it was just a incorrect champion pick, and LGD were offered a remake, and it was accepted. So
no way we just get the salty run there. No way.
There's like Sion. They're like, this is the best part about it is LGD were clearly having a conversation about whether or not they should pick Sion or Yone here in this spot, and FPX are still going towards the Gnar, will they just go
It's
towards
gotta
Sion?
be the
Because
final ban, right?
You've got to just remove
I mean,
it
the
for
thing
sake
is, though, Xiaolao who ended up like winning that, right? Like we were seeing Xiaolao who shred.
It
at
was
the
still
end of
such a it was still such a problem when LGD were ahead, though, right? Like actually getting through that health bar was still kind of problematic. I mean, it doesn't stop the Jacks from scaling, I guess, is kind of the point, right? And FPX still have the opportunity to try and swap up the bottom lane if they don't want to go towards the Jhin. So it's a salty run back, 1-1. Surely not.
We'll wait to see if it actually does.
No. Oh my. Okay. I never knew that I woke up this morning.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
I actually don't mind this as much because you could see the structure that LGD needed and we set up for them in the early game. It was just when it came down to execution.
No! Don't break the salty run. Yeah!
I said you needed to be this many Jins to ride the ride. So far, we've got 2 of them.
Are we about to actually just win this one?
I mean, again, I feel like both teams are feeling kind of confident off that one. First of all, FPX for winning the game and coming back from a 7.5k goal deficit, but the other side where LGD are like, man, could have had it. We just needed that bar of execution, and it literally is a copy paste situation here for FPX.
In my like 4 years of casting, I actually don't think I've seen 2 teams run back a draft 1-1 in a best like back to back. This is I need to just hold my breath and wait and see if it's actually Nautilus. Oh, okay. They changed it around. That feels a lot better, right? And I think LGD kind of suffered in the early lane phase because they had that Nautilus into the double range, so deciding to go towards the Ashe, which is surprisingly neglected all the way to final pick, means that it's going to get locked in here. So it's double AD carry for the bottom side. Curious to see whether or not LPC is also going to go lethality again at this game as opposed to the on-hit again. Not because of it kind of not working in the previous game. I feel like LPC was getting out quite a bit of damage, but more just because of the early laning power that you can get out of that build, especially when you've got another AD carry in your lane, especially like Ashe right next to you.
Well, speaking of bot lane, definitely high importance. I like the Jhin Annie into the double ADC, but the utility from Jin Zhao on the Ashe and the setup for engage will be important. Again, all eyes on Hacker and Meteor. Meteor with those early moves, XQW having that priority in lane. That'll be important to play around. While Hacker just needing to bridge that moment into the late game for Care and LWX to set them up.
Yeah. The big question for me, Mazel, is how much of a repeat are we going to get out of game number 2, considering what we just saw in the draft? Like you said, a lot of confidence from both of these sides to effectively kind of run the same archetype of composition on the side of LGD, and effectively, not even effectively, the exact same composition from FPX coming out. Will the focus still be the bottom side? I feel like when you now have Ashe in that bottom lane, it becomes a lot more volatile, a lot more about poke, and immediately you get to see a double stack from both sides here, just because that brush control can be so important in the early stages.
Dios come out as we will get the ships in the night bot lane. Nothing else going to come of it. Level 1 not being willing to go for the kind of crazy moment here. Expect those wards to start coming out. I did wonder if maybe we get that late move from LGD to get some warding and spot out Hacker. But obviously you have Jin Zhao on the Ashe just waiting for that level 3. We'll see Meteor on the top side starting off on his chicky nuggies. Well, it does look like we'll actually get that same side start from Hacker on the other.
So bottom side still going to be the priority here. Nothing crazy I saw in the runes, just as that was on our screen a moment ago. So I guess the first question will be, who's going to make it first to the bottom side of the map? Because there was a lot of early focus there for the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game, and even past that, I felt like it was a constant draw for pressure. But also the mid lane was kind of a very similar deal. XQW really did get the better end of Care in a lot of these trades. I expect to try and see a lot of that same energy come through from the mid lane of LGD. So really what we're looking at, Mazel, is can LGD acquire the same level of lead as they got in game number 1? And can they actually close out with it?
There is such a big part of me right now that wants to bring something up, but you know, it's dead in the past. I'm not gonna bring it back.
No,
We're not gonna do it. The observers just really like topside. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. You don't. Is it the noodle conversation?
It might be. Because we're just watching noodles fight up here. Come on. All right, no more noodle time. That's back in the past. Back in the past. I'm a different man. Okay. We do see that quick pathing, though, I will say, from Hacker towards this bottom side. Obviously doing the 2 camps on top, going to the red. Maybe even looking for that kind of aggressive turn. We see Meteor actually going out at level 3.
I was going to say, is Meteor going to do the exact same thing he did last game where he goes and checks the red buff? The ward's actually on the Raptors.
But this
Hacker's
time...
ganking bot. This is actually just deja vu. The only difference is Hacker's actually made it to the bottom side first. Because Meteor forced him off the red the first.
And that's actually what led to Hacker and them getting the kill. But they felt comfortable for LGD on the bottom side once Meteor had walked away. But this time around, a little bit of difference in timing. The Meteor keeping on the aggressive stance, sees that his chicky nuggies are still up and will try to take these.
So this is like, you know, time traveler kicks rock 3 inches. The whole timeline. The whole timeline.
Wings. Wait, no! If he stays. Oh my god. No way. Okay. Jojo has the stun. They don't find it. Jojo does at the end, but Meteor's like, this isn't happening again. This is not happening again. Does turn back around like he did last game. We're getting a little bit of deja vu.
And this skull fight potentially.
This is not deja vu. Little action going down. Some flashes coming out already. Chocho is in trouble now. LGD might be able to chase it down. That will be a flash from the Annie. Almost enough, but the healing from the potions. No first blood just yet.
Pop your pots, kids. If you get into a fight, that effective HP that you gain throughout the course of it can be the difference maker. Let Chocho not giving over first blood be your lesson. Shadow's proxying the wave. We're 4 minutes into the game. He's bored of laning against Shaoshu. He's had enough, myself.
Had enough.
Frankly.
And I think so has everybody else. All right. Got a little bit of difference up there. It is a very tightly contested matchup in the mid lane there that we see, but we're going to look back at that fight.
Yeah, so Hacker actually gets the Warrior Trickster out quite quickly, but still forced to flash away as the Thermocross stacks can be applied so quickly between the Yone and that Sejuani as Flash comes out from him.
It's that healing for the potion.
HP.
It literally does. Yeah, that's insane.
Wow. That's nuts. But again, like I said, it's just a case study of pop your pots if you get into a fight. Doesn't matter what you're doing. If you feel like it's going to be an all-in situation, press the damn button. Get yourself that extra HP. It can never be a bad thing.
Through that, we saw Bax actually stop bottom side. Not realizing they're on the war, they'll be stopped yet again. It's just not going the way of LGD's bot lane right now. Hacker is actually hovering around this mid lane now with Dragon up on the board. See if any priority comes out around that, but it's not that same big advantage we wanted in the early game for Meteor and LGD.
No, it isn't. Haven't been able to find that first punch, or the counter punch like they were in last game. To be fair, FPX did find first blood. But I will say the same thing that seems to be repeating itself is that LWX and Chocho definitely getting the better end of this 2v2 down in the bottom side. Even though the Ashe was picked up, it's not necessarily brought them a whole bunch of priority down there. It still feels like Chocho and LWX just running the show entirely. But Dragon will be locked down and picked up here first by LGD. I don't think FPX really have any means of contesting this one. Even Hacker smites down, so even if you wanted to go for 50, it's not really a 50-50. So Cloud Drake picked up. That means it's not going to be a Cloud Soul, which we had so many of before I went on my European venture. It's like every single game.
Was actually pretty funny. I do like though that LGD are using that prio gain by XQW from mid lane. Try to get some of these objectives for themselves and at least try to use some of those strengths that we had set up for Meteor for LGD, because we got to remember for both these teams, right, we are at the bottom of the table. There's no hiding that fact, but these wins are a point of pride for both these two teams. And I think that's super important when you look at kind of the developmental structure we've seen from both of them coming into the year, where, you know, FPX, the only standing world champion member, is LWX. They're bringing up members like Care, like Xiaolao, who from their developmental roster are bringing in very strong shot callers like Chocho coming through to try to stabilize things. And on the other side for LGD, you're trying to find the pieces that work for you with some of those developmental pieces from other teams as well.
Yeah, exactly right. And we're not gonna sugarcoat it. These teams unlikely to make playoffs, right? Mathematically, it's always going to be possible, but factor in schedule, who they still have left to play, likelihood of taking series wins off of those teams. It is about, you know, points of pride, yes, getting onto the Rift and continuing to practice on stage with your teammates and finding creative ways potentially to play the game, or again, you know, just sort of shoring up that shot calling. All things that are very, very important to continuing that development, as a play could develop here in the bottom side, because Mia's just hit level 6 and Jinjiao is here in the brush, over the wall potentially. He is
a little bit
way
dicey here. Gonna be able to pull the trigger there. So still looking bot side though, as should be, I guess, with this double ADC bottom lane. Trying to get as much poke as possible, but now Rift Herald's on the other side of the map. They already get some warding down there by LGD's side, but I do wonder if they try to get anything going up there for the early objective of their own right.
Yeah, you know, one thing I've noticed about the Jin Annie lane, this is a very weird way to derail the very seriousness of the cast. The resource bar, they have the reverse resource bar. Jin's 4th shot is on the left-hand side, but Annie's stun is on the right-hand side. And they're the same color scheme.
That's the difference.
Yeah, that's the difference. Yeah, they're just opposite sides. But yeah, FPX last game they didn't end up picking up the Herald, but it definitely looked like they were gonna have the setup for it. And deja vu continues. LGD will get the first Herald. As Hacker's moving away from the top side. Cares basing on no mana, so he's not going to be available for the fight. And even down to Xiao Shu having priority on this wave. What is this? Are we in Groundhog Day? Like, what is what?
We might just be just waiting for Tom Hanks to come out of the woodwork here. I do wonder, though, especially with the early game, another 5 minutes on these turret plates, if we get anything active in that fashion once this Rift Herald is secured earlier on. Now Hacker is looking for that activity. He is back bot lane, has not been spotted out. The curtain call comes through. LGD knows something is going on. Chains of Corruption does go wide. They don't have the damage under the tower. Chocho does have Tibbers, but they can't pull the trigger yet.
Yeah, even with the Chains of Corruption being blown, Chocho wasn't quite willing to commit. Same thing for Hacker. At the very least, maybe onto Jin Jiao, right? Ate a lot of damage, was half HP pretty much. They just decide to call the play off, so they only really get the heal. They don't force LGD off the wave. So FPX very half-hearted about making that contest work. So LGD walk away effectively with the Herald for a heal on the opposite side of the map.
I think, again, we always have to focus on the fact that it was an LGD favorite game. Again, they were up 7.5K last time around, but it was just the kind of tenacity by FPX to stay in it and find those later game team fights. And I'm definitely seeing a little bit of kind of backseating for FPX at the moment. You know, they're fine with how this early game has gone, giving some of those objectives over to LGD because they're buying into getting Care, LWX, Kyoto involved on the map, as well as Xiaolao. And I think LGD are just trying to scrape up as much as possible here early on.
Seems to be the case. I think the one thing that's remained consistent is that XQW has a pretty big lead in terms of tower plates in the mid lane. He's almost got that tower down to 3 plates, exactly like he did in game number 1. What is going on? So with the Herald, they should be able to basically bring that one down to just about a plate if they can force the play.
They've got the
Looks like they are giving
Arrow
numbers
now.
over.
They want to try to pull the trigger. I think LGD have a lot of go buttons now that they've hit this level 6 mark. The Rift Herald will be used. Maybe a little bit of presence to try and get this dragon number 2 for them.
Yeah, would be really nice early stacking.
That's a Grandmaster's Might Puff. Unstoppable Onslaught also.
Very interesting as well, the adaptation between game number 1 and 2 in Xiaolu's build. He's going towards the Blade of the Ring King first this game compared to the Sunderer. Perhaps just felt like the Sunderer wasn't giving him quite the sort of punch that he was hoping for at the one items fight. Once he gets both of them completed, he's going to be operating the same, of course. But the Blade of the Ring King, a much stronger one-iron spike now. Focusing on the Dragon.
Oh, Chocho going in with the timbers. Nicely done. First blood to FPX. And that'll be Dragon as well.
Yeah, I mean, beat me to it, right? I was about to say, this Dragon on our screen, Chocho has flash, has ult. Doesn't even really end up needing to.
It wasn't even the
use anything
ADCs,
else.
it was the mid laner, man. I was seeing this Annie, like, man, these ADCs not going to have a great time. I know how it is to play against Annie, and I am awful. And now you get XQW going down that pride point in the mid lane that was so strong to play off of for LGD in game number 1. Not able to stick it.
No, not this time around. Just removed from the team fight, right? Like, steps a bit too far forward, gets slowed as well. Tries to get out with the Q3, but just gets CC'd. Doesn't even have the opportunity to flash. Poor XQW, man. But great engage from FPX, just taking their opportunity. They know that LGD are just mispositioning, and as soon as they try and retreat through that choke, there's a no-go zone, and they are punished for it.
We do see their first item for LPC. You have the Sunfire cape completed for Xiaoshu, as well as that Blade of the Ring King. Like you said, Gale Force there for LWX. So at least we're hitting these first item spikes. Ro is still waiting for care. Enchanted Crusader has been loosed. We'll go wide.
It hit no one. But better to fish than to not be fed. I think I said that wrong. Anyway, point is, really nice to see them fish. The Ash Arrows can fly from anywhere, and if LGD are playing like how they were in game number 1, they'll be very happy to consistently throw out these engaged tools, even if it means just taking down one member.
I think the cleanse timer is obviously going to be super huge for LGD to keep the timer on for LWX. I do see, a little bit of movement down towards this bottom lane for LGD, and see if they want to try to collapse on LWX and Chocho.
Yeah, it seems to be the call here. XQW moving
down
as a 4-man.
Run!
And there's just not much they can do about this for now. Care's on his way to come and alleviate some of this pressure, and as the mid jungle move away, be able to collect some of this wave. But good move still from LGD. However, juxtaposed, he's gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. Juxtaposed to game number 1, has to be said. LGD aren't really accruing the same level of gold lead that they were. And it feels like they're definitely making moves on the map, but they're not pulling too many triggers, to be honest with you. So FPX, given how the team fights went in the later stages, are probably pretty happy about that.
Yeah, and that's what we were saying. They're fine taking kind of this back seat because they're relying on these late games for their setup, their team fight, as well as the way they introduce a lot of the damage into the kind of utility from LWX, with Care having a lot of a say. While on the other side, you have a lot of late game carry potential, right? You have a lot of that catch-out tool that we wanted to see and we saw from LGD, but again, it hasn't paid those big dividends just yet. They still have a lot of strength playing for them, though. They're cooking, if you will. But with another Rift Herald on the board, a Dragon up in a minute and a half, I do wonder if they continue to put the pedal to the metal in terms of these objectives.
Yeah. At the very least, hope that's something that LGD can get done, especially after they lost the second Dragon. They're going to feel a little bit bad about that. They probably wanted this early stack to come through. Just the setup wasn't quite there. First move came from FPX. Now, first move should come from LGD. Care.
Care sees the silhouette at the wrong time, and the sealed fate comes through for XQW. Going back, has the ignite on him. The Deadly Flourish doesn't connect. It is a kill going over to LGD, and now it's a 1-to-1 fight.
But it's 4 ultimates exchanged for one member. It's the same issue from game number 1. Cyclone's not available from Hacker, however, is the big thing. But you still have the Curtain Call and Shaolo, who's on the flank potentially. Just the pressure.
That was really close. That was a 3-man stack waiting to happen there as well. Man, Shaolo, he's already doing so much damage to Xiaoshu.
Yeah, so that's the thing about that Blade of the Ring King first. Sile stacks so much HP so quickly that the Warp just becomes so efficient in terms of damage, so it's probably why he swapped over to it first compared to the Mind Sunderer in the previous game. And you can see why. Absolutely. LGD feel like the Herald contest is kind of dead, and they're just going to go towards the Dragon, and that could open up for FPX to just try and move in and take this. And I feel like they'll be pretty okay with this handshake for now, though I will very briefly mention, 2 tanks plus, you know, a bruiser in Yone. I mean, he's kind of an assassin. He does everything.
Oh, Jojo doesn't have timbers. That would have been such a nice little combo there. Care getting that Shades of Corruption down onto the members of LGD. It still is this Rift Herald going to FPX.
Exactly, right? And Dragon is only now being started up. If FPX desperately wanted to, they could probably be like down here, but looks like they're just going to take the cross map instead, get this tower up here on the top side, drop the Herald. Xiaoshu will do his best probably to defend, because there is no wave and it's just the Herald, but I think he just knows that if he tries to stick around underneath the tower, he will just get one shot. Boom, tower goes down, and they may even try and force this second charge, just because LGD still haven't finished the Dragon and they know more or less where everyone is.
Really good stuff for the first tower of FPX, getting some more gold. Xiaohu here, he finds himself about a 30 CS lead as well. Get the second charge into the tower. It will be the second Dragon though, going over to LGD.
Well, indeed. Now for me, the question will now lie once the Baron comes up. We'll talk about that in a second though, because like you say, Silhouette's just seen too soon, or too late rather, and LGD just throw the kitchen sink, the bathtub, the whole damn house. He doesn't really get to move, as that dead flourish doesn't quite connect, and even if it does, I think XQW probably would have walked out of that one alive. So FPX, they do lose that core member in Care, but they got the Herald off the back of the play and took a tower, so gold trade isn't too bad. It's just that Dragon that gets traded.
Now this second item completed for LPC, that Gwinsu's gonna be big at least, but definitely looking at that third item. We will see the lane adaptations now, movement from the bot lanes to mid lane, and I think this sets up LGD a lot more in their wheelhouse for utilizing Jin Zhao with that kind of cohesion we saw him using with Meteor last game.
Yeah, I feel like we've not really seen that same level of pair up. I think when you've got Sejuani Norless, you know, it's a lot easier to kind of get things going. With Ashe, it's a little more nuanced, right? It's about kind of scouting out for information and then sort of throwing out ults in a fishing manner to see if you can actually just get a pick out. But they've not even really looked for that as a duo too many times this game. So hopefully, as we start to kind of crest over this mid-game point, where vision becomes really important and denying information and playing in Fog of War with the Ash Arrow and that Glacial Prison, they can actually kind of find that same level of sync that they had in game number 1.
I think something also that's so interesting, obviously in this matchup, that maybe doesn't have the most interest of everyone from the league fans, but I particularly love to see in kind of these underdog fights, and especially when you're looking at FPX, who had that miraculous comeback in game number 1. They're on an 0-5 series loss streak, right? Like, and the fact that they're still sticking in and trying to kind of redeem themselves in this moment is huge. And I'm saying that, yes, there's still a hill to climb here and something in terms of execution for them to go on, but their composition is playing into their hands, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. And if LGD find themselves dogpiling like they did in game number 1, FPX will very happily just chuck all of those massive AoE ults out again. Cyclone, Ashe ult, not Ashe ult, Annie ult, AA. And they could find themselves in a very disastrous position after the team fights. I feel like LGD are going to be a lot more cautious about how they deal with Barons and turning in comparison. So maybe FPX have a much harder time just because now LGD are just, it's on the brain, right? You're not trying to turn and throw so many ultimates at one target anymore once the Baron is involved. We'll see how FPX decide to adjust to LGD potentially not being so brazen, because there's not that massive gold lead anymore.
I am seeing the Divine Sunder there completed in the side for Xiaohu. I will say that there was a certain uptick of damage potential once that item was completed with the Blade of the Rune King last game. Well, Blade of the Rune King was second item that time around, but I'm still looking at the side lane with a little bit more worry for Xiaoshu, and not as much potential to really have an answer.
Yeah, it's more about how much freedom Xiaohu actually gets on this side lane, right? How much time he's given. For now, though, with Xiaoshu having 2 items, he can do his best to kind of just play that brick wall into the Jackson. LGD, the Dragon Tawns in 1 minute's time, actually have a couple of members coming down here. I don't feel like they're ever going to be able to kill Shaolahu. Not enough damage between these three, but certainly a lot of CC, which is going to be a pretty big nuisance. And the numbers, as damage dealer finally comes through with LPC, means that tower will drop.
LWX has learned and adapted. Does grab the Lord Dom second. There will be a little bit more damage onto these tankier members, but still some hefty health bars to deal with against LGD.
That's the thing, though. I think a lot of people forget that Lord Doms has that cut down passive attached to it. So yeah, sure, the armor pen is well and good. You often find by the end of a game, a Lord Doms user, if that's, you know, the Sejuani Scion in the game, that item deals like several thousand damage extra. So yeah, like you say, nice adaptation there from LWX, and now FPX have to try and break this hold that LGD have in the river, as they are there. First the objective, and they might even also just clear away this mid wave. So
I think
it's going to be a little bit difficult for
fine
FPX.
again. Now LGD will try to move in, but this is really where FPX are okay giving some of this and moving in afterwards if they need to, but maybe not even contesting. Now this would be sole point for LGD, so it definitely ups the priority a little bit more. Shaolahu getting collapsed on. FPX are on the way. Can he survive? He's turning it back around. The engage from Care. Tries to go back in, but he connects on the Jin Zhao. Care chases him down. And now LPC, you got no support any longer. XQW, he tries to get one back, but there ain't nothing left for LGD in bot lane.
It just feels like a run back, doesn't it? The team fights are just playing out the exact same way. LGD are looking for one target. They don't manage to lock them down in this case. And an FPX just show up and out DPS them. Yeah, Xiaoshu's going to die underneath the tower as well. He might be able to clear out the wave as a zombie Scion, but Tower's still going to die. And FPX, they get the fight. They can probably get the dragon. So the health bars are low, but you can see LGD just have no interest in going towards that objective. I don't know what to say. It's like, it's a pretty much complete salty run back, which LDG have very
without the
happily
7.5k lead.
Without the 7.5k lead this game. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. And
this catch from Care weaving through onto the back line here with a lot of that weird separation from LGD's side. So close.
Yeah, and we even saw a very similar thing in the way that the game ended for LGD last game, right? Where the tanks were very separated from the backline or the damage dealers. And in this case, Jin Zhao is now technically a backliner standing on top of LPC with no frontline in front of them. So Kedge goes, okay, I'll take it, no problem, and finds himself the kills, where LGD were looking for the frontline member of FPX, and now they've gotten themselves that lead for the first time, really, before really falling behind FPX. Now I want to actually see them try and get a little bit creative and proactive, unless they just feel like they want to watch LDG kind of trip over themselves.
Did you see the IE completed there for XQW? So at least a little bit of something in terms of the second item completion for the Yone. Don't know how much it's going to be able to affect these team fights, but at least a little bit of something for LGD. And I think you're still having some catch-out moments, the picks that can work out for LGD, but it's going to come fewer and far between.
Yeah, exactly. If, beg your pardon, if this lead continues to grow for FPX, the ability to really be proactive on LGD's side just gets more difficult and difficult, right? It's the nature of falling behind in League of Legends. But with the way that contextually game number one into this game has played out, it doesn't feel great for LGD right now, as FPX just seem to be continually out-team fighting them again and again.
Hacker gets a little bit done to him by XQW. Siege is going to be stopped in its tracks at least, and LGD hold on to their mid-outer tower. They'll have some nice trades across the map. We don't have an objective up for a while with the Baron up available. There is that, but Chocho flashing from that instant crystal arrow, and love to see kind of that preemptive strategy from LGD here.
Yeah, and honestly, Chocho's flash is kind of important to FPX re-engages and proactive engages as well, just because, you know, anti-flash tip is one of the oldest forms of engage in the game as far as pro player is concerned. So with that down, it really does limit the creative potential of Chocho's engages. So LGD now know that he's also a free target to try and pick up on the map. See if they continue to fish with those abilities, but FPX can be really, really happy to just, yeah, like you say, look for plays like this. Care now in Fog of War. And if someone steps up a little bit too haphazardly.
If there's anything he do, oh, right through the middle. Meteor goes for his own engage. Does find it, chance the crystal arrow, and here comes the combo from LGD. The fate sealed on top of it all, and that's 2 quick kills.
It's just too hard for FPX to answer in a fashion like that. Chocho gets clipped by the Glacial Prison. He goes down.
That's a Baron pull.
Yeah, it has to be, right? With 2 members dead, it has to be. But I feel like it's so risky. If FPX still want to kind of try and throw bodies at it, right? Curtain Call available. Cyclone
Hacker
can get in
do it?
there.
Oh, it's
Doesn't want to. Curtain Call still?
Okay, okay.
All right. So, Mazel. LGD have managed to do the one thing they failed at last game and secure the Baron.
They did.
So, step number 1, complete.
Check.
Check. Step number 2, probably secure the next dragon, right? Step number 3, question mark, question mark, question mark. And step number 4, profit. Chocho finds that ult.
We said they engage from Annie, but the Timbers is huge, but it doesn't matter if you can't use it.
Yeah, exactly. And LGD just leveraging the fact that they know Chochu doesn't have flash from blowing it literally less than a minute ago. And Kale was also just out of position after fishing for his own play. I feel like that was kind of FPX's making. Just because they were looking to almost dive the LGD members underneath that tier 1. And the point I wanted to make earlier is always because these 2 team compositions are kind of moderately low range, sieging is kind of troublesome unless you've got Baron, and that's why you see plays like that come out where FPX are overextending to try and pick up that tower and LGD punish.
Well, we're moving around the Dragon Pit here. It would be soul point for both sides and priority needed in these side lanes and in mid lane to collapse. As Hacker coming over to Shadow Shalaohu.
Yeah, I mean, this should pretty much just be guaranteed soul point. I feel like FPX, I mean, given the posture, they definitely want to fight, but they want to try and approach it from an odd angle. The issue is both the flankers are going to be spotted out, one on the wave, one on that control ward. So LGD are just going to pull the dragon up and play this fight on one front. Hacker is doing his best to try and wrap all the way around. I don't know if he's really going to be able to do it without getting spotted.
Curtain Call comes out, Hacker trying to get the engage. Intense Crystal Arrow is traded. XQW, there's the flank. 4-man Cyclone! The Fate Sealed is responded to, though. LGD, they find one, but it's a back and forth fight here. We're getting back and forth. XQW will find more in LGD. They're TP in the mid lane.
They're TP into mid. They want to try and end 3 members dead. LGD, they're not playing around. They want out of this game. They're mad about losing that game number 1. And I think, Mazel, this could just be it. LWX and Chocho are really going to have the ability to close this one out. There's 30 seconds, 20 seconds on the solo lane.
No tippers, no nothing. LGD, they came there, come back to their own, down 2,000 gold there, and now they're just pushing on the Nexus. They should be able to finish this one, and we're going all the way to 3 to kick off our Super Sunday of week number 6. FPX versus LGD delivers.
What a turnaround from game number 1 after a disappointing loss from the perspective of LGD. Very quickly just deal with FPX. FPX had a, you know, not the biggest lead, not as big a lead as LGD did, but weren't able to find that same level of success in the target acquisition on those carries on the side of LGD. And in that final team fight, you saw it. LPC was just there, right-clicking everyone that was going in, even though the flank was really creative from FPX. There wasn't as much punch in actually taking down those key members, so LGD were able to play out the team fights this time around. And now we go to game 3 because of it.
Hey, couldn't expect anything more from a prideful match between the bottom of the table teams, LGD and FPX. And I think we got to see that salty run back style not really work out for FPX. Apparently the piece to the puzzle was the Ashe for Jin Zhao, but it really was just that decisiveness that came to a head for LGD. And honestly, kind of excited for what we get for game 3, because at this point, it's anybody's game.
Is it salty run back number 3? Do they just stay on the same sides, go the same drive? Surely not, right? Yeah, this is a weird series, man. Not only did we get the salty run back, but the game just felt so much slower comparatively. Like, was there, how many kills were there even in that game? Like,
great question.
I think there was only like 10 in total. Like there wasn't a lot of death in that game because these two teams weren't really throwing their bodies at each other like they were in game number 1. A lot more discipline, I feel like, from LGD. I will say that. It felt like they weren't actually consistently breaking up too much and in terms of the formation, right? The frontliners being separated from the backliners. And they also weren't throwing too many ultimates into one member, which I think definitely helped. Whereas FPX, again, just not finding that same level of venom in those team fights.
God, right. The gold grab.
There was 10 kills in this game as well. It was very, very slow.
We saw a lot of trading early with no blood, right? And that's where a lot of maybe that kind of skirmish heavy style came through. But really good stuff to turn around a game like game 1, where LGD definitely a disheartening loss, but coming out and saying, you know, we can just rinse, repeat, find the execution needed.
Yeah, and I mean, it was the execution which fell short in game number 1 after all. So, you know, LGD, if they keep this up, they might just 3-0 FPX, question mark. As we will be going to a game 3. Really interesting damage stats coming out from a couple of different members there as well.
0-1 and 0 for Shell on the Jags. After that game, where he had a lot of presence.
That is the story of being a top laner and pro play, I swear. Like, no one wants to play towards the role. Top, for clarity, is actually a really powerful role, but like the bot lane is just, it's too broken, man. You need to get the dragons going. So yeah, we'll see what changes up for game number 3, because yeah, 2 solid runbacks is kind of insane.
I doubt we will, but we'll see if we do. We'll get to game 3 very shortly. We're going to take a little break and we'll be right back.
我们将对一位其他赛区的选手进行描述，然后你可以猜猜他是谁。
其他赛区所有赛区都有是吧？
是 LEC 或者 LCS 的选手。
所有特征都是一个选手。
然后我们会一条一条的说这个描述。
OK。
他是一位来自瑞典的 AD 选手。
继续说吧。
LEC 的吗？
瑞典是哪个赛区啊？
不知道。
瑞典，不太知道。
在成为电竞选手前，他的梦想是成为一名足球运动员。
有这种人的？
我猜错没问题。
足球运动员。
他的队伍曾在世界赛小组赛0-4的情况下最终出现。
继续。
0-4 Cloud Night 吗 ？TS 那个 Double Lift 是吧
？FBI 吗？
他的外号和国内一位 AD 选手有关。
Sneaky，跟 AD 有关，不知道。
跟谁？跟 U 太有关吗？
不是 U 太，是另外一位比 U 太
还要老的一位选手，微笑，欧晨。
Reckless。
不是，我说他外号跟我们有关的那个，是不是退役很久的 AD？ 那个什么欧晨
？Reckless 吗？反正有0-4过吗？好像有。C9 好像是只有0-3，然后出现了。我想起来了。
是那个 Reckless。
欧晨。
Reckless。
Fnatic 的 AD 是吗？他是欧晨吗？
对。他是一位来自北美的选手，他曾8次进入世界赛，打过1次 MSI 决赛。
Impact。
1-2-3。G2 的杨狗什么？或者 Cavs？
我。
不是，没事。
TSN Cavs。
杨狗什么？
北美。
1-2-3。
北美的 MSI 的决赛，不知道。
他曾7次止步世界赛小组赛。
C9 的 AD Sneaky 吗？
说实话，我是18年才关注世界赛那些的。
1-2-3。是 Impact 吗？
他的经典言论，在座的各位都是垃圾。
在座的各位是垃圾，这么狂吗？是谁啊？
还有第三位。
我不知道。
8次进入世界赛，大师兄。
Double Lift。
Double Lift。
我已经知道了 ，Double Lift 吧？
是 Double Lift 吗？
是那个喜欢说垃圾话的吗？我知道他长什么样，大师兄。
那个 Double Lift。Double Lift。大师兄啊。
Double Lift。
大师兄。
他是一位来自 LEC 赛区的徒步选手。
好，继续。Mickey 或者 JJ。
那个咋拼 ？M 什么 ？Mickey 什么？
所以欧洲辅助我不是知道很多，我只知道 Miki 嘛，那个叫 Miki， 还有海里桑，我只知道这2个辅助选手。
辅助选手，不知道。
下一条，这个有点难。扣谁谁？
他的绝活英雄是泰克，
还是不错，就这样。
他的生涯死亡数位居赛区第1。
辅助选手。
还有一些想不上。
了。
没了。
那这一定大家都知道。对啊，就那个嘛 ，Hit
还有吗？提示还有？
没有了，但他可以给到你，他之前在弗兰奇待过。
我大概知道是谁，那是希利桑吗？哦
，LEC 的辅助选手，我想一下，那个就是马派克那个，对，海里桑，
海里桑，海勒颂，哦不对，海勒颂，
海勒颂嘛。
哦，我知道了，海勒颂。
那个海勒颂。
我前段时间还看到，就是海里桑好像在欧洲的助攻榜是第1，所以我想应该死亡数也是他。
绝活派克，海里桑吗？
海勒颂，
海里桑，海里桑，
海里桑。我还跟他交换过队服呢。
他来自克罗地亚。
下一条。
还有吗？
克罗地亚。下一条。形容他的关键词是亚索1v1。
Caps。
不知道，我盲猜，那个 Wonder 1v1，我记得是他说的，我有记得跟德赛1v1什么什么的。
他曾在 LEC 和 LCS 都获得过联赛冠军。
LCS 是哪里
？G2 的那个有印象，但是忘了名字。
AD 吗？
他曾在 AD 和中单位置都打过世界赛。
有很多答案吗？有别的提示吗？
我知道那个人，但我忘记他叫什么了。我记得他跟优哉打过。
P 开头那个。
AD 和中单的打世界赛，你记得？
他的招牌英雄是妖姬和霞。
他跟凯普是一个队伍。
我知道，这个我知道 ，Perks 我应该比较了解，是克罗地亚的。
那就是 Perks 呗。
Perks。亚索1v1，Perks。
Perks。
啊，他是克罗地亚的 Perks。
应该是 RP 了。
对，他的全称
是。什么 ？Perks。
Perks 这个太简单了呀。
我想一下他的 ID 叫什么？我知道他的
Perks
吧。
那个世界赛那个 Perks， 那个真的是最搞笑的，而且感觉他演挺好的，也很强。对。
克罗地亚应该只有1个选手吧？他跟我同一年来，然后又回去了。那个 Perks。
答案是 Perks。
啊？不是 Wonder 吗？啊。
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Make a move.
Hi, today we expected a bloody fest, but we're getting more than we asked for as we come into our 3rd game of the day here in the LPL Spring Split. It's week number 6, the last day. Mademoiselle joined by Jamada. And what a series we've had between FPX and LGD, where Meteor has now claimed an MVP for his own.
Yeah, jungle to jungle here. Hacker in game number 1, Meteor in game number 2. And yeah, I mean, this was such a weird game to even think about MVP just because of the nature of it. But Meteor was at the forefront of every single fight. He had 100% participation. So it kind of speaks for itself. And again, it's kind of hard to really pinpoint an MVP, you know? I feel like everyone kind of pulled their weight here in this game, and Meteor being on the front lines kind of just gets that bravery medal.
Yeah, I think obviously seeing 100 KP at what, 4 or 6 kills, I guess. Not that much, but it was these kind of decisive moments from LGD that we didn't get in game number 1 that we needed to see kind of come through. And that's where that kind of beautiful step up is there for LGD.
Yeah, absolutely. And just felt a little bit too hard for FPX to come back once they gave over that Baron, right? It was that one misstep in the mid lane where they were looking for the mid lane tier 1, and the short ranged or the moderately short range sort of side of both these compositions shines through. FPX overstepping for a very little prize at the end of the day. There were 25 minutes into the game. That tier 1 isn't super high value just yet. LGD just say, all right, we'll capitalize. And they pretty much win the game off the back of that sequence of play.
So I've loved to see LWX playing to my favorite in getting the Jhin twice. I would love to see LWX on a late game carry, right? We had said coming into this one where Care and LWX are the carries. They are the pillars that will get FPX these wins. And it's about Hacker finding a way to bridge the gap and get them into a position to win. We haven't necessarily seen that potential there for LWX where he has playing the Jhin. Game number 1, obviously setting up a lot of the team. Care was the big star. Hacker setting up a lot of the team, right? But I want to see a return to kind of that carry dual style for LWX and Care, as FPX will be on the blue side yet again. We get the likely bans that we've seen all series long for both sides, thus far at least. I wonder if we get that salty run back. There's the Yone.
Oh my god.
Take it away.
All right, it seems like even FPX are bored of the same draft game after game. We'll see what this means though, because we could end up having Elise actually be up and available if LGD are to stick to the same ban. So this is potentially the swapperoo, as it were. Could also maybe even consider just banning away Sedge, going towards Vine. They ban away the Lee Sin. Interesting.
Yeah, it's been the same ban.
So
Hacker's Lee Sin is deadly. So far though, they pick up with that Jack's first priority for Shallow.
So Sejuani Varus? Anybody? Anyone feeling like a little bit of Sejuani Varus here again in game number 3? I expect that the picks will probably stay kind of the same in the first 3. My question is what the adaptation will be towards the end. There you go. It ends up being the Elise because of the Yone ban. All right, cool. So finally, some change and adaptation. The Varus is still likely going to come through here on the side of LGD just because of how powerful the pick is. And of course, it gives that level of flexibility between going on hit, the Fally, kind of does whatever it needs to do. And you can also always pair it up with just about any support you need. So FPX now facing down against the Elise, going to have to find a very strong answer, not only in the jungle, but also in the sides of lanes for skirmishing.
I just love that Meteor's like, all right, I played the Sejuani twice. I got the win on it in second game. The chains are off. Give me the Elise. I want to carry. And we need to see that priority in lane still be there for LGD. Now, the Sejuani given over to Hacker. Facilitation to the lanes, to Care, to LWX is definitely on the table.
Yep, so swapping out the rotation, it's jungle still into Annie. So FPX kind of keeping the formula the same, just some of the ingredients a little bit different, and we're going to get a Jace. So leaning a lot more into, you know, poke here from the side of LGD, right? You've got the Varus, you've got the Jace. When you see those two champions together, typically it means you're getting the lethality builds out of both. But FPX, as things stand, don't really have too much an issue at dealing with a lot of that, right? Hard engage from Sedge, and you can always follow up. So LGD at the moment still quite flexible in what they want to do, and FPX actually remove away the Scion because they're not necessarily convinced that it's going to be Xiaoshu piloting that one for now, even though Jace has a pretty good time into Jax. So they're still just kind of covering all their bases here to ensure that LGD don't end up with a super strong front line with potentially a lot of poke and peel back.
With the final ban, this should just be a Lucian. This is what LGD has banned every game so far in the series as well. So just focusing on that LWX champion pool a little bit more. Definitely want to see if the Sivir is going to be that fallback option for FPX, but we're looking at their final ban. Would be a telling one in its own right. Very much looking towards if they're going to focus on this top lane matchup a little bit more.
I think they're going to just ban Gragas or nah. I don't think there's going to be much a change besides from that.
All right, Gragas makes it through.
Yeah, Gragas makes it through, and it's going to be Hovered and
there
immediately locked in. Okay, so either way, LGD had a really, really strong matchup to put into the top side in terms of dealing with that Jace, but now Xiaoshu actually gets his preferred pick here inside of that Gragas, and Gragas in general just seeing a lot more play and priority kind of across the world, right? We're seeing it quite frequently end up in the mid lane, and you go this sort of tier rower build, and you end up super tanky, super ahead of the curve as FPX go towards that Jhin again, so you're not going to get your hype carry out of LWX. I'm very, very sorry.
It's
my question
okay.
is,
It's okay. You know, because it's Jhin, I'll accept it. It's a payable offense. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. My only question is, what is Care going to run in the mid lane? Because we saw Silas Alvim game number 1 and 2. Syndra will be the choice here, which is kind of interesting to me because I feel like Syndra might end up struggling in a game like this, where you've potentially got 2 high range poke champions and then a bunch of non-committal engage tools. Like, I'm not entirely sold on the pick personally. We'll see how it does inside of the lane as LGD go even further
Surprised
into
they didn't go with the Ashe.
Yeah, go into the Nautilus this time around instead of the Ashe after game number 1 success. But I think when you've got this much poke, you also need hard engage to actually follow up on it, right? And actually capitalize on it. And even though Ashe can definitely provide that, Nautilus is a lot more straightforward in actually finding that lockdown. So I understand this decision here from LGD, and I think it makes a lot more sense to stray away from the Ashe in this game. But finally, we get a much different draft out of LGD. FPX are effectively just running the same composition with slightly different puzzle pieces 3 games in a row.
Now, I do want to hone in on LGD because the biggest thing we've said the entire time of the series has been, you know, where does priority come from in lane? How does Meteor work with that? And that's been the brightest points for them. And now with these kinds of setups, especially these matchups, when you're looking at the Gragas in top and the Jace in mid, want to see how that kind of works out here, Jamana.
Yeah, I think, to me, this is, I don't say like bread and butter LGD, because these champions are very hard to execute, but more in the sense of Meteor on an early game champion and lanes with ease of access, right? Lanes that are easy to play around pretty much all lane long. This should be the kind of game where LGD get to flourish in the earlier stages and try and snowball that lead, whereas for FPX, again, it kind of remains a situation of, you know, can we kind of be a little bit cheeky and slot in and find a window with all of our CC? If not, we're waiting to team fight.
Well, we're getting into it now. The final game of our first series of this night. It's FPX versus LGD. A point of pride on the table here for both of them. And a second win for FPX, a third for LGD.
And hey, if you are LGD faithful, maybe this
that third win does a lot, actually. I'm just going to say, like, there's a vast difference.
All I'm saying is, I think Weibo are on 5 wins, though they have a lot of games in hand on the standings right now. They're 5 wins, and I think they're like 4th. So, like, you know, the table is quite tight, all things considered. The issue, of course, then lies when you look at LGD's upcoming games and you realize that they have Weibo, BLG, Top Esports, EDG, JDG, and LNG left. So,
but first and foremost, they got to deal with the Phoenix.
Yeah, got to deal with the Phoenix.
It is a little bit of a change up here. Looks like in starts for junglers, where FPX be getting Hacker to start on the Chicky Nuggies. Oh, yes, we'll see Meteor with that pass down towards bottom side. Spotted out.
Be first. Spotted out. We'll see how much it matters, as oftentimes I find in this meta, laners still die to ganks. That's just how it is, even though it's just the thing to be super aggressive in the early stages in the jungle role now. Doesn't really matter too much, as Xiaoshu gets a really nice level 1 trade. Of course, Gragas
top
has
side
that
change now with the Gragas.
Gragas has a lot more answers into Jax. The trades are a lot more positive, as you can see. It's pretty obnoxious. Body Slam, Comet Scorch, and then not only that, once the levels actually start to come in and Jax, his trade pattern become a lot more aggressive, typically in a lot of lanes, you can just Body Slam him mid-queue and walk away. There's no threat. So it gets really, really hard to actually do what you want to do as the Jax, and that is often trade and try and find these windows of opportunity to potentially set up for your jungler to come and dive. Speaking of
So this should be answered to. I mean, there was a lot of vision showing them out, but Meteor will get one in, still get CC down. Repel does come through. Karis setting up a little bit here. Now the Scatter of the Week comes back. Nice little hammer from XQW. Gets some way. Jin Zhao is on the way now as well. Jojo a little bit low. There's that cocoon you were talking about. Zhao maybe waiting to pull that flash over the wall, but doesn't do so.
I've got to say, I feel like LGD just rolled. I'm not going to say a die 20, but I will say they rolled quite high on that 20 dice because Meteor's walking into
what kind of save was it?
It was like a 15, you know. I feel like a lot of things went their way.
What's
now,
the save right now for LWX? Okay.
It's looking like a 5. Okay, the TP comes in. He's
I think
good.
A little bit of acrobatics coming through from LWX. I don't know what a flash stands for. Maybe that's a spell slot. I don't know. But now we're looking at a little bit of defense coming through and some of that proactive play from LGD we need to see when they draft this Elise and they have the strength of them to execute through Meteor.
Yeah, and absolutely, they're drawing a lot of resources, right? Teleport comes out from Care. Defensively, they get the flash out of LWX. They even, you know, drew a lot of sort of time resource from FPX on their roam up as well. Just from Meteor kind of very fortunately warding that bush before he walked into it. Hello.
Okay, Jojo, he can't even get the stun off. He didn't even use anything. First blood to LGD. Jin Zhao getting some revenge from game number 1.
Yeah, and I want to just see more of this, right? More of Meteor, you know, come off this Gromp camp, immediately come to bot side, dive, right? LWX only has cleanse, and if Chocho gets back in time by the time the wave crashes, just look for a dive onto Chocho. Either one really works out for you really well. Now, FPX, they're trying to find a bit of a response here because the wave is in a very painful position for Xiaoshu to play this one out, and you can see how
knows something is wrong.
Yeah, he knows, right? He just about caught him on the vision, I think. But there's no pings, but vision.
All right, here we go.
Disruptive.
XQW is coming down as well. Can lay down some poke. See the cocoon actually connect here, but they've already moved so far off the tower that the dive will not be there to execute for LGD.
Yeah, I mean, but damage is still done. Plate will be taken. Wave missed. This is what you want to do with an Elise. So hard to deal with skirmishing, and Hacker's just not here yet, right? He showed his face on the top side, I believe. And if he didn't show it, LGD at the very least know that he's not on the bottom side because of the information that they've gathered through camps. So LGD just winning out on these small advantages for now. And hopefully they'll look to pull the trigger in a much more larger and meaningful way, potentially pick up a dragon and try and get some of those objectives starting to snowball as well.
Is the noon quiver already there for LPC? So expect Jin Zhao to still be on that aggressive head. We'll be actually moving out a little bit, maybe trying to get some vision around this early dragon for LGD.
Definitely, they've had a lot of priority. A lot of that coming, of course, from Meteor. Kind of just showing face down there so many times. Open out on the map to mid lane from Jin Zhao. Could angle mid here, honestly. Try and get Care's flash. I'm just gonna step away from the plate. Meteor's not there just yet. They will look, I imagine, to go and pick up this dragon themselves.
So we'll clear out a little bit. We do see a hover from mid lane from Meteor. The angle here, but Care playing well within his right inside of the minion wave there. Hacker will be showing up, trying to maybe get this level 6 mark as soon as possible is the goal for FPX, because that's where a lot of the setup for them comes from. I'm sure once that level 6 mark for Hacker comes through, we'll see a lot more of that proactive play from FPX.
Should definitely have
seen this before, but it was Sion the last 2 times.
And difference between Sion and Gragas is Gragas has a whole bunch of state, a whole bunch of mana to work with, because it's that early tier that comes through, and he kind of just gets to sit there and brick wall it the entire time. So Charlotte gonna have a much harder time getting anything super early done, and it seems like we'll be getting probably the full-on AP build here from Xiaoshu as well, which is super impressive. Anyone who was watching the LEC yesterday with the not the G2, the G2 play today with the Koi series with Mad saw how Niski was super impressive pretty much throughout the entire game, just with how much damage and CC he was able to offer. Expect the same thing out of Xiaoshu here at the top side.
Going to be a lot of that spacing available as well.
Yeah.
Get that target selection down. Be our get. Be a bit of a dive being formed. Hacker gets engaged on before he can make it under the tower now. The LPC will crash this wave here. If Care getting caught, no. XQW, he wants the kill, but Care, that first little bit of damage is not enough. Speed trade through, and the dive not pulled on LGD's bottom side.
But the pressure is still being felt by FPX, right? LGD, specifically obviously XQW there, just keeping Care away means that if LGD did want to pull the trigger, it would always be a confirmed 3v3. And that's the important thing, keeping that Syndra away, right? The button press, the level up 6, the R, it's just so powerful at shutting down the member, especially if someone just dives in tower, they're going to be half HP at least, and they will finally yield that dragon, FPX, and it will go to LGD finally. And expect to see that same level of objective control continue throughout the early stages, just because LGD have so many powerful skirmishes in this draw.
Wondering how they execute that here as well. And definitely has been the question mark for sure when we've been looking at both these teams. And again, reminding everybody, it was a lot about LGD getting set up through Meteor, where on the other side, Hacker just needs to kind of find a way to get Care LWX's resources. Maybe a little bit less so this series for LWX, but still Care absolutely, and get them to be those late game carries we know them to be.
Exactly. Got it in game number 1, although there was some outside help from LGD. But if FPX can get to that point, we know what they're capable of, and I feel like Care's in a... Again, I feel like Syndra is a pretty mediocre pick into LGD and the composition, but they're always going to be able to blow up someone. Now look for the gauge!
Ooh, quick flash from Chocho. That should be the Rift Herald to Hacker, though they will contest it here. Meteor!
Oh!
He steals it away. And everything's going the way of LGD so far. Chains of Corruption does miss. Chocho gets a nice little stun, but Chocho's down. And a second kill goes to LGD. A third will too. The curtain call's not enough. Shallow, who can't get the damage, the repels there. Meteor's still alive. He finally dies to the smite of Hacker, but what has it brought? Nothing but destruction.
FPX are routed. They're burned. They're the Phoenix by LGD. They lose the Herald. They lose the team fight. XQW, can he get on top of LWX?
Put away LWX. Put away your Jin. You have a plot armor. Something. Throw it out. I don't know. Something. Okay, see, there you go. Plot armor. LWX is okay.
Yeah, XQW doesn't have the damage to kill him anyway, but it's quite funny. Meteor gets in. The smite is just there. Just there for Meteor. Hacker doesn't have upgraded smite, anything like that. Yeah, Shelton picks up the top side, and LGD are just killing everyone. FPX is trying to get through that choke to try and regroup with each other. And yeah, Shallow, who just not able to find it. I think it's the smite of Hacker in the end, which gets it. He steps forward into range. For clarity, Meteor still had flash. He could have just
He did, and he was almost out as well. Like, he was in the back of the pit. He's like, I'm gonna go back in. Let's see what happens. And Spike comes down. But really, really heads up play from LGD. They get the Rift Herald now in the side lane for Xiaoshu. Now we're actually looking at any response to be had from FPX.
Yeah, exactly. With so many skirmishes going LGD favored, you do start to wonder, will they be able to make do on the wrongs that they found in game number 1? Right, they had a massive lead. What was it at the peak? I think 7,500, 8,000?
7.5.
Yeah, so will we get that same level of oppressiveness here from LGD in terms of the gold lead? Yet to be seen, but whether or not they do, what we do want to see is a much better level of execution come out to close out a game if they do continue to grow this lead.
And we do see that 3-kill advantage for LPC already lending to a Greaves upgrade and the shield bow. Now mid lane, flash cocoon. Care doesn't have anything to care about any longer. As now Xiaoshu, speaking of caring, needs to be a little bit mindful. While a big play pull for LGD in the mid lane.
Yeah, flash forward, pick up Care, get a play off the back of it. Now it bleeds into the jungle of the bottom side here as LGD will now continue to invade camps as Chocho and Hacker. just try and defend their mid lane tier 1. Xiaoshu's actually teleported to the mid lane, so I wonder if this means they're going to try and 5-man bot and just have Xiaoshu kind of in the wings in the mid lane.
Dragon's coming up at 50. Maybe they just want to make a play beforehand, but it looks like they're just going to have pulled that trigger.
Oh, the Herald, of course.
Yeah, the Herald. And
Xiaoshu had Herald.
He had to deliver it some way, somehow, through a TP.
A little bit of Amazon Prime. Get that Herald in next day, right? And they managed to pick up those plates on the back of it. So feels good for LGD right now. And there's 20 seconds to kill that dragon. They've got priority, or had priority in the mid lane and the bottom side. They are getting the resets in now, so this could be a window for FPX to try and pull something back. But look where Hacker is. He's on the top side. It feels like there's just not really any inkling that they want to contest it because they know how far behind they are.
And you can already see that Meteor's heading into position. They already have a lot of vision on the bottom side as well. Care will be moving up here, maybe trying to see if Hacker can connect these two solo lanes. So far, so good on the LGD front for this second dragon.
2 dragons, super early, 14 minutes. We'll see what the soul is. If it's Tech or Infernal, things can start to get really, really oppressive here. As a lot of damage traded in to the LGD mid laner, but he's not going to feel too bad about it as he just dips into Fog. Goes to assist with his team as they pick up the second dragon. And FPX haven't really had any answer to anything so far this game, it feels. And you start to wonder when it will actually happen.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, you have Care, who's obviously stacking up to some extent. Shala, who did show off those Jack skills in the late game, in game number 1. And I think Hacker having a lot of that forward aggression with the Glacier Prison will be very, very instrumental if FPX want to find anything here. But so far, it's been a stranglehold by LGD.
Yeah, just really utilizing this at least pit to its near maximum potential. And just exhibiting why it's so perfectly pick banned as, yeah.
You have to move out. Hacker uses the Glacier Prison a little bit defensively to pull back. Tibbers comes through. Their TP on the Tibbers as well. The curtain call is coming through now as well as Hacker moving forward. We said we needed to see that forward aggression from FPX. They pull a play on LGD while they don't get any kills. It's something of a breath of life.
Yeah, it definitely is. Just showing that they are still able to kind of just throw hands, keep LGD off their bottom side from making continuous plays. But we still want something a little more proactive for FPX, I suppose. This isn't really their window just yet. They are going to need a couple more items, right? Shalahu, it feels like you haven't really seen him get too active until he hits that 2-item mark. Syndra's kind of there, needs boots and, you know, another component to really come online. And that's when I want to see FPX just try and, you know, play Fog, find a stun into immediate one-shot, and then try and pick up the objective, or an objective off the back of it.
True.
But right now, LGD continue to just push forward at their own leisure.
Ooh, we got the Everfrost top side for Xiaoshu. Will be the Eclipse completed there for XQW as well. We see at least LPC and Jinjiao now moving to mid lane. A little bit of a collapse from LGD to make sure that FPX aren't doing this Rift Herald.
Yeah. Quite like the Everfrost adaptation. I say adaptation, it was the build before Roa came out.
It was, yeah.
More in the lines of, I quite like it in this game, just having the additional layer of lockdown becomes really impressive. Now, yeah, Shalahu, there's behind enemy lines.
This is a little bit iffy. Oh, but look, because of the XQW under tower, if they needed the power unleashed, Care get the kill back. It's trade 1-for-1.
But the thing is, I feel like Shaluhu's a little more important to the FPX lineup in comparison to XQW, and XQW has teleports. So if this is drawn out for another 20 seconds longer, LGD will just have numbers advantage again. So sure, losing their mid laner, kind of a big misstep there from XQW. Herald's still going to go to LGD, and FPX aren't interested in picking up this mid-tier 1. They want to contest the Herald, not let it go for free. They don't want to let it go.
Hacker wants to contest it. He wants to get that steal that Meteor pulled off, but now his health bar is no longer anywhere near steal territory. The shot blocked by Jojo. What a wonderful goalie opportunity for FPX. As LGD, they will take that Rift Herald, and they should be able to move to mid lane. Tibbers does get used, re-engage from Jinjiao, though, and you've left yourself out and Care is gone yet again.
Yeah, it's just so unplayable.
God,
Great
this
call.
is so impressive.
I just feel like LGD walked away with so much that they wanted in the draft. And just generally, FPX's inactivity on the map right now is just kind of led to a situation where not only have they handed the reins to LGD, I mean, they were always going to have the reins with an Elise pick in the early game. I'm not sure they'll ever be able to grab it back for now unless this game goes really late or LGD makes a massive mistake, let's say in front of the Baron, like they did in game number 1. And you get a replay of the pick here on to XPW.
Oh, that actually...
Yeah, Glacial Prison was so close to landing. Get T-Tor to the flash forward and the arm press. Not bad. Yeah. Final orbs. Come in and take up the Jax, the Jace. Jax, Jace.
The JA.
They're both in. JA, yeah.
XY are close to each other.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Just missing a couple letters. I got you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. LGD, well, they know they're there now. And that players.
Oh, that's so close for LGD getting a solo kill top side.
Oh, that's so funny. It's just that the Jax auto attack comes out faster than Xiao Shoes does, and he gets the Divine Thunder healing.
The big guy,
Super close,
alright?
though.
He needs a little bit of wind up.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the wind up frames on the auto attack.
But Jax is like a master of weapons. You have Gragas who's just walking around with a keg. Like, I mean, come on. It's a little bit of difference in auto attack speed. But we do see actually collapse over here around the Dragon Pit because that is LGD's point of pressure, at least at this point, because this is Soul Point.
Yeah, and it's Hex Tech as well. Strongest snowballing soul in the game. LGD have rolled really good here. If they can secure this dragon and put the pressure on FPX to contest the fourth, they could be in a really good spot as they look to turn.
Boom, flash from Chocho onto the backline. Jinjiao's already gone as well. It's turning into a 4v5. The curtain call is coming through, but blocked up. Actually shot through. He's gonna hold that fourth one. Wait to see if he can get it through. Does not. The FPX have dissuaded LGD from the dragon. They also don't want to go for it.
Yeah, don't have the health bar on Hacker. That's the crucial thing. Not enough HP to actually play out the fight, so they will just take a reset for now. And I think we're just going to do it all over again. Same dance. Take a look at the elements though. We've still got the absolute power. Is that what the Syndra is called? I always forget.
Power Unleashed.
Power Unleashed. There you go. Still
again,
available to FPX. Thank you. You know, ability names, it's not really, you know, it doesn't need to be my
You
forte
do the
as
numbers, I
analyst.
got the name.
Exactly.
That's how we do it. That's how we combo it. LGD just kind of sneak away the tempo of the game and take their third dragon.
Yeah, just able to slip in, get back on the map first. I don't think Meteor ever actually reset, so just able to get this one under their wing, and now that's third dragon, right? Just saying before that initial fight kicked off that get this to Soul Point, all of a sudden FPX, they just really have to worry about the fact that that Soul can come through in a couple minutes time, and it can very easily force a bad situation, or a bad decision rather, out of them. They're several thousand gold down. Could see a whole wide range of different things, right? LGD just go towards the Baron when the dragon spawns up. FPX are like, wait, don't you guys want Soul? No, we'll take the Baron. So we'll see what the decisions will be from LGD and whether or not they can force that kind of error out of FPX.
A little bit of a moment of calmness, at least for both sides now, as no objectives mean no fighting. In terms of the general state of the thing.
Is that the LPL way, though?
Apparently that's the LPL way here. I mean, we had 10 kills last game at like 30 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Ooh,
always
that's
feel like
naive.
that is an IE. I always feel like we end up with really chill games a lot of the time.
Dude.
And then we get the complete bangers.
And
Like
then
they're
I
just
was
like
about to
complete
say.
volcano eruption games. But a lot of the time, you know, sometimes middle of the pack games, they're just a little bit quiet. I guess it just depends on the teams and how they're feeling on the day, what they ate for breakfast.
Oh, we do see a flashing burn though. Down two. In a little bit of trouble down here with his stop shallow who can re-engage in there. There is a collapse from LGD on top side. Care. Be a little bit careful. Does have the vision there to see that coming.
a little bit too quiet whilst
Because they have a spider on their team, Jamada. Here's a quiet. Have you ever heard a loud spider?
Yeah, but only in the movies.
Oh. What movie are you talking about? Like Eight-Legged Freaks?
That's exactly what I have in my head right now, yeah. That film, like, it genuinely kind of gave me arachnophobia.
It's terrifying. It's terrifying.
It is a terrifying
The spider in the walls with the cat, like, I always have the second thing, like, any walls. I just see, like, is there a spider? But there are spiders in the walls right now in FPX's house. They are Phoenix, so you'd wonder why they don't just burn the house down. But Meteor is there, and he's pointing present.
If you burn the house down, then you have nowhere to live.
But it's a spider. Like, is there an argument?
That's the kind of it's a spider.
I don't think there's anything more I need to say.
Yeah, based and true. Mazel, based and true. don't need to.
We don't need no spider stands in this house. We do see though those third items. At least 4 LPC completed. That'll be the wits in there, so a little bit of that on hit coming through. We get the Banshee's Veil second for me here, but an engage goes a little bit wide and topside. Enough to get XQW out of there cleanly with a flash.
Yeah, really nice flash. If he flashes immediately, then Care can just follow through with a flash of his own and lock down the mid laner with that Scout of the Week. So really nice. Discipline to not immediately flash, not only the ultimate, recognizing it's going to go wide, but not flash in a panic to then get chased down, because that very quickly could have turned into a lot of pressure, potentially snowball for FPX. I imagine in a situation like this, they would have tried to have just flipped the Baron, so really nice discipline there from the LGD mid.
You can see it's just pressure right now that LGD are playing with. They know the advantage they have, and they just continue feeling out the defenses of FPX around the map. They've moved from top side, now they're on bot side. It's 1 minute until their soul spawns.
1 minute and FPX. If we try
it's
and
like
take
a fight
stock of the
night
game,
timer.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fight night timer, and not only that, you have to really consider, are they even in a position to fight? Because I always say around this marker in the game, will the dredge line come out? It's like the answer is no for now. You know, we've seen 5k gold leads before where actually, if you take a look at the inventories, the items are actually parity. So it's a 5k gold lead, yeah, but it's not complete items which change champions. Here, however, across the board, there are item disparities. Top, AD, jungle.
Seraph's Xiaoshu.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
He's chilling. I mean, it's part of the build. It's part of the build that we see a lot of the time right now. Kind of surprised he didn't go Roa in the first place, to be honest.
I was wondering that if we were going to get any adaptations from it, but no, it is literally that. So a lot of grip being the name of the game for LGD, a TP, try to contest something here, but that sets up for the poke that LGD are pointing present for.
Exactly, they've got the poke, even though it's on hit Varus, it's still going to pack a fair amount of punch. And of course the Jays.
Engage. Oh! JoJo has found the backline access. That pivot did huge work, but JoJo, he's getting chased down. The hammer slam from XQW. He got the curtain call, now trying to do something. It is a split fight for FPX. They have a bit of a health advantage, and Shalahu coming to collapse. So FPX actually do a wonder here and take a bit of a trade fight against LGD.
Oh. Yeah,
he almost dies to that. Like, I mean, the cast is there.
You know Xiaoshu was just considering E-flashing, but Meteor coming back in with a little bit of health available to him with the front line of Xiaoshu. Maybe
he stole it again. Is the nightmare there yet again against Hacker?
He's in the
pit! He doesn't get it, but Xiaoshu does! And the rabbits are done! They're dusted! And they are dead! As a huge LGD presence in a 2-fight win! Back to back and now into a Baron.
FPX can try and burn the house down to make the spider go away,
but
go away. Man, it doesn't matter. And speaking of fire, look at this engage from Chocho, man. 4-3 members, I think, flipped by that canny stun. So hard for LGD to really react to that. Health bar is so heavily chucked out. Ultimate comes in and Jinjiao drops to the curtain call, and LPC would have been close to follow if XQW doesn't tank it up. Shalahu just isn't able to come in and capitalize on these health bars. He's being man-marked there by Xiaoshu, but look at this. Who gets their smite in first? So smite comes in, I believe, from Hacker. And Meteor, I think he's smiting a champion, and it's just Xiaoshu who manages to steal it away. hilarious stuff from
That's the Saris, baby. No, but it really was just a clutch moment for LGD to continue to press this lead, right? They're 8,000 gold in the advantage now. Shallow, you might have leapfrogged your way to a death here, buddy. As he went up over the wall trying to get the grab, has to go right back over the wall, but there are spiders in the walls, Jamana!
I'm terrified. It's eight-legged freaks all over again.
PTSD here, I can't. Yeah. Somebody save the cat!
Yeah, someone save the cat. Good thing that, oh man, if there was a Yumi in this game.
It would be so fitting. It would be so fitting. The 8-legged freaks have taken over Summoner's Rift again. They're in FPX's walls. And now it's just a actual push in the mid lane. Top side as well. Looking at these inhibs, still 1 minute and 40 seconds on their Baron buff.
Yeah, with the soul, see, it's just too hard to step up if you're FPX. Inhibitor number 1 is gone. And now they'll just have a top wave to work with. FPX, I don't even know if there's much point in saying that there's still a chance, because right now it's going to take a massive setup from Chocho, who had no
TP on the back. They're trying to find it. They engage a little early. Shout, who is still so far away. He make it. They've already lost Chocho. And now the shots from the accelerated shock blast will come through. Shala, who doesn't really have an angle. He gets Everfrosted down. Engaged from Jinzhao. And that flank meant nothing against the might of LGD in this series.
FPX are being 3-0 today in this best of series. LGD, they're going to close onto the Nexus towers. First one's going to drop. FPX, I think they're out of gas, Mazel.
If they can make one last-ditch effort here, more shock blast coming through. They have another minion wave, one knockback from Care. You haven't been able to find the bridge, though, that FPX were taking to the promised land. And LGD, while they do lose down, they're still looking back onto FPX, and they're starting to fall apart. There's more feathers left on that plucky Phoenix, and LGD will go up to 3 wins in their series of the spring split.
And they're going to need it. I realize I've been silenced a little bit. That's my own mic doing that. Apologies. But yeah, LGD, I feel like in all games had a lot of positive things to talk about, right? It was just that very, very hilarious game number 1, which led to this being drawn out to a 3-game series. Very, very clinical in this final game. I think it has to be said. I think they were just angry at themselves almost. And FPX, I feel like put themselves in a hole, right? By leaving up the Elise in this game, feeling like it was such a problem that they trade out the ban. And LGD pick it up and they just run with it. And that is exactly the kind of LGD that we want to see when they have all of this early agency.
And I'm just saying, XQW gets their first win in the LPL. Let's go! But LGD as well, speaking of, right, we said this was a point of pride. You're facing the bottom of the table teams. Those wins are even more important while you're looking at the top of the table and matches you have in the future, right? And this win for LGD, it puts them to 3. That's not that far of a breath that they could take here for themselves while they have those tough opponents. It's looking positive. Meteor again sticks to the rule of getting priority lanes and working through that.
Yeah, I mean, what I will say is, with how competitive the LPL is right now, the bar to make it into playoffs will likely be lower than it historically is. So if we're, if we're huffing the copium,
and let me whip out the Mazel's Hopium Emporium. Where is it at?
if we're huffing on the Hopium here, there is a chance, theoretically, that if they somehow manage to sneak away 3 wins somehow out of the back end of their games, they make it to 7. That might be the line, guys. I'm just saying. Not going to hype them up too much because, again, it is a very tough run of schedule for the next couple of weeks. It is effectively just the top 5, top 6 teams here in the LPL they have left to play, plus Team WE. I will say, however, BLG sometimes trip over themselves, so maybe they can find some leeway there. But yeah, still today, very positive. And like you say, I think this is just a very nice way to put it. It's a point of pride, right? Making sure that you don't kind of leave the season with so few wins is kind of just critical and crucial to team morale and the environment for the team.
I do want to take a stark look at FPX, though. Obviously, a lot of disappointment here when they came out swinging in game number 1. I will say a little bit of brightness, right? They have been losing. I mean, this is the 6th series loss in a row for them. They had lost all other 5 and 2 O's. Now actually making it the distance, trying to come out with something positive there a little bit more. But their schedule coming forward is a lot easier than I would say LGD's is. And that's where you have to kind of pull some of the positives that we saw here, maybe change that champion pool and bottom side a little bit more and figure out how to make it work with Hacker and the rest of the team.
Yeah, it feels a little bit strange, right? The decisions from the FPX. Sort of, I don't want to like criticize the coaching staff, but more in a sense of, you have LWX, why are you not putting on the hyper carries? It feels like too much of a burden is being placed on Care if he's being put in these carry situations, or even Xiaolahu to a point. When you have such a talented AD, give him the hyper carries, give him these very powerful picks in the meta. Today, we didn't get to see that, unfortunately. And for LGD, I think probably for the happier to see that LWX wasn't on something like the Zerios taken away a lot of the times, or any of these other agency picks, which feels like he can very frequently, at the very least, take over early lane stages with.
And what a clutch pick for the Gragas here, actually making him through for the third game. And really Xiaoshu having a lot to say in those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Gragas is a really, really powerful pick at the moment on this patch, and I feel like we haven't really seen it too much in the LPL off the top of my head. I expect that we will continue to now start to see it a little bit more as popularity kind of grows for the pick and people kind of get to grips with what it can actually achieve in the solo lanes, but also we see it in the jungle a little bit too. So it is a bit of a three-way flex, triple threat, makes it very hard to deal with.
Well, we get to speak to the jungle man himself. Meteor is there with Christina. We'll send it over to the interview.
Hello there, welcome to Postgame Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Meteor, the jungler for LGD. Congratulations on your reverse sweep in this best of 3. If you don't mind, I really want to touch on how did you guys reveal after losing game number 1, which you got 7k golden leads before that Baron team fight, and how did you guys reflect on yourselves or maybe adjust your form? 欢迎国豪来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜老干爹今天在 BO3 当中让1追2拿下了这场比赛的胜利。如果BTR 这边不太介意的话，其实我们想了解一下，在第一局你们在领先7000经济，后来因为一波龙团被翻盘之后，是针对这一局做了什么样的调整和准备呢？
就第一局的话，就我们优势很大嘛，然后可能就中期有点着急，就一直去频繁的想逼大龙吧，然后。就我们打大龙的话 ，C 位的位置会很差，然后被对面抓了几波团战的机会，然后我们这个阵容后面可能就不太好打了，后面频繁的失误吧。然后第二把的就打完第一局的话，其实就说不用那么急吧，就稳定一点做决策，打好每波团战就好。
Actually, we really get a big lead in early game, but maybe we were a little bit hasty in mid game, especially like in the Dragon team fight, and our AD carry's position was not very good for us, and maybe they have find some great angle or opportunities to engage us. So for game number 2, we just need to stabilize our mentality and hold on and do better decisions like this. And the second question, speaking of the game number 2, something interesting I found is you have almost the same draft with game number 1, except you changed the support picks. So what's your take on draft in game number 2? And for Fun Plus, they also pick the same draft with the game number 1. 那么国豪选手这边也刚才提到了第二局的准备嘛，其实我们发现在第二局的时候 ，BP 这个方面，不管是 Fun Plus 也好，还是 LGD 这边也好，除了你们最后会用一个寒冰替代了泰坦的选择之外，其他的选角禁用的顺序甚至都是一样的。所以你觉得第二局这个 BP 的情况你是怎么看待的？然后为什么会用一个软辅去替代了那个硬辅呢？
就第二局的话，就因为我们那个阵容总体来说感觉还不错吧，然后也是前面也拿到了很多我们该拿到的优势，然后对面为什么不换 BP？ 就对面肯定赢了也不换嘛，然后我们也觉得阵容好，所以两边就用了一样的阵容。然后至于下路为什么用艾希的话，就我们下路觉得线上好打一点吧，可能就我们下路就觉得艾希可能会有不一样的效果，就换了一下。
From my perspective, I do think this draft is decent for us, and also for FunPlus, they won the game number 1, so they will not change their draft. And in terms of the support picks, we do think that Ashe is really better than Nautilus because we want to get some leads in bot lane early game, so that we just think this draft is just like the game number 1. And next, I want to touch on the game number 3, which you performed pretty good. How did you manage to snowball the game? And there was so many tower dive, gank, and you also steal the Rift Herald. So how would you evaluate your own performance against these jungle champions? 那么第3局的时候，可以看到老干爹这边可能在阵容上也有一些稍稍的变动。那么国豪这边是怎么在前期开始就频繁的去进攻、游走、gank， 甚至是还有一些前期抢先锋都是很关键的。你觉得在前期是怎么样展开自己的一个思路的？
因为对面第3局 BP 有改嘛，去把就版本比较强的蜘蛛放出来了，然后也没有选，然后我们就拿下蜘蛛之后就做了蜘蛛该做的事情吧，前期，然后节奏也是比较顺利。其实就是蜘蛛的一个滚雪球能力比较强吧，然后我们就比较擅长的发挥了他的就是强的地方，就做到了。
In Bampi's strategies, FunPlus just gave us Elise this champion is open, and I really want to pick this champion. I do think she's really excels in like controlling the game pace and do something proactively. We just need to utilize her strengths to snowball the game smoothly. Final question for you: we all know that LGD is trying to explore your appropriate playstyle or the other things. So, is there any room for improvement from your perspective? Because we're also seeing there is a lineup rotation for your team or the other thing. 那么最后一个问题，我们可以看到老干爹现在也是在积极的寻找自己的战术风格嘛，并且有时候也会有一些人员的轮换，看能不能打出什么样的效果。那么你觉得下一步这边队伍这边还在哪些部分需要改进和提升呢？
就首先赢下一把比赛，大家自信心也会有比较大的提升吧。然后也就是慢慢探索版本吧，然后去找到比较适合自己的打法和当前版本比较好的东西吧，然后去。就是沟通啊、运营什么的都可以去做比较大的提升。
Actually, with this victory, it's really just like confidence and mentality boost for our team, and we are still trying to exploring the meta and try to improve our team synergy and macros, the other things. Maybe we just need to improve all of this aspect for us. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢国豪来到我们的赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧。Back to you guys.
Thank you to Meteor and Christina. What's the copy pasta? You just need to improve laning, CS, you need to improve jungle, secure, warding, all those above. But nice to hear from LGD as they're picking up the pace in their own right.
Yeah, and it's also nice to hear that, our sort of assessment of this win was kind of in line with how LGD were feeling, right? This win only helps them build, the confidence inside of the camp. And we actually just heard in areas speaking to me. The man's only gone and got himself MVP for that final game there in the series. Super happy for him. I think he definitely earned it. And it's very hard to look.
And it's not on Sejuani.
And it's not on Sejuani, right? And I think it's very hard to not look good on this champion. But Meteor really stepped above and beyond what we see out of even some of the strongest Elises that we get to see play here in the LPL. And otherwise, because the whole of LGD rallied around his plays and where he was looking to find picks.
That's the thing, is a style that we need to see from LGD, and it goes in so beautifully when you have that connection from Jin Zhao as well.
Yeah, exactly. It was just so difficult for FPX to ever match this level of aggression in the early stages. And yeah, Meteor was consistently making proactive picks. He stole the Herald, was always hovering around the bomb side and making things super awkward for the 4v4, for the 2v2, and turning it into a numbers advantage that FPX could never answer out in the skirmish.
Really incredible stuff from LGD, playing to their strengths. FPX struggling to some extent to find purchase in this season. As we said, 3-6 now for LGD, moving themselves up into a position to try and contest for that 10th slot if needed. But that is going to be it from us today, Jamada. I want to thank you so much for joining me as we got to kick off this Super Sunday on week number 6. But that means that we still have more action to go. It is going to be OMG versus IG, and then Weibo versus LNG, the banger that was. And it's Sheen Nightmare that'll be joining us on the cast. So we'll see you on the other side.
They're going to use this now as priority to push themselves forward, deal with mid lane. Rookie goes in, maybe seeing if he can catch somebody out. There's the face seal, it's a Fofo! He kills him, assassinated on the back end. Rookie does it all, and Rookie is smurfing on this Yone.
Care's coming up. He's tanking it. This is it. This is a race for the finish. The doomsday clock has come back alive. And Care, he's moving in to clean up RNG.
He's stacking.
That's the gargoyles, though. Fourth shot on the hacker. Gala's doing some work here. Care can't do it. Care, he's on to Gala. But Angel, he's on the Nexus. Angel, he's on Care. And Bree takes him down. RNG, they might have just pulled back from the brink of extinction. And Royal never give up.
Having that flash available, either cleanse and Konami just consistently pressuring the bottom lane of IG. I'm not too sure if they can reach that late game.
Well, Kanavi's coming through. Explosive cast sends him back in. Into
everywhere.
Ruler's quiver. Kanavi and Ruler.
Yeah, no teleport on bot side, but you got to be so careful with how you want to go for the 6,000, 5,000, 4,000. There's the ultimates coming out from the junglers. Mark taking a significant chunk of his own health bar. Secure it. Got it in there, and JJ wasn't there on time. Good Aqua Prison to try and stop Mark from really re-engaging this fight. Chain of Corruption is decent, and they take down JJ. Here we go! Fofo finds 4 men with the Shurima Shuffle, and this fight is all AEG. Never mind, Jackie Love's still doing work, and Ala takes it out on the backside of it. What a turnaround fight from EDG!
He's overextending now, but still you can see how confident he is to step up like this. And he's gonna
the cocoon. TN wants to get a kill back. Wise Cam. Oh my god! TN is taking a 1v3 and he gets a kill back on a Gideon.
Dude, you just got 1v3 this guy. It's not, it's a 1v3
Bring
again.
them all! Godzilla is in front of you as TN wants to take out On.
No
He's
way!
a hungry Croc, and he's coming for all the blood as Wink chases him down, but he can't get him. The fate seal from Dove. He's able to secure it, but it leads to Dove getting locked down and Dove going down to Rookie. It is a snowball from the deepest regions of hell, and IG have no way to fight the fire.
Everybody's looking at you. People up the front now. Everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now. Everybody's looking at you. Oh my, they're licking their lips now. Oh my, you're stealing the view. I think I know what they're thinking. Trading their dreams for someone like you. I don't know got this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd. Let it out. Yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニューレクチャー全力で追い越してよさトレーディングモード始めよう 然な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわそげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. Got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. 'Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know?
I
You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more.
我觉得下一场对战我们去下路的话，我们对线应该是两边都会打的，可能会比较激进吧，这个也不好说，得看选出来的英雄，然后应该更多会在支援团打架吧。我觉得整活这个东西的话，就得看后面有没有赢吧，后面赢得多就可以再整一下。
Get more creative, win more games. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We had a little bit of an extended break as we are setting up for our second series of the day. I am not Mazel. He is not Jamada. It is Ushin and Nymera bringing you for the... I know. It's a bit of a shock for me, too. I'm also a bit disappointed. I'd love to be Mazel, but sadly I cannot be. But we are coming into our second series of the day. It is OMG versus IG. Both relatively high up in terms of playoff standards. But we were just talking a little bit there before we came into, into the live broadcast. Where and how are they going to be if they make it to playoffs? That's kind of thing. We expect them to be there, but how are they going to look when they get there?
Yeah, because IG, they had a great early start to Spring Split, had a good run of form, started to flicker out that flame a little bit now. By no means have they completely fallen off, but if they're going to be in playoffs, how good are they going to be? They're going to have to do some extra kind of R&D, a bit of extra development. And OMG is another team which matches them on some of their strengths. If you want to kind of like have this iron sharpens iron approach, start to really get into their strengths, OMG is a good team to focus particularly on their team fighting against.
See what they want to try and go for. Of course, we have the intros now for the teams. First two matches are in Shanghai. Our third match is in Suzhou, I believe. So we might be having to play a little bit of catch up, as was becoming the norm for me at these stages of the LPL.
Bit,
it seems to be it just happens, man. It just absolutely happens. But we're going to see what we're going to go for. And again, like, it's really interesting as well. Again, something we were kind of talking about, we're getting ourselves set up for this matchup. It's very set in stone how these teams want to play. It is very much, you come in with OMG and IG, and there's a very set expectations of how they want to try and win out the game.
For sure, because it feels like these are teams which have found their identity, as you were saying. OMG, they play towards their fairly unique drafts, which are normally fueled by Shanji on the whole. Shanji playing a couple of different top laners and stuff like the Rumble is a pick she loves. He's played the Udyr top as a counter to Kasance. And that has allowed OMG to have very particular ways they approach mid and late game team fights, particularly with Cream bringing out some of his picks like the Yone as well. You look over at IG though, and if we're talking about team fights, ever since IG lifted that World Championship trophy, this organization, regardless of who has been on the roster, has had a bit of flair, and they've had a hell of a lot to bring to those team fights. Now you've got, players like You Should Know Me in that top side, being a 1v1 menace, much in the way that his predecessor was in the Shy. This team will be going toe-to-toe with OMG in their favored kind of strength of those team fights as well.
And I like as well that you kind of like think about, the IG flair, like you mentioned there. It does feel like this team, in most recent years, obviously losing the rookie and the Shy is never going to be easy. Two of the best, if not, the greatest solo laners the LPL has ever really seen in terms of a duo. now you're trying to come in and create a new dynasty and a new face for this. And it does feel like with the combination of Dove, Gideon, and YSKM, this is an opportunity now for these teams to really have a say on who IG is going forward. It feels like they can reinvent this team and show to people that it's not just, you know, good old days, memories, remember this. There is things to be excited for, because you got to remember, this is a team that coming in now, this is their 10th series. They are 5-4. They are still very much up there with some of the best. And yes, they have definitely looked a bit, you know, hot and cold depending on what matches you looked at, but that's the whole thing, is that they're still learning. It's still a very young squad.
And now they have I'm not going to say a safe buffer to kind of work with, but more of a buffer than other teams which are trying to get into the playoffs themselves. And OMG is one of those teams. OMG 3-4, IG 5-4, they have a couple of games in hand, and that means that you can take a game or two to say, all right, maybe this issue has been plaguing us, what can we do about that? When I think about IG, you think maybe a little bit about some of the weakness which particularly a player like Wink has had sometimes when he's come towards either very early on in the lane or towards kind of his mid-game, so he's been caught out in some awkward situations. Maybe they could focus on that for a game or two, put him onto some different champions which he's not performed on as much. Maybe you try and get him an engaged support if that would help him, as opposed to some of these enchanters which he's been a little less solid on. And then maybe you could also look towards YSKM, who's on your screen there, some of his champion pool as well. What we have in this top side is, as I would lightly put it, you have a man who has practiced 1,000 different champions in Shanji, and then you have the man who has practiced 4 champions 1,000 times in YSKM. We've got both sides of this kind of philosophy of how do you approach your champion pool, but we have seen that a couple of times YSKM has been forced onto picks outside of the Aurelia, Fiora, Camille, and the Jax, and he's looked a little less certain on them.
Yeah, I think that's the best way we can kind of put it there, is that, like, not as confident, not really looking for those big outplays, and that doesn't really, especially how the season has started, it doesn't really feel like it's a great fit for IG. I would like to see them maybe lean a bit more heavily into how they kind of play around him, but I suppose, you know, the argument against that is that he's going to have to learn how to change his style up just in case his team needs, you know, the meta change, whatever it is. But right now, the meta's good for top laners. The meta's good for the way, you know, you kind of carry from that front if you can. So we'll see if they end up kind of going for it. But I am excited to see what Shanji versus YSKM brings us, because these are two very, very good setups here and very good at being kind of kooky and crazy in the top side. Don't forget, Shanji was the pioneer for the Shyvana top. He loves the Rumble. He loves these like very heavy AP picks that can be utilized in such unique ways.
Yeah, and I love that you bring this up, because this is where we kind of get to bring in kind of some of you sat at home who will have been watching LCK, LCS, LEC and say, hang on, but isn't this a bot lane meta? Isn't this about that? Well, the LPL has found ways in the spring split to really enable top laners in a way that other regions haven't necessarily done so in the same way. And when you have these two players on the Rift, you understand why YSKM is not being allowed to play stuff like the Jax. Immediately banned out. We're into those picks and bans. Rest of the bans, though, are going towards that bot side. See that Abel's Samira has been banned. Expect that to be banned the whole series. We're on to patch 13.3. Abel's already great on this champion beforehand. With the itemization changes, that will have some skyrocketed in priority.
Yeah, I think that's the... It's always going to happen. You're going to get these plenty of bot lane kind of setups here. I do like the Jax ban against YSKM as well. So now we'll see what OMG want to try and prioritize themselves. And picking up the Sejuani nice and early, really not prioritizing Abel or PP God in this sense. Definitely a bit of a shift away from what we've seen priorities for a lot of the regions around the world, is that this isn't what, you know, a lot of LPL teams have seen. They think that the jungler is far more important. They feel like they can get a little bit more done. And they aren't as afraid to kind of break the mold a little bit. They're not willing to go for that handshake. They're willing to kind of say, okay, we're going to shake things up. If it doesn't work, fine, we fall flat on our faces. But if it does, you got something to think about in game 2.
But the reason why I like the Sejuani first pick as well for OMG is putting the nameplates on as well. You look at the picks which particularly Cream plays, and we can talk about Shanji as well, but Shanji, you know that he plays a lot of his melees, we know that he plays a lot of different champions. That applies to Cream as well. OMG, one of the reasons they're so unique is that they have Cream playing stuff like the Yone, the Sylas, the Kassadin, which are all going to combo up very well with that Sejuani. I think that Lee Sin coming in is meant to be a bit of an answer to that, because now if you are playing against a Lee Sin, which has been buffed on 13.3, the Annie, which is of course really rising priority across that world, you lock in something like a Yone, You know, the last time we saw Annie mid being played was into Yoda as a counter, but we got to show up a little bit about that. I love this so much. This is OMG absolute classic. If you want to see OMG's composition in terms of what defines them, it's this kind of composition. Long-range engage with these solo laners picking some flair.
Yeah, and again, this is just typical to what OMG like to do. They know they can put Sanji onto an AP mid or AP top laner. They know they can just kind of prioritize this Aki Cream setup and put them on the assassins. And yes, IG will kind of say, okay, we need to actually make sure we get ourselves a bot lane, because otherwise there are going to be more AD carries. There won't be any AD carries left to pick if they let them go into the next ban phase. So they pick up the Draven. Could still be an Annie flex to the bot side. Does give you that hard engage, but wouldn't be surprised to see maybe OMG cover their bases and maybe ban away something like the Nautilus, just to be sure to be sure.
I think you have to ban away the Nautilus, because I look at this Annie, and as we were saying, like, I think it was last Worlds, we actually saw the Annie into the Yone even before all of these buffs came through to that champion. Annie does well into that champion, even though you have the Sejuani as the melee synergy, which can of course upset a number of mid laners. Locking this Draven though, I want to focus on that a little bit more, because we've already seen OMG are going to have backline access. You can have a Yone ult flying through, you're going to have the red carpet laid down on top of that. This Draven, unless they hyper snowball, is going to have a very difficult time team fighting, because those ultimates are just going to lock them out of the fight. I'm wondering what IG can lock in alongside this Draven in terms of as a whole composition, which can help IG get off to such an early advantage that they don't have to contend with OMG's considerable team fighting power, even with just the first 3 picks locked in.
Yeah, and I like the coverage we're getting right now from OMG's bans. They get rid of the Galio, kind of say, okay, look, we're not going to let Dovo go on Galio duty and just kind of lock in the Camille for YSKM, go for that big kind of, you know, all-in engage on one person and kill them. And they also get rid of the Aurelia as well, so kind of making sure that Shanji isn't going in too worse for wear in this top lane. And then the Annie is going to be going down into supports. That is going to be the Silas into the mid lane, you would also imagine. It can technically flex to a top lane. We have seen it before, but generally speaking, that is what's going to be picked for Dove.
Yeah, we're expecting that to go towards that mid lane. Of course, Dove has played an awful lot of this champion as well. So, okay, throw out that analysis about the Annie into the Yone. It's going to be the Annie support, most presumably. Silas has a lot of topside ultimates to steal. Fate sealed, great. The Sejuani ultimate, of course, one of the top ones for Silas on the patch. On the other side, though, if you're looking at trying to play towards the Annie flashing forward, the Lee Sin getting onto a target, their job is going to be so hard into Xayah Rakan. We haven't seen this duo picked up that much. Actually, we've seen Xayah with Nautilus, Xayah with Leona a couple of times. Getting the Lovers duo coming back out. IG finishing off their draft with a Gwen in the top side, so very fun AP versus AP matchup towards that top side. And I love this so much, Ashin, because we put this on paper and said, look, both of these teams, they love their team fights, but they do it in unique ways. When I look at the way that these two teams have drafted, it does play into their strengths. You've got some 1v1 strength for IG, the long-range engage from OMG. This is exactly what I wanted to see from these teams facing up against each other.
This is exactly the kind of style we wanted to see. This is what we wanted to try and bring out. I do like that the fact that Abel and PP God have had to go way into the champion pool as well. Like I said, you know what? We're going to have to go Xayah Rakan, because there's so many bans right now. Abel getting so much respect towards him in the bot side. It's like, yes, it is always going to be the Samira band against him, but there was 5 AD carry bans technically as well. The Zeri, the Ezreal, the Varus, and the Ashe were all banned by IG. So IG know where they want to try and win this game, or at least not try and lose it. But on the other side of it, like, I think both teams, regardless of how they ban, I think they got exactly what they wanted, exactly as you said. This is what we wanted to see, how we wanted to see these two teams play, and really excited to see how they kind of come out into this, because this could be a massive game for both these sides going forward into the second half of the split.
Of course, this is IG picking up things a little. It's a little bit of the same, a little bit different as well, because this is not one of those 4 crazy champions, which you should know, I mean, the top lane does play. It's the Gwen, which is, it fits the same kind of style, 1v1 strength, able to kind of outplay in individual situations, but it's not necessarily part of the standing champion pool, which he's shown before. Very important to see if that's another champion which he can pilot to that same kind of level. And of course, towards that bot side as well, we've talked about the top side of IG fairly heavily. This bot lane, though, picking into volatility as well. It's not like Arn and Wink haven't played the Draven before, but it's still just an extra kind of factor of volatility towards that bot side, which they haven't always gone towards.
They didn't know where to go after that, did they? They didn't know what was going on. They were kind of thinking about maybe going for a third chance, but didn't quite formulate.
So, do we got to pick up here? They got to go for it. Got to give some really odd movements.
I like letting the gyos roar. I like to see kind of the
Same.
coordination with it. It's a nice little thing to have. It's as close to a live audience that myself and yourself are going to get anyway, at least for the next little while. But we'll see where they want to try to go for this one. Good little early ward here from Dove to give IG ideas of where the Sejuani should be starting. But outside of that, it's going to be pretty bog standard. Both junglers starting off on their Raptors. It should be moving across to their top and bot respectfully. And then we should just be able to kind of see where this one goes. But I really want to see what they're able to do now on this bot side, because Wink should be able to get some decent damage down, especially with that cleanse onto On. Having that available to him to stop really any kind of, backwards trading should be pretty key here for IG.
And we've got to see where these junglers start to make their impact as well. My read is Gideon needs to get a fair amount of work done, which has not necessarily been his job in spring 2023 so far. He's picked a lot of more reactive picks. He's played a lot of Maokai, which is not the best ganking jungler in the game. Very good at counter ganking, though. He's typically allowed and trusted his lanes to get ahead by themselves. In this game, I don't think you have that same kind of degree of safety. Like we said, Draven going to really struggle into the team fights later into the game. If a Rumble ult hits him, Leona gets on top of him, going to have a very bad time. So Gideon, a little bit more obligation to do things early, and maybe we've seen before.
He has got the tools to do it. We've seen plenty of Lee Sin kind of creeping back into the LPL meta. It's been great to see, to be perfectly honest, and certain junglers definitely very happy to have that early skirmishing power back.
Do you reckon if like Lee Sin, if they just writ down on the patch notes that he was buffed but didn't change the numbers, do you reckon they just play him anyway? LPL loves Lee Sin.
Yep, I 100% believe that. I think that it's I think every jungler loves playing Lee Sin because of the skill expression you get with him. The ward hops, the flashes and stuff, and it's just fun.
I completely agree with that. It was kind of said back in Season 4, Season 5 that Lee Sin would always be meta. Even if he did 0 damage, he'd still be played. And honestly, he's lasted a very long time considering he's been in pro meta for such a long time and had so many changes to the champion, so many nerfs over time, let's be honest. And as you see, that Gideon is on the bot side of this map, hasn't found early inroads into early lanes just yet. Sometimes his level 3s can be a bit hard to pull off, then sometimes some harder ganking junglers like a Jarvan is heading towards this mid lane though. Double buffs. Cream maybe trying to see what he can do with Cream Q charge. Cream sniffs it out, stays safe.
Yeah, smart moves there, recognizing, look, don't have information, don't need to go for it, so never really going to kill the Sylas anyway in a 1v1 in that regard. Just getting a nice little early advantage for himself, and the Rumble, definitely a Shanji kind of exclusive pocket
Very
coming
much
out
so.
here. Yeah, and it does feel like it covers a lot of what you want to do right now. You look at the AoE engage coming out from OMG to be able to kind of follow up there with the equalizer. There is so much that you have to be so afraid of in terms of IG that you get caught in a 3-man, quickness, you get caught up with the Fate Sealed. You're in a hell of a lot of trouble because you're going to be boiling with that equalizer.
Well, heck, even Abel in the right situation can add into that combo. A good Feather Core can lock up an overzealous YSKM, Gideon, Dove. If that root comes through, Shanji has so much setting him up for success. And, he was doing this last year as well, right the way in spring of 2022. When I was kind of looking over at the LPL as a region, he's one of the players that stood out to me as someone who had found a way to break the meta. When you have immobile carries in the backline, something like Varus, Victor, in this case the Draven as well, Rumble does despicable things to those champions. They cannot stand in that ultimate. They get absolutely roasted. So maybe an extra degree of difficulty for IG where you think you want to get the Draven ahead, but you also kind of need to put the Rumble behind as well. Gideon, the more I think about it, this Lee Sin has to do an awful lot. And we're 5 minutes into the game, Gideon's not blown any flashes, not ended up comboing up with his lanes just yet. And I think they need to do a little more, Machine. I think they need to do a bit more to keep themselves afloat.
I mean, it's kind of just been passively walking around. Aki's been farming up, getting himself nicely leveled, as we see an attempt at an engage in that bot side, but not to be done just yet, as Aki is in the area. Wink moving forward. They don't have the Grand Entrance, so not really in a position to make that one really work. PP God loses about 2/3 of his health bar because of it, and now Gideon maybe heard you chatting some smack and maybe looking to try and make something work. It has got the Fate Seal though on Cream, which makes this very difficult. So they're going to try and really actually fully engage onto it. 2-man knocked up. The Fate Seal only bring Dove so far away. He'll get knocked up. He'll be taken out. And a flash burn by Gideon as well. What looked like IG, OMG could turn around completely.
That is the classic call an ambulance, but not for me. Cream notices Aki is just over the wall, and he decides to go all in. Aggressors in the melee versus melee matchup. Cream, honestly, he's done this an awful lot on this champion too. We can talk about the unique pick coming out from Shanji. Cream loves this Yone as a flavor as well. And suddenly, IG, they go for their first play. They go for their first kind of Lee Sin activation across the map. That doesn't work. EP God gets involved as well, and OMG, they are absolutely laughing after the first couple of minutes. They get gold into that Yone. That is absolutely all green lights for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the replay here as well. And again, like you said, it's just kind of Cream really smartly recognizing he's got support.
He has support. I just feel like this is a poorly timed play. Just overestimating what IG can do in their kind of time span there. Bot lane hasn't pushed into the turret. You don't know for certain that PP God is under that turret. In fact, you probably know that he's not. IG just not aware of the moving members, and OMG punishing him for that. So gold onto the Yone, death onto Dove as well, and no real snowball started in any kind of earnest way from IG. Herald's coming up next 30 seconds. Doesn't look like they're rotating towards that right now. And with YSGame kind of permanently pinned under turret, IG, I don't think they'll have the best platform to even go towards that either. So OMG, early game, pretty much everything working out for them. They've got the gold in decent places, and Herald should be working out their own way too.
I mean, look at the CS leads as well coming out from that top side. It's going to be about 20 or so after this wave is killed off, but that's still an obnoxious amount of pressure you're able to kind of build here with Shanji on this Rumble. So Rift Herald has been spawned, and it looks like Shanji is trying to put himself in position there. But he's honestly, this is the perfect Rumble start. You've got yourself your damage and your pen. It's so big. Your burst damage, especially with the poke you put out, is ridiculous.
Yeah, the Hextech Triangle, the Alternator, gives you a good amount of burst. You have the Ignite as well. IG are going to get themselves onto this Herald first, though. Support's roamed up, so Wink is going to be there. OMG a little slow to the play. I don't know whether OMG should have allowed them to get access to this objective so quickly, but they're maybe looking to pin them on the objective, put down the carpet, and welcome them in.
I mean, On's not coming. IG can't fight this. On has to stay bot side to make sure he farms up, so this is just OMG saying, yeah, we're fine. You wasted a lot of time and pressure up at this top side, but you can't go for it. We're not going to lose a lot for it either.
Yeah, I mean, IG, from the way that we were reading it, they shouldn't have been going towards Herald at all. You're against this Rumble with huge power spikes. You've already lost that. Oh, this is a bit of an overstep, Mabel.
Oh, it is all right for the moment. Cleanse is good to get rid of that stun, but almost a bad situation there for the bot laner of OMG. Should mean that the Rift Herald for Dragon Trade does end up coming in, but now no cleanse on Abel, so you know what? Good moves from IG to make sure they punish a little bit of a lazy rotation.
Yeah, that's something. And now you have Draven in a kind of a on the strong side of the map. Draven, whenever they're on the strong side of the map, when you start splitting things, has the extra degree of threat. Because if you give up one kill, shutdown comes through, snowball starts at that point. So IG maybe looking to play towards that, particularly with that cleanse down, as you were saying. But either way, IG kind of slipping up in the last minute or two around that Herald rotation. Feel like they really shouldn't have looked towards that. They wasted a lot of time, which could have been used towards trying to make a play elsewhere. And OMG, once again, feeling very happy about how this early game is evolving for them.
We'll see what they want to work with right now. OMG very much in control, having winning lanes, apart from bot lane, of course. But even then, you're not really worried about that particular setup at the moment. As we can see, YSKM just trying to farm, dude. He just wants to try and get as much gold as he possibly can. But Shanji knows there's not going to be any fights anytime soon. Drops the equalizer to clear the wave, to harass, to kind of say, look, you will lose at least 1 or 2 minions every single wave.
And the thing about casting ults under turret like this is that you are forcing an ult out of YSGame. Forcing under turret, the fights are definitely not happening for IG.
Oh, the Ignite comes down. They need to get into the mist. They cannot take him out just yet. Flash has to be burned. It's in response to YSKM's flash, but now Gideon finding his way towards this top side. He's going to find Shanji. He's going to be able to find a kill here.
Oh,
actually, no, Shanji. He's going to look for the execute. He can't get it. Gideon lands the Sonic Wave. and a bit of an overstep from OMG.
Yeah, that's a bit overzealous. Just saying that IG, they're not going to find their own fights. You're pinning this Gwen in the tower. You don't have to overforce things. OMG, things going fine for them. Now Shanji's burned both of his summoners. YSKM's going to be able to push in a full wave into tower. Probably going to get himself a plate as well. That's a much needed breath of fresh air from IG, particularly towards this top side. Maybe YSKM, with that kind of reprieve, can find something a little extra for himself towards it to get him into the game. IG. Now, I'm not saying they deserve to get that, but it was handed to them. They pick up the pieces. They'll take it, right?
Look, I'm saying, if there's nobody around and you find 20 euros on the ground, you're
yours
not
now.
obligated to do anything about it. That, you know, it sucks. You don't deserve it. Someone lost 20 quid, but you know, no one's around. That's how it is, you know? Take the W.
It's like when you've kind of put like some jeans into the wash or something like that. You take them out, you realize that there's a €5 note in there or something. It's like, oh, that's like a present from me to me. I don't really know I deserve this. I lost it in the first place. Maybe I should have snowballed that early game a little harder, but hey, we take it. So now Gideon gets that first kill. Now, that still needs to be used somehow. You need to actually use that gold to start a snowball off somewhere. Currently, IG down 1,500 gold. They're getting to the point where the first team fights of the game are going to start coming through when you get to second and third dragon fights, first items being hit. And IG, I don't think they're in a great position to take straight 5v5s. They need to start finding picks around the corner of team fights. Maybe Gideon can help in regards to that with gold that he's just picked up. As you can see, Aki making sure that's going to be a bit harder to do though. Trying to get some vision out, but Shanji's left alone on the weak side of the map. Potentially top side play incoming.
I was going to say, Gideon obviously wasn't looking at his own screen right there, or not on his own character, so didn't recognize that there was a ward just standing on him. The equalizer comes out just to clear that wave, so there will guarantee be no dive coming in.
Okay, so I gotta jump in because that reminds me of a very cool thing. The player which I always remember when it comes to that is going to be the weirdest tangent. In Season 5, there was the Jin Air top player called Trace. He used to just do this all the time. We just literally just walk up, clear the wave, understand that he was going to get the farm with his ultimate, but basically not impact the game outside of that, just nullify the lane. Shanji paying some respect to his forebears of that champion, great Rumble players of the past. And you can see that YSKM tries to push out and get a trade in that replay picture-in-picture.
They know they're there. Yeah. They know they're there. They're going to stop him here. You have a flash here from Wink. No stun just yet. Quickness comes out just to try and delay. Gideon was on his way down as well. Honestly, I feel like that was 100% necessary from PP God to make sure they didn't lose any summoners before this dragon fight in a minute.
Yeah, a bit of a brush ward diff. PP God, I'm not sure. Yeah, he's not in danger there, but IG, credit to them, trying to get Gideon involved somehow, some way, get onto the board, who is going to get himself some plates down here as well, even up the plate score with that Herald used earlier from OMG. We are still left with OMG with a healthy gold advantage. First items coming through after these resets come through from pretty much everyone across the board, and still yet to really see the first heavy hammer blow hit in this game.
Nothing too crazy just yet. You are picking up pretty much first items for everybody, as you can see there. The Immortal Shield Bow and Gale Force picked up for Cream and Abel respectfully, as we see, ooh, right between the sticks, not able to get it on, will flash away as there's no quickness to really lock him up. Flash by Wink is defensive. The Fate Shield is not going to land, but it does not matter. And they find their man. They just get themselves an opportunity where they know they have numbers advantage, and they make it work for OMG.
Yeah, the Annie didn't have stun up, couldn't retreat fast enough, couldn't peel for themselves. IG, despite not getting caught in the initial engage, can't protect everyone on the return. See that? Shanji, of course, he doesn't have the teleport. He has to walk down to these plays preemptively, and once again, we see one of those classic rumble ults clearing out in the turret. Shanji maybe looking to overheat onto YSKM here, but W comes out well enough.
Definitely going for a bit of a trade. Still very difficult, really, for YSKM to really do anything, even without the rumble ult being available.
So, Dragon goes over to OMG, which means that we have one early Dragon apiece. That is also problematic for IG. They haven't managed to get themselves gold into the advantage anywhere across the map, really. Haven't managed to get themselves objectives into their pockets either. So, OMG, once again, starting to get to the point where they can maybe start to really threaten this Draven if he should ever overstep in any of these team fights, despite him having very strong itemization on this patch, on the 13-3 patch. Gideon looking around the corner. See if we can catch someone out there. Second Herald has spawned. maybe looking for our first fist fight of the game.
Kill one pink ward and another shall take its place, as IG do not want to lose control around this mid lane just yet. They've got on sitting on a pretty decent item spike himself. How's that Essence Fever? Still yet to get a cash out, as he's sitting on about 490, I think it is, maybe 500 stacks. So it's a lot of gold. It's a hell of a lot of gold if he's able to try and get that one cashed out for himself, but it might be around this Rift Herald. It's a dragon apiece, 2 kills to 1 to the good for OMG, and they've got themselves a 3,000 gold lead, which is helping them out, especially with some of these more expensive items they've looked to pick up in the first bit of the game. IG, not to be outdone, are moving around. I will say that it's OMG who have the lanes kind of set up much better for themselves. Bot lane and top lane are pushing against the side of IG, so you gotta be very careful now. They're gonna walk straight in here onto YSKM, who isn't really in a position to fight this, so he's gonna take a big bad trade. Doesn't have the mist anymore, and has nowhere to go. He's just left on his lonesome. The equalizer makes sure there is no cavalry to come in, and IG, it just feels like they're being picked apart.
This is what happens when you can't just brute force your way into the river with early power, with early item advantages. IG, they had a very specific window of time to get ahead in this game in earnest, and they've not really managed to do that. OMG, credit to them. They understand that as long as IG aren't in the river, and kind of forcing OMG to kind of not use their combo efficiently, they have all the time in the world to look for their plays. They don't rush onto the Herald. They go back towards that mid lane take up and take that outer turret there, and now walking away with another set of gold to their advantage. Very, very happy again with how that is working out. Another kill onto Cream. And I actually understand why YSKM was looking for that play. You see the bot lane outer turret with no local gold being given over to IG. So that's another kind of bit of cash being taken away from them. But YSKM is just trying to find some way to stop OMG from getting the optimal combo. Look for a flying threat them so they can't just put that Rumble ultimate onto everyone across the team, but it's just not in the right timing with the rest of his team picked off, and that's going to lead to mid lane outer turret down, Herald going down, number of kills going over. OMG very happy.
I mean, this is really great to see from OMG. They had a bit of a slow start, you know, obviously only sitting on 3 and 4, not exactly in the playoff picture just yet. Gideon getting a bit annoyed right now. They have a Sejuani ultimate in the back pocket for Dove, but not really able to gain anything off it. But for OMG, they brought in PP God to improve off of 2022 summer. They wanted to make sure that they got a bit further ahead, and it feels like after a couple of games, a bit more synergy being built up with this team, it is starting to pay dividends. They are starting to look like one of those teams that can, you know, maybe creep into...
Oh, not again.
Myself here. They're going to walk in. Yeah, you can't do anything. ISKM, he's just got nothing to go here, and honestly, I feel like this competition from IG is so reliant on Gideon getting the engage, or even Dove would have stolen Sejuani ult, that there's just not else that they can really do.
And, you know, in previous series, earlier in the split, maybe YSKM had gotten solo kills in lane. Maybe he'd gotten to the point where he is an individual force. That is not the case in this game. He's picked up the Gwen, which he's not played this split. We've definitely had some worries about YSKM's champion pool, and you can see that in moments like this, it feels like YSKM is just a little bit lost. He doesn't really connect with his team. We saw around that mid lane, and up here too, doesn't understand the threat that he's under. Goes down very easily at that point. And OMG, this is an absolute cakewalk for them.
It doesn't look hard. It really doesn't look hard. They've tried to make something work now on the PP God. They will get Dove to steal away the quickness. TP comes out. There is no quickness available for PP God for this potential dragon fight, so big engage tool no longer available, but you've got so many added options now. 10 seconds. IG are trying to defend this, but again, it's OMG are kind of saying it's second dragon. We don't care right now. You can take it. It doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, well, it's not like IG can force it down when they're forcing down mid. Shandy's doing a hell of a lot of damage.
It's 2 fights. Gideon almost dies. He gets ignited, nearly taken away. As you can see, it's IG. They don't know where they want to go. They don't know what they want to do right now. They're being pulled. They're being stretched. There's an equalizer. It's slowing down on, taking huge chunks out of his health bar. There's the Sejuani ultimate to land on the wing. Nobody has died just yet, but little by little, bit by bit, IG are just falling at the seams. Look at the health bars of OMG. They've lost nothing.
They've lost nothing because they know IG. They have to hard commit into them if they're looking for a fight. Shanya goes, okay, I'm gonna go, you know, farm some Nighthawks to stacks, just get that item procced onto Arn, onto Wink on the side, onto whoever he can. Take down those HP bars so IG can't look for a good engage. And OMG, they're playing so patiently. The IG, they're running out of options. They seem lacking inspiration and definitely lacking the gold which they would realistically like to be fighting with.
I mean, we just saw a little highlight there. It's over 600 stacks now for on this Draven. But
this is like
what
Doggo's Draven. You know,
I
that
was
one
just
game where
about
it
to say
ended 0-0?
He ended 0-1 and 0 because he died right at the end, I believe. But
Yeah.
again, it doesn't matter how much stacks you have if you never get to fight, if you never get to interact. And right there was a perfect example of what's been happening. It's a 6,000 gold lead right now for OMG.
Dog steals the Glacial Prison. I mean, that can be a source of inspiration for them, but it feels, again, too little, too late. IG, they departed a little bit from what they have succeeded with in the past. YSKM on a strong individual champion that he's a little bit more comfortable on. Didn't have access to them in this one. Oh,
they're
engaged
looking
at
for
least.
it. This is it. They're going to go for it, but it's on the tankiest member of OMG. The fates are sealed. The stacks have been taken away. YSKM is finally here, but he can't do anything about it. They looked for a pit, and they got routed.
Oh, that is absolutely disgusting from OMG. The first time IG group up in the same spot, they are punished for the audacity of stacking together. The AoE comes through. This is what IG have been trying to avoid for the last 22 minutes. They group up once and they get absolutely blown up. Gonna go back into the replay to see how this happened because IG, their own jungle is not theirs anymore. This is what happens when you lose so many mid lane turrets. You don't have the ability to defend your own jungle. OMG come out of it, and they get to let everything on top of each other. No one is free to do damage. YSKM is not in the right place to really turn things around either. OMG, seriously impressive how they've controlled the game to get to these huge engages.
And I love the way they layered their ultimates as well, because they could have just said, oh, let's go for the one line, everyone goes this way, we win.
No,
but they
everything.
didn't. But that's the thing, like, it's the fact that they went, okay, Equalizer goes vertically, Fate Seal goes horizontally. They cannot escape. There is literally no direction you can go where you're not taking unholy amounts of damage.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Do you reckon you could do like an arts and crafts thing? It's like we're gonna draw like a horizontal line here, and then we think that we have the feathers kind of going across
And
this
here's one
diagonal.
I made
Like, it's actually
earlier.
modern art.
It's like Art Attack all over again.
Yeah, it's like the M in OMG actually stands for modern art. It's crazy. I never knew that. I'm learning that today. But they're really
it's mosaic. Like, it's just incredible. Like,
oh, mosaic God.
yeah.
Well,
oh my God. It's incredible.
Well, IG might need to return back to some color theory for a next game, which looks like it's inevitably going to be one which they're going to have to crawl out of a series deficit from. They're sat under. Don't hit the turret. Engage comes through.
Oh my God, there goes so much damage. You can't really defend this. It doesn't kill anybody just yet, but they're going to try and get Wing to engage, but it's not coordinated. Wing gets a great stun, but the equalizer, the stolen equalizer from Dove is just not going to be in the right place at the right time. So now 11,000 gold down, your base is being cracked open, you don't really have any gauge options. It's got to come down to Gideon with a kick, but he's got no flash.
Yeah, he doesn't have that. Wing, can you miss it? Your support's gone. The Annie not able to stand and fight with that stun for not nearly the first time this game. Wink has had a couple of these games this split where he's fallen behind the curve of the game, and he kind of doubles down on some aggressive plays, gets caught out looking for those big engages. And OMG, you know the thing which really impresses me about this game? It's just looked so easy. They haven't panicked at all. They had one overforce under that top lane out of the turret, which could have gone better for them. Shanji, the one death of this game for OMG. In fact, in the aftermath of that play, OMG, they get themselves their comfort picks, and they look so calm about it.
It's just, honestly, so great to see for OMG, and they're still not done yet because they got 2 items, 2.5 on this on this Rumble. They can initiate with that. TP going to be coming in. That's Cream. He's not got himself a great position to be here. Does get the Fate sealed and the kick, but Dove TPs as well. So he's now caught a little bit too far forward as they look to try and make this really scrappy engage. A flash forward as the feathers do fly. The stolen Sejuani ult does stop any more advancement, but Dove is dead. Minions are pouring in. OMG are kind of having fun at this point.
Oh, yeah. There is actually no threat of a re-engage after that point. I mean, as soon as the Draven is hit by any of the big ultimates, he can't fight. It doesn't matter that he's got 2.5 items going on 3. Yeah, maybe Draven can turn things around with a huge shutdown from his ultimate, because of course the stacks you have give you the extra execute damage, but as soon as something tags it, just can't fight. And IG, well, I don't want to say I told you so, but we definitely told them so right after draft. We haven't found any solutions. Gideon's going to die for his trouble as well.
This is rough, to say the least, at the moment. And the Dragon that puts OMG up on the soul point. And this game feels all but done. And honestly, it's apart, literally one turret, one kill. Outside of that, it has been a perfect game from OMG. They have literally lost nothing, if not very little. They have not allowed IG to come into it, and it does feel like it came from the draft. This draft from IG is so limited in how it can actually function, and with the ideas that OMG came in with is that, okay, we're going to win lane. We got the Yone, we got the Sejuani to combo with him, so mid lane's going to be fine. As I say that, stop myself because Wing's getting engaged upon. He's dead. There's going to be the Draven trying to get his stacks off, but remember, he lost about half of those. Dove is running between his turret and his inhibitor, trying to figure out which one he wants to die under because he's not going to last much longer. As I say that, he just about keeps himself alive. Gale Force not enough to kill him off, but Lee Sin shall not be as lucky. Third and final inhibitor will fall, and yeah, Nymera, it's got to go back to the drawing board and draft.
It has. This is not unknown from OMG. This is exactly how they play if you give them the chance to. IG let them have their comfort picks, and they send them to their graves with it.
Oh, PP God gives over 1,000 gold shut down. 2 kills now over the side of IG. They're not quite done just yet. They do lose everything. All things are done. As we can see, the feathers going flying. W trying to maybe get a bit of a movement here. Will not be punished as they do get the Zaya down, but I'm not trying to get excited. It's good for IG, but I mean, look at guys, your base. Like, you gotta lose the game. Stop chasing kills.
Yeah, this game is still over, but OMG, I mean, that game is really, really over. Yeah, Winning's trying to do their best to help out their team, which are continually running into IG, missing a load of skill shots and very nearly losing the game. 3 inhibs, 3 lanes of super minions do a heck of a lot of work and leave a lot of wave clearing duty up for the side to fight Chi. They get themselves some shutdowns, but OMG, yeah, the fact that they're still, the game is trying to end. The game is effectively over. OMG, the only people who are just standing between themselves and winning this first game.
I mean, honestly, it looks like they're going to take the Baron that's spawning in 12 seconds, and then Baron with double super minions with every wave. You can imagine that is not impossible to defend against. As OMG just wanted to give them a little bit of fun. They wanted to give them the cash out so people can't be like, oh, if you got the cash out, they would have won. It's like, no, you got it and still lost.
You know when you play like a single player game, and you know that the map is very obviously heading towards this is where the story progresses, and that's where you go into the closet on the left-hand side to see if there's any like collectibles or loot or like something you missed. That is what OMG are doing. They just sat here and go, but what if I didn't end the game? What if there were more stats to be had? What if there was more damage to be done? Pick up some more items. They kept themselves in their fancy new equipment, and this should realistically be very much the end of the game.
It should be the end of the game, but we'll see if IG can pull off a bit of a miracle. If they can pull this off, I'll get a little bit more excited. The inhibitors are respawning in bot mid, but here we go. A little bit of a stolen ultimate there. Great equalizer to try and just pepper down these health bars. As IG trying to see if they can make this one work. Dove goes in, the Lee Sin is already dead. Gideon wasn't really able to do much of anything, to be perfectly honest, this game. The Rumble shall fall 5-3 and 5. But at the end of it all, it is going to be OMG comfortably taking a win over IG.
That is about as easy as you like from OMG. You pick everything that you're comfortable with, and IG just let it get away with it. Didn't give them any problems in the early game, didn't really give them any problems in the team fights. The only victories which IG had, it felt, were the ones that which OMG just let them have. For the next game, I really want to see a couple of things. I want to see Gideon off of the Lee Sin, which has to be more proactive onto something that can react a bit more. Something a bit more like the Maokai, which we've seen a lot. I know that was banned in this last game. But that kind of archetype, something that can counter-gank rather than be the aggressive force. And then you have to get YSCam back onto one of his champions, which he can succeed in a 1v1 as well. Shanji, if he's winning lane as a Rumble like that, that is a huge issue when you have, as IG, one of the most impressive top laners of this split so far. That shouldn't be allowed to pass for free.
Absolutely. And look, the Gwen isn't going to be able to do anything when they're constantly in the turret, they get no resources, and they're not able to fight. That's the whole thing. The Gwen, it just thrives in those situations where they can kind of bait you in, maybe get a big cooldown off. But the only real big cooldown he has is his ultimate, and even then, it's not really going to be the big engage tool that you expect it to be. So just the constant poke, the constant harassment against the Rumble, and you knew it was coming. It was you had seen the Rumble throughout the entire thing. You saw the entire composition. The Gwen just doesn't really fit into that particular setup. So really feels like IG just set up their top lane to fail. It didn't really work out for the side of YSKM, and for OMG, honestly, this is why I'm quietly excited about this team. Yes, they lost to Ultra Prime earlier this week. That's a bit of a step back there. But you look at some of the other losses that they've actually picked up this year. Is that, like I said, they lost to RNG, still a pretty decent team. They lost to RA, solid enough team, and they lost to LNG. So it's like, okay, these are all pretty decent teams that they're losing against, and majority of those go to 2-1 anyway. So they are a decent team. They're just slowly coming together. And today we saw the addition of everything coming together and finally showing the results of what this team can be. And it just looked clean, looked perfect.
Yeah, and up until the shenanigans around the Nexus, they were largely pretty clean with it, and they didn't panic. They managed to pull off their combo, and they didn't really give... Like we said, the only time IG won was when OMG kind of let them win. But of course, moving forward into the rest of the draft, the real question will be, how do you perform when you don't have these real... kind of eponymous picks with your team, the ones which you've made your name on, the ones which have defined you as a team? What happens if you don't have the Rumble or that Yone, which you've played so much around? IG, I think they can very much look to deny them in the next couple of games, because this was far too comfortable for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, IG, you banned 580 carries, and then bot lane didn't matter, because Abel and PP God still were able to just kind of survive. Xayah Rakan is a combination that is so safe and so good at just kind of absorbing a lot of this pressure that you're never really going to be able to find an advantage there, unfortunately, even though you have a hard kill bot lane. So I feel like your strategy just needs to completely change, and you need to try and just kind of cover your top lane and play through what's strong for you. Like, On and Wink have been fine this split, but the way IG have won has been through Dove and Gideon, has been through YSKM getting those big advantages. So play to your strengths. Yes, it is a strength of OMG's as well, but at least give yourselves a shot.
Yeah. So, like I said, a lot of this comes down to draft. We'll have to chat about that when that comes back up on the screen. But yeah, IG, they have to really step up in game 2. That was unceremonious.
Yeah, it was not pretty, but great for OMG. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we'll see if there's any adaptations in draft for game number 2.
我们将对一位其他赛区的选手进行描述，然后你可以猜猜他是谁。
其他赛区所有赛区都有是吧？
是 LEC 或者 LCS 的选手。
所有特征都是一个选手。
然后我们会一条一条的说这个描述。
OK。
他是一位来自瑞典的 AD 选手。
继续说吧。
LEC 的吗？
瑞典是哪个赛区啊？
不知道。瑞典，不太知道。
在成为电竞选手前，他的梦想是成为一名足球运动员。
有这种人吗？
我猜错没问题。
足球运动员。
他的队伍曾在世界赛小组赛0-4的情况下最终出现。
继续。
0-4 Cloud Night 吗 ？TS 那个 Double Lift 是吧
？FBI 吗？
他的外号和国内一位 AD 选手有关。
Sneaky， 跟 AD 有关？不知道。
跟谁？跟 U 太有关吗？
不是 U 太，是另外一位比 U 太
还要老的一位选手，微笑，欧晨。
Reckless。
跟不是我说他外号跟我们有关的那个，是不是退役很久的 AD？ 那个什么欧晨
？Reckless 吗？反正有0-4过吗？好像有。C9好像是只有0-3，然后出现了。我想起来了。
是那个 Reckless。
欧晨。
Reckless。
Fnatic 的 AD 是吗？他是欧晨吗？
对。他是一位来自北美的选手，他曾8次进入世界赛，打过1次 MSI 比赛。
Impact。
123。
G2 的杨口什么？或者 Cavs。
我。不是，没事。
TSN Cavs。
杨口什么？北美。123。
北美的 MSI 的决赛，
不知道。
他曾7次止步世界赛小组赛。
C9 的 AD Sneaky 吗？
说实话，我是18年才关注世界赛那些的。
123。是 Impact 吗？
他的经典言论，在座的各位都是垃圾。
在座的各位是垃圾，这么狂吗？是谁啊？
还有第三。
我不知道。
8次进入世界赛，大师兄。
Double Lift。
Double Lift。
我已经知道了 ，Double Lift 吧？是 Double Lift 吗？
是那个喜欢说垃圾话的吗？
我知道他长什么样，大师兄。
那个 double left。
double left。
哦，大师兄啊。
double left。哦，大师兄。
他是一位来自 LEC 赛区的辅助选手。
好，继续。Mickey 或者 JJ。
那个咋拼 M 什么 Mickey 什么的。
其实欧洲辅助我不是知道很多，我只知道 Mickey 嘛，那个叫 Mickey， 还有 Harrison， 我只知道这2个辅助选手。
辅助选手，不知道。下一条，这个有点难。扣谁的？
他的绝活英雄是泰克，
还是不错，就这样。
他的生涯死亡数位居赛区第1。
辅助选手。
小帅。
不知道。
没了。
那这一定大家都知道。对，就那个嘛 ，Hit Set。还有吗？提示还有？
没有了，但他可以给到你，他之前在荷兰几个待过。
我大概知道是谁，那是希利桑吗？哦。
LEC 的辅助选手，我想一下，那个就是木马派克那个，啊对，海里桑。
海里凡。
海德颂，哦不对，海德颂。
海德颂嘛。
哦，我知道了，海德颂。
那个海德颂。
我前段时间还看到，就是海里桑好像在欧洲的助攻榜是第1，所以我想应该死亡数也是他。
绝活派克，海里桑吗？海里桑啊，海里桑，
海里桑，
海里桑，我还跟他交换过队服呢。
他来自克罗地亚。
下一条，还有吗？
克罗地亚。
下一条。
形容他的关键词是亚索1v1。
Caps。不知道，我盲猜哦。那个 Wonder 1v1，我记得是他说的，我有记得跟德赛1v1什么什么的。
他曾在 LEC 和 LCS 都获得过联赛冠军。
LCS 是哪里
？G2 的那个有印象，但是忘了名字。
AD 吗？
他曾在 AD 和中单位置都打过世界赛。
有很多答案吗？有别的提示吗？
我知道那个人，但我忘记他叫什么了。我记得他跟 UZI 打过。
P 开头那个。
AD 和中单的打世界赛。你继续。
他的招牌英雄是妖姬和霞。
他跟 Caps 一个队伍。
我知道，这个我知道 ，Perks 我应该比较了解，是克罗地亚的。
那就是 Perks 呗。Perks。
亚索1v1，Perks。
Perks。
啊，他是克罗地亚的 Perks。
应该是 RP 了。
对，他的全称是
什么 ？Perks。
Perks 这个太简单了呀。
我想一下他的 ID 叫什么？我知道他的
Perks
吧。那个世界赛那个 Perks， 那个真的是最搞笑，而且感觉他演挺好的，也很强。对，克罗地亚应该只有1个选手吧？他跟我同一年来，然后又回去了。那个 Perks，
答案是 Perks。
啊？不是 Wonder 吗？哦。
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain. Breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're on this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? as forever. When it's love, but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
我觉得对战 IG 的话，就是把我选的英雄的特性发挥出来吧，也不用做太多的事情。新版本好像也是又加强了一个盲僧吧，然后其他的也没有什么影响，就看盲僧这英雄会不会产生什么化学反应吧。我想对 IG 的打野说，你好好在野区待着，别来我这里送。
Stay in your jungle, stay in your lane, and you should be able to kind of do what you need to do there as we can come back in. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. Game 1 was an absolute thrashing by OMG. They didn't go for the Lee Sin bait, even though it is buffed on this particular patch. They were able to make it work so well. And it was all off the back of something like Cream. Cream on this Yone picks up the MVP because his engages were just, you know, smooth like Cream.
And it was pals to our tastes and our sensibilities. Look, we've seen this an awful lot from OMG now. We've seen the Rumble, seen the Yone. We know exactly what they can do when they're in a comfortable game with these picks. And this is just another kind of game where they just run back this composition, which they've been so effective with. And IG didn't really get much to say about it. I have to really see now in this second game coming up whether, one, IG can deny them enough comfort picks for them to be happy with their drafts. And two, if that does happen, can OMG and Cream do similar on other champions of similar style? Because if they can keep doing this with more picks, this is actually very fruitful signs for OMG. We've seen this. We've started to see this from them across Spring 2023. They are a hell of a good team when they're on their comfort champions.
Yeah, I think that's the best way you can put it as well. When they're able to get what they want, they know how to play with it, they look terrifying. And it does feel like OMG were very much, or at least with IG's point of view, they were very much someone who you kind of, you know, maybe said, okay, Abel's one of the big carries. You want to make sure he's not able to kind of get going, get ahead. But it didn't really matter in this game because bot lane just absorbed, and we say it so many times, that this Draven Annie is great, but if you can't get anything done with it, then it's just not going to do anything. And unfortunately, the composition drafted by IG just wasn't really going to do much against what OMG have come up with. So really like what OMG built, really like the way they kind of approached this game, and they didn't really hit any panic buttons. They had a little bit of fun at the Nexus, sure. They decided to have a bit more kind of
The only time they panicked was when the game was unlosable. So it doesn't even matter, honestly. If
a tree falls, does anyone hear it? Like, these are the questions that we cannot answer as we come into it. But now, look, honestly, like, straight up, what, you know, we talked obviously very heavily about YSKM being more of a carry player and getting him something else. I just want to see less bot lane priority for the side of IG. I need to see top side getting a lot more from them.
Yeah, I agree with that. And so stylistically, in drafts, I think that the way that IG would realistically like to play is to say, look, we have winning lanes already. Gideon just maintains them. He responds to the enemy jungler ganking. He doesn't have to be the one to gank himself. He just responds. That's worked really well for IG, and that's worked against top teams as well. Where IG have started to fall apart is when you have someone like Qingtian or the Shy absolutely bodying YSKM in a strong individual matchup, and then IG have an obligation to sort things out, get themselves ahead, rather than just kind of maintain that advantage they already have. As we're going through these first bans, can see that a number of those kind of priority picks for IG already taken away. Maokai, they've succeeded a lot with. Jax, they've succeeded a lot with. But this is something that you were just chatting about. Less bot side priority. This is late game insurance from the Zeri. You're expecting something like a Lulu to go alongside it. This does allow OMG to pick up something like that Sejuani and play towards their own melee synergies and solo lanes. Like OMG did that in the last game, returning to it again.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Aki saying this is just going to how to work. This is a good way that this works, and we have no issue with this whatsoever. OMG are happy to get something that's just stable in that jungle. Getting something like the Sejuani just gives you that initiation. It almost guarantees that you can be a lot more flexible moving forward into this game. I like they're also kind of denying the Lulu here as well, because they're kind of saying, like, you know, if we get this away from you, but not going to happen. They're going to say, right, we're picking up the Annie. Could be an Annie mid, could be an Annie support. They're keeping that flex for themselves.
Yeah, the flexibility is very much valued there. I was actually wondering if you do that Lulu takeaway, because it is so obvious that it goes alongside the Zeri nowadays, because you can lock in something like either a Feli or Decisive. Both of them do very well. On the other side, kind of Lulu's support pairings. IG, though, maybe looking to get something Dove out, to get Dove out of lane a little easier. That's going to be the Galio locked in. LPL Galio has been just forever present. We love this champion here, and now having the Lee Sin as well. Gideon, if he goes the proactive plays, at least he'll have some way to be followed up on a lot easier. I don't necessarily like it from IG in regards to putting Gideon on the front foot again, rather than letting him be a counter ganker, but at least they're giving him something else to play with this champion.
Yeah, and look, this is already for me, IG saying we are going for topside priority. We are getting ourselves something that can work. The Yone locked in again. That is going to be tough for Dove to try and deal with now. The Galio not going to have the best of times, you would imagine, going into that particular matchup. But now you can see here, OMG are recognizing, okay, well, our next few bans are going to be towards our top side because IG, you very much laid out on the table. We are going to try and make early plays happen in the top half of the map.
Yeah, Galio, Lee Sin, they head topside pretty quickly. So OMG maybe banning away the Fiora on this second round ban as well. That could potentially be an option for them. Allow Shanji to go towards something. Well, okay, so he's played a lot of Cassante, which is a weak side champion. That's not great on the current patch. It's been nerfed fairly heavily. And that's why IG, I think they are actually banning away a lot of the kind of more survivable champions that you can't dive as easily. Renekton being taken away. Maybe they can look towards banning away Sion as well. That could be another option. Just stop Shanji having a champion which is so hard to break up in that top side if they're going towards YSKM getting ahead in a 1v1 matchup.
See what they end up prioritizing now. The first pick. You imagine it's an AD carry here for OMG. They want to try and maybe leave that Shanji pick for the last one. Gives you that priority into that lane. And the Felios coming in here. So late game insurance versus late game insurance. Both bot laners just kind of having a handshake right now and saying nothing's really going to happen.
Okay, that's a little interesting. What you are looking for now from OMG is to have a way for Felios to survive the initial dive. He wants to be stood behind where the Galio is going to be ulting and then just absolutely explode them with his ult and his weapon combinations after that point. Felios, particularly on the 2-3 item combos nowadays with the itemization changes, 2 items very, very strong for this AD carry. With the Annie support alongside him, has some ability to kind of play around very big explosive team fights. It's actually going to be YSKM picking up that Fiora. As we've known to be, it is one of his specialty champions with a draft which allows IG to go topside. Shanji, you have to have something which can be undivable at this topside. Something that can outplay in the 1v2, the 1v3 situations. What you got for us?
I mean, the Darius would not be terrible. I will say it does leave you very heavily reliant on AD. You are not got a huge amount of AP burst damage. The Annie does a bit, but definitely not significant enough. And that Darius is locked. It's like 2016 Worlds all over again. We're getting Darius versus Fiora in that top side. And this is very much a skill matchup. It's going to be on YSKM to plan out where these ripostes are going to be the most useful.
It's 2015 Worlds machine.
Sorry, apologies.
In fact, we were both there in the quarterfinals. I think that was one of the first live league events.
Yeah, I went to every quarterfinal. This is the sad thing. I went to every quarterfinal day because back in 2015, I was a really big TSM fan. I was like, they're gonna make quarterfinals, and I don't know which quarterfinal they're gonna be on, so I'll buy tickets for all 4 days. Guess what year they didn't make it to quarters?
And you know who helped them with that? I believe they were in LGD's group back when they were one of their first Worlds appearances. But yeah, bit of a throwback to that. That was the Juggernaut patch, the Juggernaut meta up in that top side of the map. Fiora versus Darius. We have it many years later, 8 years in fact, 7.5. Haven't quite reached the end of the year just yet. But Shanji, if we're talking about that matchup, needs to be in a position to 1v2, 1v3, because if you fall behind as this Darius and you don't make that first big outnumbered play work, IG have a way to get You Should Know Me online. If You Should Know Me gets online against this top side of the map, the Yone can struggle into the Fiora, the Sejuani can struggle into the Fiora, and of course the Darius can very much do as well. Much more win conditions from IG this time around. They've denied some of that comfort from OMG, giving themselves some of their own more comfortable win conditions.
And I mean, the thing is as well, like you said, if the Fiora can get ahead, it's a very good situation from IG. However, this composition has one button, and it's go forward. There is not really a huge amount outside that. Yes, later in the game, the Fiora should be able to get the side lane, but if you fall behind right now, the options are just so good for the side of OMG, similar to game number 1, where they're just going to be able to pick you apart, build that momentum like they did in game number 1. And Aki on this on the Sejuani is just going to be so much more prolific at setting up his team than something like Giddy on the Lee Sin. It's similar drafts. It's definitely a lot better for IG in my opinion, but it's definitely not a million miles from what we just saw in game number 1.
Yeah, it's better from IG. Does that make it good? Now that's the question.
That's for IG to figure out.
Yeah, we'll figure that out very shortly. Because if IG play in the early game the way they did that last one, you're still going to find a situation where you're against a Yone, which you engage into very heavily, and you have this Aphelios, which is going to be really, really scary. Yes, you do have your Zeri Lulu. Zeri Lulu works when you have slightly elongated fights. Aphelios, if a fight is very quick and he just gets to like cast abilities and fire his ultimate off, he outvalues most AD carries in the game, particularly if you're doing very well with your weapon combinations. I have to say, I've missed Aphelios. I really love nerding out about how he kind of cycles through his weapons and how you're kind of setting yourself up to play around different kind of timing points as you get to different combinations in that game. And if this is the kind of game where IG aren't as refined and like we saw in that first game, and you allow able to absolutely pop you with an Inferno Ball, with rifle turrets coming down with the Caliber and Crescendum, you're going to have a very difficult time. This is still not an easy game for them, despite it being easier than game 1.
We do have a little bit of a pause. Of course, once we get any information, we will let you guys know, but shouldn't be anything of too much consequence.
Got any podcast topics? Anything you want to revisit right now?
I don't know, man. I'm excited for Demon Slayer to come back. The movie's coming out like next week, I think.
Oh yeah.
That's gonna set us up for the.
With that. I watched the first season, and I kind of.
It's great. It's great. The best way I put it is like it's still a shonen anime, so it's still very like explaining what's happening rather than just showing me. But the animation is so gorgeous. It's just popcorn.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just popcorn for your eyes.
And now we have to find a way to like segue that back. Why have I never made a Demon Slayer reference to Yone, who is literally the Demon Slayer dude? That's his thing. Like the Azakana thing, that's just entirely his champion.
Because he hasn't done water breathing or anything that I can reference. It's very easy. Like, dude, I have an entire water dragon on my arm. Like,
oh yeah,
it goes all the way up and onto my back. Like, but I mean, yeah. I mean, like, it's hard though as well because Fate Sealed is so nice to say. You know what I mean? Your fate is sealed.
Oh, it's lovely.
It's a lovely little play-by-play kind of setup. But
do you have those moments as well where you have you get up in the middle of the night and you're just like, I need to write this line down before I forget it? I have a couple. There's one for there are two for this series. If the moment is right, I'll pull them out. But I feel like they almost have to wait until playoffs. So IG, I hope to God they get there first.
I mean, yeah, it's looking.
So they don't feel like
rough.
I've wasted them. But there's some ammunition just left in the tank there. Like 3 a.m. completely sleep-deprived thoughts.
Yeah,
we have a couple of them.
I've definitely had a couple of moments or two I've thought about it, kind of like, like what would I say in this moment or two? I'm trying to find a game where I can say the very Irish colloquialism of like, there's going to be 3 fights or 3 hits in this fight, me hitting you hitting the ground, and the ambulance hitting 90 on the motorway. I want to try and figure out when's the right time to kind of bring that out because it's very harsh on the losing team.
But to say like, that might be a colloquialism. That just goes hard though. That's great. I've never heard that one before. Thank you for giving me a bit of a cultural experience in that one. I'm trying to think. I don't have anything nearly as interesting as that in terms of phraseology.
No, do you know a bit of Welsh?
See, the thing is, you have the really long place name, but like Llanfair, which is a lot of stuff. I've missed out various syllables. The reason I don't know the full name is because people local to that area just call it Llanfair PG. They just shorten it because why would you say the full name? I've got family down in that area, down in the valleys. But most people in South Wales also don't speak Welsh, so they speak mostly English on the whole. You go a bit further north, and there's
that is very fair. Very few people in Ireland speak Irish in general.
That's true.
Wait,
you're gonna have to enlighten me here. Is it Gaelic or is it Irish, or are they the same thing, or are they slightly different?
Gaelic is kind of the culture. Gaelga is the language, and Irish is just the nationality.
Because I know then there's that, but then there's also kind of like the Celtic culture, which is kind of like the split between two of them, because like Wales and Ireland kind of are both kind of loosely Celtic
Wales,
nations.
Ireland, Scotland.
Yeah.
It's a curious one as well because it's always one that we like to kind of like think about it. So I'm actually trying to relearn Irish right now. Dagda, Rob, and I last time we were in Shanghai, found ourselves speaking more Irish to each other than Chinese.
I think I know one word in Irish, which is shinach, which is fox, because I'm an Ari main.
Fair. I mean,
that's the one word which I know.
You took Ari main to a whole new level with the fact that you were like, I'm gonna learn fox in several languages. Like,
yeah, I don't know when that stopped becoming just like a bit and just became a part of me. It's too far gone now. You know, at the end of like Return of the Jedi, when like Vader's to Luke, like, no, there is no good left in me. You can't save me. That's kind of me with the whole Ari shtick now. I don't really know what it's going to end up.
I have a slight tangent, but it's a controversial opinion. Star Wars is the most overrated story and franchise in the history of the world. There, I said it. It's not bad. It's overrated.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because it is one of the because it's been so heavily criticized as well, particularly as new movies came out after the original trilogy, I wonder if that tempers things. In terms of the original trilogy, because it is so highly rated, there is some logic there, actually.
That's it's not
bad. It's great. It's awesome. It's a classic.
Super overrated. Yeah. Like it's like people. Yeah. It's the most. And look, in the 70s and 80s, that was iconic for what it did, and obviously right now it's been overdone. That was 50 years ago. I understand that, but like the new movie, and the best kind of. I think it was. I was listening to Courage stream or something like that, and he was just like, when the best thing to come out of the franchise is a Disney Plus series, then you know it's an overrated movie franchise. And I was just like, you know what? He's not wrong.
That was
it's good.
Really
again,
good.
It's really good. But if that's the best thing that comes out of it, you know, it's not a great movie franchise. Then is it? Gotta think about it. Gotta think about it. Anyway, we can finally stop podcasting. Maybe we'll make it a real thing at some point as I start trying to defend my takes. But
as someone who owns a lightsaber, be careful. Be careful.
I mean, I'm miles away from you at the moment. Maybe every moment I'm not running, you're getting closer though.
I'm just gonna post your address in DMs. They're gonna be like, so Sheen, how's that going?
Absolutely. But yes, coming back into this one here. Obviously, we did have a slight delay. Hopefully, we'll actually go quickly check with my production team to see what the actual delay was. Here it is. Technical issue. They're going to remake Champion Select and obviously saying picks and bans. There was obviously a slight issue there.
They've done that now.
Yeah, they've done that.
We could have done that during the pause. We decided there was much better things to do with life, the universe, and everything.
I wanted to attack the Star Wars fandom instead. That's more fun for me.
But then if you had like 3 other people then attacking in the same way, would that also be Attack of the Clones? The cloned opinions, at least.
Moving forward,
you don't have to laugh. It's okay. I know it was funny.
We're going to ignore that comment. But coming back into this one here, Shanji is going to get a nice little ward on the blue to make sure they have perfect vision of where IG are going to be setting themselves up. And again, we got to set up this bot lane to be very much a little bit of a snooze fest. Both bot laners agree. It's a long sword start for On. It's a cold start for Abel. They're in it for the long haul. They know they're not really going to be looking to fight until those first items of the Immortal Shield, both for Zeri and of course the Gale Force for the Aphelios. So outside of that, where do you expect us to see, you know, action to be happening in the first 10 minutes of this game?
First 10 minutes, that's a pretty large window of time because that also includes Herald as well. That will be a very interesting objective to track because that's when you see your first big ultimates of the game normally being used. But before that, when we're looking at the lanes, I really think anything which sticks in this top lane is going to weigh double. Any gold going over to Shanji allows him to maybe outplay a Galio dive, maybe outplay Gideon visiting his lane. And of course, on the other side, YSKM, if he becomes a split push threat, that really gives a lot of problems to OMG later into that game. So, with all that said and done, top lane, if there are any options, that's really where I'd like to see IG visit first.
This is the skill matchup that we've been talking about. It's all about that riposte. It's all about how he's able to kind of maybe get that dunk. I've seen it so many times where someone's able to riposte the slam dunk. Definitely something you gotta be very, very aware of, is now they know exactly where the enemy jungler is, and maybe Aki's thinking, I can get a little bit of a steal coming out here. We are gonna see a bit of a contest coming out. They're gonna go for a smite. Fight is secured by the Lee Sin. And Gideon just has to back himself away. He can't really walk forward onto this, and that means he's gonna have to give up that Gromp. So a little bit of a camp lead, doesn't mean the biggest thing in the world, but gold to Aki and pressure for OMG.
But this is completely fine from Aki. He doesn't care that he's missing out on a quadrant of his jungle right now. He's still level 3, he still has a red buff, able to fight the enemy jungler, and it allows Shanji to push in his first wave crash of the game. It means that Shanji is not punished very early into the game. IG, we asked them to go top. Aki does a really good job of shielding Shanji from what could have been the first timestamp where Gideon could have affected his lane.
You see the benefits of having that Sejuani at the top side means that can start proxying. They don't really feel threatened right now. Speaking of being threatened, Link is a bit far ahead of the rest of his team for the moment. They do get a little bit of a push in. They're going to go very aggressive here. Look to try and get this one here. They won't land the Q. PP God gets his stun down. Now IG very far forward. They have to grab it up. It's a 3-man stun. Huge for OMG. They're going to be able to burn off so many of these cooldowns. They're not able to go for it just yet. The flash away, as we can see now, they're going to be Cream going forward for the first blood. And 2 more kills. OMG are getting everything from this. IG, he just needed to leave bot lane alone.
Oh, you can see the angle. If just one more key, Lee Sin Q, hits in the right place, that is huge for them. Hang on. PP God is going to get out safe there, but Abel gets the right weapon combination to be utility for the early damage. He has the Infernum, and he has, of course, the Graviton here. That root will come in so clutch after this point. Goes through the rest of his rifle ammo, which allows him to go into the AoE weapon, that Infernum, plus the Dust Wave into the Binding Eclipse, and that just puts IG on the retreat. If this Lee Sin can't be executing someone right at the start of this fight, things go from bad to worse. Serious overstep or overcommittal from IG. As soon as that play goes badly, they need to find a way out. But stay too long.
I mean, this is devastating for IG as well, because you're looking at it from a point of view of like, that bot lane's now a little bit further ahead. You lost all your summoners pretty much across the board, apart from Dove's flash. So your whole playmaking ability with these level 6s coming up for your solo laners and even your jungler, it's just not going to be there right on time when you need it. And Cream comes out not exactly super far ahead at the moment, but having that kill, getting them closer to that immortal shield bow is just going to be so much.
Yeah, and you know, secondary from all of this, arguably the most important thing are the 2 players which aren't even involved in that fight. Which you see again, Shanji just pushed in another wave towards that top side. Shanji is just about to hit level 6. YSKM has flash, but Shanji, if he hits 6 off of this wave, YSKM could be in real danger here.
Yeah, very much be in danger there. Both level 6 issues. YSKM has to use that to stop Shanji from aggressing. That was it. That wasn't him trying to look for a kill. That was him saying, Grand Challenge is down, do you want to fight me?
Yeah. Again, much like that first game, mostly that first game, OMG, very calm and collective, very understanding of where they're winning on the map and where they don't have to overforce. They're going to get themselves dragging on that bot side. Shanji is doing more than fine in this top side, which is very dangerous from IG. IG, with this draft on paper, you expect them to be heading towards top side. If you're going into a Darius who is very comfortably at items and numbers of gold, that's going to be very difficult for them to achieve.
With the Graviton coming in, they're just putting down some decent damage. PP God takes an unfavorable trade, unfortunately, for himself there. But remember, no flashes for this IG bot lane. Without the Glacial Prison, is very difficult to make something really stick here on this bot side. You want to try and combo that up with maybe a Q or even an AoE stun from PP God, but this is exactly what they want to do. They've got themselves a CS lead. They're pushing themselves onto the tower. And remember, the call was started by Abel, so Abel's the one who's actually going to be a little bit further ahead in terms of the item spike. See YSKM, he's just not able to walk forward onto this.
So the thing about the cold start, or something like the Phalios, is when you cold start on native characters, see this, saw this on Caitlyn a lot way back in the day. Because you can go for the runes cut down, cold doesn't give you any HP, which means you die quicker, but you don't actually lose that much damage, especially once you get your first base after that point as well. So Abel, very happy with how he's doing at this point in the game. As soon as we capture that cold, we get a lot of value out of that as well. OMG, they're ready to just absolutely kick off this game. Once they get to that first item, IG need to be very, very afraid. Once again, it feels like they're now at a point where they haven't reached the early game advantages in the right places to make themselves feel at home. You're not ahead on the Fury, you're not ahead on the Lee Sin, you don't have your big combo up and running. OMG, feels like they're just running back game 1, very similar style.
Yeah. PP God just touching the tower. It's like tip the can. I tipped the can. I can't be caught anymore, but do you ever play tip the can? Do you ever play tip the can?
No.
Oh
what?
my God, is that an Irish thing? Oh my God, I'm finding out so many things.
You tell me,
like,
I don't know.
Tip the can was like, you had like, everyone was hiding. So the kid would be one person who would like count. It's like hide and seek, but basically the way the hiders win is by not getting seen or caught, and they have to go and like touch the place at which like the person was hiding. That's the can. So it's usually like a pole or something or a tree. That's the tip the can.
That is fascinating. No, absolutely nothing. We do have a Herald coming up. That's probably the next place to force play at this point. Next big ultimate coming through. Cream Core.
Yeah, he is caught a little bit, but I don't know if they want to go for this one right now. They are going to try get something there, but Aki playing great defense there away from Gideon, not able to let him get in position to get that Dragon's Rage kick. And Cream just loses his ultimate, so doesn't lose much else off of that play.
Cream does lose a little bit of HP. That is important. Of course, he can't be the big engage factor, but very interested in what weapon Abel's going to cycle through to next. If he ends up going towards the Crescendum and he gets that onto Turret, that means that plate's going to absolutely shred up at this point. I think if OMG can just stably hold a 4v4, they're very happy. Gideon needs to force a play because in a 1v1, Feathers will be getting plates in this bot side.
Aki looking to try and be a nuisance here in the Rift Herald pit, soon to be Baron pit. As we see now, OMG starting to push down towards the spot side. Remember, Shanji has been running Ghost, so he can run people down. 20 CS up again. We're looking at a 2,000 gold lead at 10 minutes and only just those 2 kills.
Yeah.
So little by little, bit by bit, you can see OMG just making the most out of their advantages. And with Wink kind of having to stay here at all times, I mean, it's hard. He doesn't really have that same impact as something like an Annie because, oh, they're going to look for the kickback. They're going to drown it on the Shanji there to try and kill him off, get him killed before anything else can happen. He hasn't done just yet, and he gets the healing as well. The grand challenge is good, but not good enough. And now you've used all of your initiation. Nobody has guide. They want more from this. They're going to get the flash there out of Aki, but now the Aphelios in the bot side gets to play PvE, and you've gained nothing from it.
IG, they're not quick enough to find the play, and they're not quite decisive enough when they find their timing mark. They don't get themselves the Herald, they don't get themselves the pick, and as you're saying, they're leaving this Aphelios alone with his bot side and stacking up his call. He's going to take down multiple plates in that bot side. OMG, once again, getting everything they want out of this phase of play, not really giving anything over in return.
No, they're not, and even Dove is losing that fight in the bot side. The Rift Herald has been started, and now On and Wink are kind of separated away. They're going to get themselves a little bit of an ult, and he takes a fair bit of damage before he goes back to his soul revet. They're going to try and finish off this kill. They need to get something here. There's the fake steal, not going to land onto On, who does get the lightning crash. There is Wink with the quickness. Aki taking so much damage. Will he finally go down? He hasn't dropped just yet. There it is. This is a 4v4 right now.
Shanji.
The dumps are coming in. Shanji looking for resets. Doesn't quite get the first one. As On does go down as well. Gideon looking for something with the double kill to Cream. Now Wink's in a hell of a lot of trouble. No mana, no health bar, and nowhere to go.
IG, they take a bit of a tourist trip. They take the scenic route to see what the heck OMG we're going to do around that Herald. They don't find the play, and they are the ones which are run down towards the end of it. While all of this is happening, Abel captures out Cult, gets plates on the bot side, gets himself his first item after this point. This play is so lethargic, it's so slow from IG. Cream has his ult back up by the end of this play. He has it. He's going to start this off. Remember, this started with a pick onto Cream in the mid lane, not quite leading to a kill, but forcing his ult out. And despite not having Ghost or Flash at this point on the Shanji, which was again an earlier act of this play, he's more than happy to go through because he still has his ultimate. YSKN goes down and he's not at the point of power to force this play on his own. And OMG, it feels like again they are looking at IG and just knowing they have more tools to play with. And IG, they're lacking so much inspiration in this series.
And the crazy thing as well about that play is that, yes, Shanji doesn't get the resets on the Noxie and Guillotine, but it doesn't matter because he gets the resets on the build, on the bleed. He's full stacked on every single person there because they're just not able to try and deal with him. And again, 2-0-2 onto Shanji, 3-0-3 onto Cream. These guys are massive. And then you look back towards bot lane where Abel wasn't even a part of that whole thing. He was literally chilling on his own. He's got a full Gale Force, and he's got himself 3 plates as well.
And what does that gold mean onto Cream and Shanji in particular? Yeah, so about this whole combo where you're flying forward with Fiora, keep thinking this is YSKN. The Fiora, the Lee Sin, the Galliwall on the top. It's just so much harder to shut them down. They're trying to find the picks.
They're trying to go for it, but there's still good damage back here. Gideon Not quite able to survive after it. They do trade back 1-for-1, but Abel's not gone. And Abel's got the shock crumbs. Gets himself another kill. The Q is not going to land. But it is 2-for-1, and you can see IG, they're already at desperation stations. This is just starting to become harder and harder, more and more difficult, and there's just nothing they can really do. They need to find a miracle.
Yeah, Abel needs to rename himself to Kane. He's becoming the original murderer in this bot side double kill. Shanji looking for blood on the top side.
I mean, he's got Ghost. There's no flash here. He's looking for more. He's got the dunk, but he's not got the stacks. They just got off him there. He almost was able to make it work, but that's the power of the Darius, and also why we see the Fiora skill matchup work so well. Can make those skills happen, but let's have a look at this here, because again, it's IG looking for this fight.
It's them looking for it, and in fairness, the gold is not here. The solo lane is not at display, but despite PP being taken down very early into this, he gets the Ignite down, gets his ultimate down, and you've walked into the rifle turrets. Caliber and Crescendum is one of the most disruptive combos in the game for Fellas. It's actually his highest DPS combo because it allows him to get all of these auto-attack resets. And 3 health bars evaporate as soon as Abel comes into the play. And now, not only do you have solo lane, 202s, 303, Abel has joined them there as well. IG, they've thrown several ill-advised plays to OMG, and now OMG are completely flying off the races.
Yep, 5,000 gold lead. Items completed across the board. The funny thing is for Shanji in that top side, he went for that fight against YSKM without finishing off the Stride Breaker. If he had that, that's definitely a kill. So
imagine if
imagine he had a real weapon. Unfortunately, Jack's banned in both these games today, considering. But yeah, OMG just looking so much more comfortable, and IT, they're floundering. They're rushing into things. They're trying to see if they can find something. And the funny thing is that they wanted that bot lane play to try and maybe drop the Rift Herald to get some plates, but the plates are now gone. The kick has to be used just to make sure that Shelly gets to bop her head. That's how badly IG need things to go their way.
So putting a second Herald onto a full health outer mid lane turret, normally the reason that's valuable is that the enemy team can't leave that lane, otherwise that tower goes down. That tower is still 2/3 HP, and OMG, they're pushing in all lanes. They have so much gold on all of their carries. IG, that second Herald, which you just wasted your Lee Sin ult for, that you just grouped up mid for, realistically, that's going to achieve very little. IG now, what they have to look for is somehow, someway, getting a huge Galio combo onto, I'm gonna have to say it's probably either PP God or Abel, those are the two which don't have insane survivability at this point, and you have to kill them in the duration of the CC. Cream, you can't fight this Yone anywhere on the map right now.
Nope. Gideon recognizes he's probably not going to die, but he's definitely going to have to pay a hell of a lot of his health bar just to get those Krugs. As Gideon now moves back forward again. You got an opportunity here for OMG. Yeah,
they
Aki
win this 2v3, by the way.
And in this 3v3 as well, because PP God was off to the side. He'll have Flash to try and maybe put himself in a good position, but everyone backs themselves away, and we haven't even really been able to talk about it. But OMG, they've also got themselves the lock on all the objectives right now. Yes, they lost a Rift Herald, but it didn't even have any plates, and no immediate gold really getting from that. And they've got 2 dragons with a minute 30 for the third.
And OMG, with play like this, which is so confident, very calm and collected, this gives them so much kind of confidence from me looking at them, saying, you know, despite them being 3 and 4, you know, they haven't really played out their first round robin just yet. In fact, this is, well, not first round robin, the first half of their split. They're getting towards it with this series, actually. They're a team, if they're looking towards playoffs, IG are a team which are going to be of a similar caliber to them, a similar finishing point with the terms of their series score. This is a big game for OMG to put themselves into conversation for doing well in playoffs.
Cream and YSKM kind of going for something. Gideon was on a ward, so Cream knows exactly where this Lee Sin is and knows exactly what he's trying to do. You can see Aki saying, okay, cool, bet. You want to try and get this going for yourself? You want to try and go and make this play happen? They're going to try and look for him. They are going to find him. Gets the kick, but it's not good enough. He flashes, but now you can see there that PP God's cut off to the side. Abel trying to put in huge damage, but not able to get anything going right now. The taunt is decent, and this is a good fight at the moment, but look at the shackles, look at the healing. He's got red, white, let's fight, and they look for more and more. They get themselves 1. They're looking for 2 as Abel is just a walking turret right now. He's doing so much for this team, and yeah, Wink, you ain't getting out of this one alive, buddy. You're gonna have to try and figure out something else because he is darting around the damage. Oh, he walked into it. They now know where he is, and he's just going to be caught out, killed off. Nothing more to be said about it. Soul going over, or Soul Point going over to OMG. And again, I don't like calling it too early, but this game feels done.
Oh, it feels so done. OMG, they have the early goal, they've hit their one-eye power spike. IG, they haven't pulled off a successful engage combo the entire game so far. They don't have the vision control to make this desperation play. And somehow, in the midst of this, Abel pops Ghost, stacks up the Chakrams with his the Crescendo ultimate, gets them very, very quickly stacked up. He pops Ghost, and he is seeing Ghost in this fight. These health bombs are completely shredded. You know, we were talking about, you know, the Caliber Crescendo, the rifle turret. Yeah, that's a great combo. When you add the Severum in to start stacking up on top of all of these, Abel, oh my word, what a great fight from this opponent.
And the funny thing is that even if IG banned all the same AD carries in game 1 into game 2, they didn't ban Aphelios, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This guy is proving that he's got a wealth of champions that he can pull out at any time, any place. And now with the Infinity Edge, now he...
Yeah, it gets worse, Shane.
Yeah, it gets worse.
It gets worse. I know, you look at over the other side, and again, in both of these games, IG, they set themselves a bit of a timer with the compositions in the draft they came out of. And they haven't hit those timers. They haven't hit that time window. OMG, very calmly playing through their power spikes. And this is something that we have seen an awful lot in the LPL. We haven't always seen this in the rest of the world, but OMG have picked combos. RA or another team does this very well, actually, come to think of it, in the LPL, where they just know that if they hit a certain point in the game, that is when it's their time to fight. They know their team fight combos, they know their power spikes, and they are very ruthless at playing through them. Once again, OMG, very few deaths to their names, and none of those deaths are on their carries. Their carries are always doing good damage, they're always in a position to do damage. OMG, they're now at a point where they can start crushing through the next few objectives. Baron is live, Soul point for them on the Hextech Rift. We haven't even talked about that because honestly, Soul hasn't felt like the win condition. Killing the enemy champion has been enough so far. OMG have all options available for them to play out the next few minutes. They have a second Herald put down the 40 issue as well.
Yeah, second Herald, try and go for the storage. You can't defend this, and you're going to have to back yourselves away. Plenty of damage available from the side of OMG to really kind of force this. They may get a second one. You know what? Hell, they might even get a third if they really wanted it, because there is just nobody stopping Shelly right now. And with red and white guns, you can't walk into this. Gideon tries to find something on the backside, but 3 tower hits for Shelly as Cream starts to go hunting. He's thinking, I smell someone in the back end of this fight. There is Dove getting caught up there by the Glacial Prison as Aki kind of backs himself away. YSKM, honestly, I agree with this play. You're probably thinking, oh, why is he not with his team? Why is he not helping defending? What's he going to do? Nothing. He might as well get some gold for his team.
Yeah, and you get engaged on as recompense, though. That's going to be a very dangerous part. At least IG, aware of the fact that, oh, Elon's going into something.
God does have flash in a couple of seconds, turns it back, gets the cleanse out, hasn't used it just yet. You can see them just looking for anything. Fate Seal gets dropped at the YSKM as he's found Cream, and Cream's taking a hell of a lot of damage. The Fate Seal not going to be able to save him. Gideon just gets himself away. Good ultimate though from Abel, and he turns it right back around. Abel is a one-man army, and Abel is saying you can kill everybody else. I do not care, because I am Aphelios, and I have 200 years of Game 10 experience.
He becomes an absolute chainsaw. So many Chakrams. Gideon trying to find some miracle seal, but he's got so little HP to do it with.
He's got so little HP, but it's only Aki who's gone in after him. He needs to be in the pit. He needs to be going to go for it. The executed. Finally, they get the Lee Sin down, but they haven't been able to take down the Baron. You need to get back to the pit, Aki. Finally, he does. The slide comes in a little dodgy right there, not going to lie. And now on. It's hit there by the Stride Breaker, but buffers it very, very nicely. The Ghost is good. Flash away, he's still hunting you, he's still pushing you. Ooh, not able to get the apprehend. Dove there to make sure nothing else happens off it. But great fights coming out from OMG. And honestly, similar to game number 1, they are just, it feels like they're just leagues ahead of IG right now.
They've set themselves up for so much success that IG have to get desperate. And they get desperate once again into awesome DPS from Abel. He puts down the rifle turrets once more, and IG are completely eviscerated by them. So that's Baron down. This is reset. They get to spend their gold OMG. Now they get to go towards a soul fight as well. IG, they can't afford to send YSKM to split over this objective. He has to come to the fight. If you lose a Hextech soul, game's effectively over. It's the strongest soul in the game right now. Shanji on a side lane. Maybe IG can look for a pick on the side, just pack someone out of position, but they've tried that before and failed. Don't really see what's going to be going more in their favor this time.
Well, they have to fight. This is Hexol. Hexfall on Felios? I don't think you can allow that. You have to go for something. You need to try salvage this game. You know, better to go out in a blaze of glory than to lose by a death of 1,000 cuts, in my opinion. You can see Cream moving forward, trying to stop the reeling, only engage from Wink for making something happen. Now the Dragon goes down, that is secured. They're going to be able to see Cream just keeping two of them at bay. Abel is already shredding Hellfires. They're going to get the kick off. Everyone's dead. No one shall survive. Double kill for Cream. Triple for the One. And OMG will 2-0 IG. And they will put themselves as firm playoff hopefuls as we move into the second half of the split.
That is absolute execution. OMG took the head off the snake in this one. And IG, they tried to play towards a bit more comfort towards YSKM in the second game, but it was to no avail. OMG, they out-team fight, they out-think, they out-draft. They take down the Series 2-0.
2-0. Great showing here for OMG, and I'm starting to have some very large existential questions for IG right now. This is no longer becoming a question mark about whether or not they're good enough. I'm starting to think will they even make playoffs, because we're looking at quite the loss streak coming out here right now. 4 games in a row that they have lost. They lost to Top Esports, to JDG, Weibo, all fantastic teams. Now OMG, that can start to affect your mental. You need to bring this back up, and against RA, it's not going to be an easy task this week.
No, these are players which have definitely known adversity before in IG. A lot of players which a lot of people didn't expect that much out of, which is why the early split for them was such a welcome storyline. They were the overperformers of early split of spring, but they need to, wow, briefly visit the surface of the sun there on the camera. But yeah, IG. OMG are a team which are likely to be at similar-ish rankings in terms of those playoffs caliber team. But yeah, you're right to question that now. IG, if they can't find themselves back to winning ways around YSKM and his incredible 1v1 play, things get very awkward for them at this point.
And that's the thing as well, is that, like, yes, you could look at their schedule recently and kind of said, okay, they played like 3 of the top 4 teams and OMG, who would maybe be arguably a top 6, top 8 team, but the thing is how they lost. It's not that they just, you know, didn't come together. They lost just about it. Oh, it's unfortunate. They got smashed. The last 3 series in particular, they got just dumpstered down. There wasn't really much to be said in positives there. And even this particular series against OMG, who would argue is, as you mentioned earlier, a very similar caliber team that you should be looking to maybe even be fighting in the first round of playoffs. They didn't even look close. OMG looked like they just completely wiped the floor with them, and there wasn't really any positives to come out of it from IG. I'm genuinely worried about this roster now.
Yeah, well, on the other side, OMG, they've picked up another series at 4-4 now, getting to the point where they're starting to break even, maybe even getting towards a positive win record. And this is one of our teams that has really committed to an identity, and you can see the benefits that brings for a team which might not have the individual star power of one of our very top teams, but they've found a way to get the most out of their individual parts to make them punch above their weight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's... For OMG, this is a great start. There's a great momentum to kind of build towards themselves. You kind of look at their next kind of couple of games as such, and they are going to be playing against like NIP, but then JDG, AL, FPX. They've got a nice little run of games that only a couple of top teams are sprinkled into, and they should start to rise up into the higher standings very, very quickly. Once we start to hit the likes of, you know, week 8, week 9, that's when we're starting to lock in playoff positions, and they're going to be right up there with the big boys.
Yeah, so... I was really looking forward to this series in regards to both of these teams being teamfight specialists, but it did really feel as though IG just lacked answers. I have to say I'm a little bit upset about that. I thought we'd get a bit more fireworks in that one, but still, I think that goes to show how confident OMG are on their comfort picks. And now, even as a top team against the likes of an OMG, hell, we even saw like OMG EDG, there were a couple of points where Cream on his Yone had some really good moments, and gets 2 games of it again here, and Abel taking up a bit more of the slack as well towards the spot side for OMG. A lot of good standout individual performances from the entirety of OMG, actually.
Yeah, really was. And I mean, like, Shanji just kind of schooled YSKM in the 1v1, always had a very good, like, pushing matchup. Aki was just so much more active on the Sejuani versus Gideon on the Lee Sin. And as you mentioned, like, you know, Cream and Abel did their jobs. Even PP God, yes, he was getting caught out, but I love his... Again, it's little things that I like about PP God. Yes, he may look like he's going a bit too far forward. Yes, he may look like it's kind of a, you know, not in the best of positions, but his trigger discipline on the key summoners, key cooldowns are so damn good. He didn't panic. He didn't wait to push himself into a position where, oh, I'm using my stun or anything like that. He said, no, if I literally get out of this with 50 HP, but I land a 3-man ultimate, that's fine. That's all we need to kind of go for. But we're going to send it over to Christina for a quick interview with the victorious Cream after their 2-0.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Krem, the millionaire for OMG. Congratulations on your very dominant 2-0 victory. First question for you. What was your team's communication when you saw IG ban 5 ADC champions in game number 1? And why did you pick Xayah and Rakan this combination to go to the bot lane? 欢迎 Krem 选手来到我们赛后采访，恭喜 OMG 今天势如破竹，2-0终结了 IG 嘛。那么首先我们想问一下，在第一局看到对面 IG 搬了5个 ADC 英雄的情况下，你们队内是做什么反应或者沟通的？然后为什么下路会选出霞洛这样一个组合？
第一把他们办了5个 AD 是我们意料之中的，就我们昨天有预想到过，霞洛也是我们就他们想到了他们会办这些英雄，然后后面备选的。
Actually, we have predicted that maybe IG will ban 5 ADC champions before this matchup, and we do think that Xayah and Rakan maybe is their best choice to against them. And the second question, I know that OMG performed pretty good in today's matchup. So from your perspective, what is the main reason for you guys to dominate, to get some dominant performance and to close your opponent IG? 那么我们可以看到今天的2局比赛 ，OMG 这边打得都很快嘛，其实都是在30分钟之内差不多能解决比赛。所以 Krem 选手觉得，从你的角度来看，你们觉得今天能够2-0对手，一个最主要的原因是哪个方面做得比较好呢？
我觉得我们打架比他们厉害。
Actually, we think that we did a better job in team fights. We are good at team fighting, and fighting like this is the only reason for this. And we're also saying that OMG is trying to exploring your own play style, maybe in this meta. And we also say OMG players always pick your signature champion. So how would you evaluate your performance and your play style in regular season so far? 那么我们可以看到 OMG 今天这2局呢，可以说是打出了自己的一个战术风格和水平。然后也看到你们经常也拿出一些自己非常招牌的阵容和体系。你觉得 OMG 现在目前你们的状况来说，你们觉得自己是一支什么样的队伍呢？
我觉得我们是一支很喜欢打架的队伍吧。
We like fighting, and we are a team who loves fight. And a final question for you: I know that OMG is experiencing maybe ups and downs in current meta and in current place. Games in LPL. So, is there any room for improvement from your perspective? Maybe like team's communication and the draft, maybe all the understanding to the meta in order to get better performance. 那么最后一个问题，我们可以看到 OMG 现在也是在积极的寻找自己的战术风格嘛。然后确实正像你们说的，你们可以确实敢打敢拼。那么现在可能面对这样成绩有起伏的一个状况，你觉得哪个部分是队内还要去提升的，或者说是哪个部分可能要去着重关注一下，来拿到更好的成绩？
我觉得。 就是对于就是训练赛的态度吧，还有就平常我们中期的运营吧，中期分线的运营很关键，我觉得这个。
Actually, we think that we need to treat screens more seriously, and we also need to improve our mid-game macros and mid-game strategies, like how to deal with lane and the other things in mid-game. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢 Krem 来到我们赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina. And I love that as well. Just like we were saying a little bit, it's like you get answers that unfortunately it's not very descriptive or explaining a lot. It's just we just love to fight, man. We just love to fight. That's it. There's nothing else to be said. It's just we love to fight. But yeah, I mean, OMG, they're coming in. They expected a lot of pressure to come in that bot side, and they dealt with it, and they had a job to do, and they did it.
That they did, and it did feel just business as usual for OMG. They got their comfort. They played through a very smooth game. It felt like the entirety of those games, the fights that they were taking were typically on their terms. They were never really unhappy with the fights that they were taking. And while you do have to ask, is this the kind of result that will be transferable against top teams? OMG have faced a couple of them already and haven't really gotten any of those top-tier victories just yet. The fact that they have this kind of ability to just stick to their guns on their identity and potentially punch up is something to be questioned going into their last half of the split.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're not going to take a break. We are going to go straight into our third series of the day. It's going to be our lower third. It is an Oshin day, which means we're going to have some catch-up to do with obviously the different venues. The game between Weibo and LNG has already begun. Quick look at all these different things. Definitely a bit more of a vibe there. I've seen the Cassante, which has kind of moved away from side thing, but that's kind of good for someone like the Shy. Gives him someone tanky without playability.
Yeah, so we have Tarzan's Maokai again. The big thing about this series is largely, for me, going to be about two very different styles of macro. You've got Tarzan versus Xiaohu, and then you've got Xiaohu on that Jace in that mid lane. We know how powerful that can be once you get ahead of the game, so a lot of eyes on him. Tarzan's on one of his favorite champions of the Maokai as well, though. So for me, mid-jungle, lots of ability for that to impact the game, despite the Victor and the Maokai not having a lot of ability to play aggressive in their own right. If they're allowed to survive and get to team fights, then Cards from Xiaohu might have some difficulty. Weibo as a whole, they're lacking a bit of damage unless this Jace gets really far ahead.
Yeah, they really are. Now, we're going to jump straight into the game in this particular one. Of course, Tarzan back on the Maokai. It is a different Maokai from 13.1, though. Plenty of changes, slight nerfs, slight tweaks to how he's able to be a 8,000 damage team fighter, but was still Tarzan. So definitely something to be very, very feared coming into this game number one.
The brush saplings, they haunt us still. But in this game, you have an awful lot of damage. You have Ezreal Ashe, double range bot side, and of course you got the Camille putting out a lot of damage in the Victor too. So in this kind of game, you don't really need the Maokai to be brush sapling of your nightmares. He's gone for the phase rush, a bit more ability to get in and get out of those fights. But on the other side, it really feels like kind of the opposite, actually. Weibo, they might be lacking a bit of that damage should they fall behind. You see that the nerfed Cassante picked up by the Shy, but he is very, very good on that champion. Of course, reminded that now on patch 13.3, instead of having 65% of his total resistances removed when he ults and converted into damage, it's now 85% stripped, but no actual extra bonuses on the damage front for that point. So you need to be much more careful about when you pull that trigger.
Yeah, you gotta be a bit more careful with it, but you see what they're able to kind of make this one work here. And of course, Weibo 5-2 win here will put them on 6-2. Right up there with the likes of Edward Gaming, Top Esports, and we are starting to see, like, we started the split right now with a very definitive idea in our heads of JDG, Top Esports. They are our top two. There's no one really else that can kind of go for it. Going back to the 2020 era, if you will, of the domination between those two organizations. But as the season's gone on, heal used there by Chris to see if he can maybe go for the thing. We are seeing a lot more contenders come up for this, specifically these two teams, LNG and Weibo. Are two teams that maybe a couple of people were not expected to be as high up in the standings. This is a good scalp for Weibo, who, funny enough, have actually beaten Top and JDG, but have lost to the likes of TT and BLG. So it depends on the day sometimes for Weibo.
Absolutely, because this is a really fun matchup to benchmark for the LPL. These teams could realistically be late-run contenders into our playoffs. Weibo, it feels like they have played to the level of their competition, beaten some of our very best teams, and lost to some unlikely upsets. On the other side, LNG, we kind of talked about it in their last series. This is their first series in regards to like their 4 crazy back-to-back games. They have Weibo, they have EDG, they have Top, they have JDG. They have so many top teams. Scout in this first gank of the game towards that mid lane. And it's up for free.
Absolutely. Again, look, yes, 7-1 for LNG. They are look fantastic in terms of the scoreline right now, but then you literally look at the teams they've played, and there's not really... Actually, I'm looking at it right now. As of right now, I think they have 2 teams, maybe 3, that they've played so far in that 8-game run who have actually been top 10. So really not someone there. Looking for a top angle here. The Shy would need to get, I would imagine, a little bit of CC to kind of make this one work. Zika would love to get this to crash, though, but he knows something is a little bit up. Level 4 for the Camille makes this difficult.
Gets the hook shot out.
Doesn't get out just yet. Has to flash. And that's going to be the response there. You can see the Shy did use the Ghost, so Summoner for Summoner. Karsa's using the little bit of pressure you gain with them, at least early, to great effect.
And Tarzan not quite able to save his top lane Summoner, but Tigger gets out nonetheless. He's going to be able to crash that wave in. So, bot lane. Not really found ourselves at crazy advantages at that point. It's quadruple ranged. Everyone's got very long range, and he, of course, was one of the longest base attack ranges in the game. Mid lane, relatively even. Top lane, Trader Summoners. So, LNG. They have been one of, actually, our best early game teams in the league. Feels like Tarzan and Scout have really ran over the map as soon as they get some kind of a foothold into this game. It's not really going to be Scout's game to do that in this game. On the Victor, he's going to be a bit more late game insurance, hitting 2 3-item power spikes before he really gets to do that. But can they replicate that same kind of early game against a team like Weibo, like a jungler like Karsa?
So trying to see if he could maybe catch Zika slacking up on this top side. There was a ward that was only, honestly, a couple of seconds before it died, so maybe he could have been a little bit more patient with that particular move, but Tarzan has done his full clear. He's going to get himself reset and see what he can do after kind of coming back out onto the map. So a bit of tempered starts here for both these sides, but not to be unexpected. I will say that Weibo are 5-2, but definitely think the big question mark has been Decisive's performance right now. Yes. I think it was like 1-16 over 3 games. I think it was very much not a good thing, and it has been more about the Light and Xiaohu kind of show, and even Karsa as well. Karsa has been very hot and cold, and it feels like sometimes he's the greatest jungler in the league, and other times he really isn't able to do much.
That's why we haven't really put Weibo in like our top 3 just yet. We haven't said that they are, you know, gonna be top team in the region. They have all the ability to do so as terms of individuals, and when you have Xiaohu in Spring and Xiaohu playing his own style of League of Legends as macro, you always have to respect this team, respect what they can do. We've seen Xiaohu on RNG for many years be an absolute force of nature. Can he apply that elsewhere? Shy going for the 1v1.
He wants the 1v1 because they're only on 1 item each. Just trying to chunk out Zika so we can get this guaranteed push in, but like that move from the Shy, because guess what? Your resistances and your attack damage don't make that big of a difference at this stage in the game, so he should be able to get some decent damage onto this tier 1 plate. Move himself back away. Needs to make sure he doesn't stay though, because with a Hextech Ultimatum and a Sheen, this Camille is pretty big. And we do have a slight pause coming out from this one here, and this is the great thing about being in the past. We should be able to hopefully get closer to the start of this very, very soon. But yeah, slight pause. We will hopefully get that resolved very, very quickly with the power of editing and whatnot. But so far, so good. I think honestly, LNG are pretty happy with the way things are going. The late game insurance with the Victor's going well. Bot lane hasn't really seen much action, and Tarzan is just farming up to become, you know, that first item monster that we know the Maokai can be.
Yeah, and this was going to be a very important game for LNG in regards to that early game, in regards to how that's going, because LNG talked about a fair amount already. Tarzan has been very, very important to his team. Honestly, Tarzan has felt like the early game kind of standard bearer for all of the Rust he's been on, whether that's been the LNG of the past or the Griffin Rust that he was on in the LCK as well when he burst onto the scene. Tarzan has forever been someone that leads from the front in regards to what his team wants to achieve in the early game. And as long as in this game his lanes survive, it feels like they do have themselves a damage advantage, DPS advantage. Whether they actually manage to get that DPS in the right place is a different question, but Zika getting away with a fair amount of pressure being put towards his lane early means that the rest of the map doesn't have to worry about Kasante coming to bother them later into the game with the same amount of power. Tarzan not really been the architect of this early game so far, but has room to maneuver, given that his top lane is succeeding.
He has gone straight away for the Giant's Belt, so has HP in him right now, but not really a lot of trading power, as Scout looks to try and dissuade Xiaohu from moving in towards this dragon, but with the priority they have bought, LNG don't really have a way of contesting this. You don't want to walk into an Elise this early into the game, and they all get themselves the result of the dragon. So, Weibo, good start for them so far, using that early leverage to good use, making sure they are putting themselves in decent positions. They may look for a dive on this bot side. I'll have to wait and see what Karsa wants to do.
Dangerous. Cleanse, fair amount of HP, heal on this bot lane as well. You'd have to land a fair amount of everything, honestly. Can't really afford to botch this dive. If this dive goes botched, Weibo might be falling behind the pace of the game. Very important that this works out for them if they go for it.
I was going to say, maybe if they look for LP, that would be the case, but Hung is on an Ashe. Not exactly the most mobile, but even the threat of a dive is enough for LNG's bot lane to recognize they might not be in the safest of positions, so that's going to be a plate, you would imagine, now going over to Weibo, maybe even a little bit more. Tarzan is here, flash for flash. That's going to be reacted to very, very nicely. There's a heal to come out as well. They're going to try and jump onto LP because he had no resources. He had no way of getting himself out of there. And that is just a well-coordinated, well-patient gank there from Weibo. They got level 6 from this curtain call. It's not going to mean much else. They're going to get a couple more hits there onto Tarzan. But again, really, really solid patient play from Weibo.
Yeah, it might have looked on the onset of that it was a bit of an overforce, that maybe you were trying a little too hard. But Weibo, credit to them, credit to Karsa. Despite it not being the easiest play, manages to get something out of it, gets a kill onto that Elise, gets LP away from a minion wave, means that he's going to be down in this laning phase too. important steps for Weibo. LNG were looking to survive. Weibo giving them a few questions in regards to that.
Yeah, really well done so far by Weibo as they slowly but surely irk themselves up to a near 2,000 gold lead. Zika should be doing just fine into this Deshai matchup, but at the moment it is K'Sante still doing K'Sante things. He has been nerfed, but he has still a million different things in his kit to make it work for him.
Xiaohu has no flash. We did see that Zika roamed mid lane in a picture-in-picture just a little while ago, so Xiaohu was in threat there. Harold started. I don't think LNG have the real position to look for this right now.
No, they've got no support here, so it would be a 4v3 at the best for them. And that backs themselves up. So again, good play here from Weibo, slowly but surely picking up early advantages. And this is why it's so frustrating, but it's so great to see Karsa, because Karsa has been, they live and die by Karsa, it feels like, in these series, because whenever, up to a point, I think every single one of their wins was Karsa MVP in every single game. And every single loss, it felt like Karsa was the reason they didn't do so well either. So you kind of need to take you gotta take, you know, if you don't love me at my worst, you can't love me at my best, you know?
Yeah, well, Karsa, we know absolutely the peak of what this player can do. One of the very best junglers in the world on his day. He's had a lot of attempts in this early game. Not landed with absolutely all of them. Like perhaps flash forward.
Oh, they're going to look to try and make this burst count. The flash from LP has been burned, and Tibber is walking forward there, doing so much damage to make sure that LP cannot stay in this lane. I love this Hex Flash adaptation from the Annie, saying, look, all I need to do is, even if I don't have Flash, just get that little bit of extra surprise to make sure we can make something happen.
It's Arcane shift away from this. Yeah, I have the Jin W flying over as well. Jin champion, which has been fairly contentious. Remember, Xiaohu still has no Flash here.
No Flash, but it would be difficult to really make this one work underneath the tower. Yeah, they're going to have to back away. Xiaohu using that phase rush beautifully. And honestly, with 3 people mid lane and the ultimate from the Mount guy, that was a lot invested.
This is a man who knows the value of early Mercury treads. Gets away with an awful lot from that play. Invests 2 ultimates into him, as you were saying. And LNG at least managing to pin this Jace back a little bit. One thing that we've definitely learned over the course of spring is how powerful Jace can be if he gets to an advantage. But even with Xiaohu surviving that, one of the things which I'm a little bit worried for is actually what happens if Jace isn't ahead. We've seen what he's like from the advantage. But in this game, when you've got the K'Sante, which might struggle to really run rampant in these fights, Jin, who has been, as he said, a contentious champion in the past because he can sometimes fall off, especially against tanks if he's hitting them. If this Jace is in the head, who is carrying Weibo?
Well, not that arrow for sure, because it was carrying no weight. We can see there that the flash forward, not going to land the cocoon, but plenty of damage is landed. Karsa finishes up that kill and just capitalizing again on little advantages, knowing there's no flash on the Ezreal, knowing there's no real way he can get away. And with the Ash Arrow just going mid, it's almost perfect.
Yeah, because you see that Ash Arrow in that mid lane, you know that Ash is not around to save the Ezreal, who is left alone in a pushed lane. Karsa summons this Herald bot side, and LNG, a team which has been prized for their early game dominance, their ability to get early leads, has struggled now to survive, particularly in this bot lane. Despite having some successes on the top side of the map, they are, what, 3,000 gold behind. This Elise looking very, very scary, and LNG, how are you going to stop the bleeding at this point? Lost the full tower with all those plates going down. Weibo getting themselves some decent rewards, even if it's not through this mid lane and getting the Jace ahead. The Jin and the Elise going to have their own burst damage for this early game so far.
Great start here for Weibo. They're really putting on some pressure here. You can see Tarzan actually behind on levels as well because of all the kills that were picked up here by Karsa. It'll be a pretty easy second dragon take. So we'll see what soul. It's going to be a mountain soul. That is very significant. You get that stacking here for LNG. You would imagine they're going to be in a really, really positive position. But we're going to have a look now at what happened here in this bot lane. It's just straight up, they overload it.
They overload it, and LP just disconnect from the rest of the team. You're making a play mid. Tarza's not there to shield you bot. Why are you that pushed up in that bot side? Even if it was Jin alone, there was a risk of being WCC'd in. Karsa was that. LP goes down. Feels like fairly cheaply in that bot side play. So 2 dragons over to Weibo as well. Early kills going over, early gold. Got themselves a 4,000 gold lead at this point, and whatever woes we may have had about potentially Weibo running out of damage if they're behind, they're not in that position now. They're ahead in this early game, and LNG Need to be very careful about the fights that they pick now. So much long-range follow-up. Jhin, Jace, Elise kind of popping over a wall and making things very awkward for you. Going to see ourselves back on towards the rift, towards this top side.
Sorry, I need to pull the curtain back a little bit there. For some reason, on our screen, it was just hysterics looking at us real intently. I don't know why we changed to that. That was so strange. And I felt like you just lost all of your momentum and your point. And you're like, what was I talking about? What was going on?
Look, sometimes with sat here, like, you have to match the way that you're talking to the state of the game. Obviously, right? You know what I mean? They're going like super hyped at the wrong point of the game, trying to build up the story of the game. Suddenly, like, got my own gorming face from a standstill of last week's cast.
Yourself and hysterics just staring into my soul for some reason. I hope that didn't pop out on live, but I guess we'll never really know. Yeah, I mean, right now, with Rift Health spawning in a minute, you've got plenty to work with here as Weibo, and it does feel like you're going to be relying on a little bit more late game scaling coming out from LNG. You do have a fantastic way of kind of just keeping in these side lanes with this Camille. I'm curious to see if he'll go full side split push with the Hull Breaker or not, but for the moment, it is all Weibo. So LNG, they're going to be struggling to find an answer. They need to find an answer. I think that's the big thing, and I just don't know if they're going to get it or not.
Yeah, and even in their very last series against BLG, they had some issues like this where they ended up falling a little bit far behind, and they had to prey on enemy teams' mistakes, which BLG, luckily for them, did, but it was a close 1-2-1 series. Weibo, if they're on this kind of form, if they're playing like this in the early game, do not expect that same level of stability. Arrow comes in.
He's cleansed away. They're just kind of putting in poke for poke. You can see the Jace and the Ezreal trading back on some things. Top lane goes in favor of the Shy, who's been relatively quiet after his level 5 engage onto, level 6 engage onto Zika. But so far, so good. It's going to be the 4th neutral now in a row going over in favor of Weibo, and they are starting to take over this game. It's just little by little, it's coming up to a near 5,000 gold lead, and this is where LNG are going to struggle. Like, they do have fantastic late game insurance, don't get me wrong, but you got to get there.
That you do. It's the classic problem of scaling. Don't get to play around 30-minute team fights if the game ends at 25. And when you fall behind, particularly in, well, Ezreal lanes in general, but particularly in this meta as well, when you have 80 carries coming into support, if you lose that lane, you don't get the same ability to be unlocked from that lane. Play around, lots of fog of war, arrows flying out of it. You can see LNG tried to play that around that mid lane in regards to that, but with a cleanse on Jhin, didn't really work out. Now LNG, what tools have you realistically got to make plays? Your Camille is locked in lane against the K'Sante. Tarzan on the Maokai. We've already said this multiple times throughout this meta. Maokai does not want to be the one flashing forward, making the big plays in skirmish-like plays. He would prefer to be answering plays, counter-engaging, because that works better with your slow-moving ultimate. LNG, they need to take control of an area of the map, but can they do that with their lack of stats right now?
Good first items, even half items being picked up. Ooh, it's about half your health bar now, Hong. You're going to have to back yourself away. Deadly Flourish will not be that deadly for now.
So dangerous.
But yeah, you can't really walk into this river. Now they're looking for an engage. They're going to go straight in with Zika. They will land the arrow. They will land a fair bit of damage. They flash in. There's the Hexacle momentum. Deleted. They found an opportunity and they capitalized on it because the Shy is still on top lane and they probably have his teleport timed as well.
Yeah, this feels like a huge miscommunication from Weibo. The Shy is not pinning the Camille in lane for specifically this play, and does mean that the Shy is going to get a full turret towards his top side. No way to completely respond to this one. Actually, it's going to survive just for that wave, but at least Weibo pushing down on these turrets. But LNG capitalizing on the moment when they saw the numbers advantage.
I will say that they did it a little bit too early, though, because this dragon hasn't spawned yet, so they will have Karsa back on the map. He should be able to scurry his way or scuttle his way down towards this dragon before it really gets taken, but skitter, scurry, scuttle. So many different ways of moving it. But LNG do keep themselves in a pretty decent position. The Shy is moving forward. Hong has to flash away. Doesn't get hit with a single bullet, but that dragon hasn't gone down just yet because they had no DPS on it. Karsa, if he can get himself over the wall, he can go for it! Not quite able to steal it away, and it will be secured by the side of LNG, but now you got to take yourselves into a fight. You will lose the elites again, but Tarzan's going to follow, so both jungler for jungler. The Jace is dead. LP is putting out some serious damage, as is Scout. The Victor, oh, it's like fish in a barrel. They just can't escape. They can't leave. leave. They need to try and fight their way out of this one right now. LP looking to Ryan, maybe just put in some Mystic shots. You can see these Victor Scout lasers going in and out. The Shy tries to make something work. Chris cannot get out alive. And it ends up being Weibo turning that one completely and picking themselves over 5 kills overall.
That is such a freebie for LNG. They don't have to worry about being picked off in Fog of War with this long-range engage comp. They just get to mash heads in a 5v5 around the Dragon. Weibo, it feels like they committed to a fight and they massively overcommitted it at that point. Xiaohu gets to do very little on that Jace. Neither does Light or the Shy. And Weibo, lots of gold given over. That gold lead they've been building up, that's slashed pretty much in half at this point. LNG pick up a Dragon as well. Extra resists. Very important, of course, denial of that soul point. So how the heck did this happen? Kasa flashes in, looks at that steal, but the rest of his team not in position to do damage, not in position to single someone out from CC that they had, make the most of it. And Xiaohu just does not get anything done. Scout is by far outvaluing his opposite number in this fight. Despite Chris having a 3-man Tibbers, the follow-up from Weibo and the communication as to who they're hitting in these fights is just not adequate for this Dragon fight.
I love what they did as well. They just said, Scout, you're the healthiest. No one is going to come near you right now, so we're going to put you to the top side of that Dragon pit to make sure they can't get out that end, and they're going to have to run into 3 members of LNG to try and get out the other side. Really, really smart play coming out from LNG, and just very, very well done. They are still behind. The Rift Arrow actually gets dropped in the bot side because they were running out of time with that. Zika did lose about half his HP, so I don't think he's going to be able to stop this charge just yet, but all of a sudden, we're looking at this game in a little bit of a different eye. It's still Weibo favored. They are not out of the woods just yet. They need to make sure they do not let this game just scale into infinity. That's a 2-item scout already. I didn't even notice it right now. 2-0-3 has his Crown of the Shattered Queen and his Seraph. So in terms of bursting him out, it's just not possible.
Yeah, especially in a side lane as well. Jace hates playing into Crown in terms of the full burst combos. He needs to land some poke and then look for a second trade. Just like this, he has to go through the Crown. How does he trade against this?
Yeah, he can't trade against it. He's going to use that movement here. Tarzan gets himself over the wall. He's going to try and put down the ultimate. Not quite able to get him, but the sapling. Is it going to be a touchdown? He's flashing forward, and he does get killed. LNG are turning this one right back around. They will lose their tower in the bot side, but you can almost see the gears turning right now. Weibo, you need to start righting the ship. You can't let a couple more of these kills go.
Xiaohu had done such a good job in the early game of absorbing pressure and not dying with it. And suddenly, one bad fight, one bad side lane play, and suddenly LNG pick up a lot of gold from the Weibo mid laner. Scout, Tarzan, arguably our best mid jungle in the league. One of our very best, even if they haven't been proven against Top and JDG just yet. But this is a really important moment in this game. Huge amounts of gold being given over to the Scout, and it has stabilized LNG to a point where actually maybe before a 5,000 to 6,000 gold lead was too much for LNG to realistically fight against. This kind of lead is absolutely insane. This is exactly what we're talking about in terms of this itemization. I'm sure a lot of people will be saying, why do you go Crown against the Jhin, against the Jace? Isn't that going to be poked out? In a side lane situation, Crown allows you to take a very bursty trade in a 1v1 situation against the Jace. And as you can see, Jace can't stand and fight in that situation. He gets absolutely burst out.
Again, really good positives coming out here for Scout. Made the move from EDG, obviously, to LNG. And has really just kind of proving again and again why he's considered alongside the likes of, you know, Rookie, alongside Knight. You know, this guy is a world championship winning mid laner in the LPL and has just done exceptional work for EDG. Now transferring that over to LNG. 3-0-3. 30 seconds till the next Dragon. Nymera, what do you want to be seeing? I might not be seeing anything because they're going to catch out the Elise. As long as this up barrage, Carson taking so much damage. And they can't contest this now. Carson needs to reset.
Yeah, this is what LNG were going to be very dangerous at if they were in a position where the gold wasn't out of hand. See, that Scout can walk up with his crown at the first point there. It's been popped now, but he gets to use that to walk a little further forward, get an extra bit of burst damage. The arrow flies forward as well, and while those resets are coming through, LNG have the advantage of their vision control now, of that river. This Jhin and this Jace are going to really struggle to find the correct targets to get damage down onto if LNG get to be in the river first.
Almost like a repeat of the last time. This didn't go great for Weibo, but a couple more finished items means they are a little bit stronger. They are using the Shy as a bit of a meathead. Not quite able to get the steal either this time. It's secured by Tarzan. He is the king of smites. He will sacrifice his life, but Zika finds himself now on the backside dealing with everybody else. Use the Hex to him, but he does die. Hung trying to deal with the Shy right now, who's doing so much disruption. Scout in a very poor position. Needs to just kind of abandon his AD carry, who goes down and the Shy goes off. Scout picks himself up another kill, looking to try to pay back onto Light, but Light finishes him off. This time around, they do get the Dragon, but they lose the fight afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, you can nerf Cassante, you can't nerf the Shy. He gets into the backline in a way that he couldn't do in the previous fight. And suddenly the Shy has so much gold to work with after this point. Really got to see how he actually gets the right angle here, because it feels like LNG, they have chosen their own terrain, but the Shy, he just pops Ghost and runs to the backline. The fight is already around the Dragon and securing that they don't get to keep distance. They don't manage to keep the Shy from just singling out 1 versus 1s into the backline and him just getting so much damage done. Serious credit to the Shy on the backline of this. He kind of just takes this fight into his own hands.
A billion dashes, Cassante are still a billion dashes, so there is only so much running you can do, but I would say Scout's still doing significant damage on the backside there, but great fight for Weibo nonetheless. They equal up the kill scores, get themselves back to a 5,000 gold lead, but I feel like that's still that one fight. It's just delaying the game a little bit more. You can see Scout's damage doing fantastic there, but another 2 dragons in the kind of until we get to that soul point for either of these guys means that we're looking at 8.5 minutes before we really have a soul point to fight over, and that's going to be at 33 minutes. That's the late game fights that you're looking at for LNG. So for Weibo, they kind of need to put the pedal on the gas right now. They need to kind of put their foot down and say, look, we need to start winning these games.
That they do, because that one fight, all that does is spare the blushes of the first fight that they lost, which allowed LNG back into the game. So Weibo, you've got to find yourselves a power play somewhere. Baron is alive. I don't think you can realistically look towards that Baron to start it. You have to look for a turn. Weibo, look for them to get some pockets of vision, play around the Jhin, the Annie stuns, the big pick combos you can get. If LNG finds someone out of position, they're still pretty squishy, actually. You can see that Tarzan builds up the Demonic Embrace first. He's not got himself huge amounts of tank stats just now. If you get the Shy winning on a side lane, pushing into the enemy jungle, that's where I think Weibo can look for opportunistic picks.
See, just got a Baron control for the moment. Cleanse has to be used by Light there as he was hit straight in the face. And a flash as well. So he was going a little bit too close to the tree and gets smacked there with 2 summoners to pay his bills. So not exactly ideal, though. I will say you are in a great position in terms of item completions right now for Weibo. 3 items onto Light, 3 items onto the Shy. So you are very much ahead of your opposition numbers, but little plays like that where you're trying to go for a bit of an assassination, a cheeky move, if you will. It costs you very, very dearly. Not having that available for this next fight at Dragon in 2 minutes could be crucial.
I can understand why Light goes forward for the aggressive trade, because if you manage to pin back the Ezreal and the Ashe, it just means that they can't control mid lane priority and contest that vision, which Weibo really wants to get. However, as it stands though, you lose a flash, you lose a cleanse, Gale Force as well. Very aggressive with Light going forwards. Light, of course, has hit his 3 items at this point, Infinity Edge, and there aren't a huge amount of tanks on the other side. This is not going to be a Jhin which completely falls off. And with the early gold which he got into the game with that first kill, maybe he can have himself a good crack after his fight. Xiaohu, he's on a very low hit.
Yeah, he's dead. He's not even going to bother using his flash right now because he knows. Oh, I say that.
Oh, he does.
He's still going to try and move, but I feel like that was a fool's errand right there. And without Xiaohu, can you really keep control around this Baron pit? They're trying to just push out the bot lane in the mid lane, but it's going to be a turret and a kill, and little by little, bit by bit, LNG are just putting down more and more pressure onto Weibo, and it feels like it's just little mistakes similar to what we've seen from Weibo before. They're just not really coming together.
Yeah, I have to say, this is one of the most valuable crown purchases I've seen in a while.
Yes.
Right there, it doesn't stop Scout from dying, but it baits Xiaohu into trying taking it off of him. However, good pick.
Yep, very good pick here, and Tarzan had already used his flash to make sure that kill onto Xiaohu went. But now, without a jungler, you got a TP on your mid laner. You could go for this.
You can absolutely can. Scout is going to recall, maybe teleport back into the play. LNG, they have to look for the fight, though. Steel not available with the smite.
Here we go, Decisive trying to see if he can keep LP away, and he'll do just that. Arcane shift back over the wall. Double TP from the solo laners of LNG. Here we go. Xiao, who's finally found himself in the fight, as Decisive keeps hung away. There's going to be the true shot barrage. They're not going to get much with the gravity wells. They're going to go in, see if they can get the secure. And they cannot. Weibo will secure themselves the Baron, and that is what you do when you get yourself a pick. It's not about the kill yourself. Zika gets brought him out. Didn't know that's how the interaction worked, and that is Shy kind of left on his own, so looking to the rest of the scene to really help him out here. Zika is going to fall, you would imagine. Oh, LP almost falls down to the last fourth shot. Xiaohu seeing if he can maybe get one more little move, but they're not quite able to finish off these health bars. It's close. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Weibo at the end of it all, and it ends up being the Baron as well.
In any regular world, Weibo should not be able to finish that Baron, but because Tarzan dies, because he is the one that is picked off, there's no threat of an ult coming over the wall. There's no threat of those saplings, and Weibo sees the moment. Dragon is up, though, and Weibo didn't get a chance to reset completely in time to take control of this area. Looks like it's building up towards another fight. However, Hung's not going to be there. Decisive can TP in.
I mean, you have to fight this because this will put you on soul point. And look, it's a Mountain Soul that's stacking 9% resistances. That is an insane amount to have. The Ash Hour is great. The True Shot Barrage brings down the health bars. And with a TP coming in, this is going to be Decisive trying to make this one work. He will have the all out to go all in should he need it. LNG keeping the pace of this game nice and fresh, nice and high right now. They're going to try and get onto Zika. Not quite able to get him. Hong is finally joining back onto his team. The Gravity Well and the Chaos Storm do enough to kind of keep everyone away. Decisive keep pushing forward on the Tarzan. Dragon reset.
Oh, the Chaos Storm.
Does so much. The poke's going to be
flashing over.
significant. Hex Flash! Oh, he lands on the Zika, but not on the Hong. That's not going to be enough for there. Scout does get the stopwatch broken, but it keeps him alive. It keeps his health bar good. These health bars are so damn low right now. Chris finally falls down. The Chai's been isolated, and he'll fall as well. You're losing your Baron push. You're losing your Baron minions. True Shot Barrage not going to land onto Light there. Thought I could have done it there, but not quite able to do it. And now 3 dragons for LNG. They are going to start scaling monstrously into the next few minutes.
Yeah, things got super funky after that Baron. Weibo couldn't reset in time to win that dragon fight. And now 3 dragons to the side of LNG, despite them having 4 very squishy champions as far as it goes. Camille, not a tank. Of course, everyone on the bot side of the map squishy in their own rights too in regards to their champions. But 3 dragons really add to the difficulty it is going to be to kill them. And you see the Shy already not able to have as much impact as he had earlier into the game. Santa is one of these champions that can struggle to function later into this game. And with good stopwatches, with good disengage play from Scout, Scout gets a huge amount of work done, zoning off the backside of Weibo, which leaves Shy isolated in the backline of LNG, but not doing the same amount of work as he did in the last couple of fights.
This is now... Yes, it's a gold lead for Weibo. They had item leads, but I mean, Scout is so big. 6-1 and 5 right now on this Victor. Has himself 3.5 items. He's going to have that Zhonya's finished up very, very shortly, and he is just doing absolute work right now. It is definitely not to take away from what Weibo can do, and actually specifically Light right now. He was 3-0 and 5 before we lost the scoreboard, but he is doing fantastic work for here. But again, you said it wasn't going to lose a lot of parity. It's burst damage from the Jhin. It's not consistently going to be able to kind of put down work. He's going to be able to chunk out Hong and LP, but he's definitely not going to be burning through someone like Scout with the amount of defensive items he's been able to pick up.
Yeah, just having a single kind of half defensive item with that amount of dragon power backing it up has so much value. And Zika picks up a Hull Breaker. Now remember, that gives you a lot of extra resist too when you stood on your own. Shy has been controlling side lane so far. Not going to be nearly as easy after this point. Arrow comes in.
Yeah, Light might be dead here. He does not go down, though. Had GA, but does lose his flash. They're trying to see if they can make this one work. They're going to put the Shy to buffer in that Maokai ultimate, but it's LNG who are the ones pushing forward. It's LNG who are the ones feeling confident. Light does have a red buff, so he will heal up fairly quickly. And they're not done with this one just yet. If they can kill off Tarzan, that could be a massive moment. Flash for flash. Everyone just backs themselves away. LNG are doing well, but if they don't kill their man immediately, you can see the lack of resources they have to try and kite this fight out.
Yeah. So, LNG definitely in a much better position than they have been for various parts of this game. And you can see how difficult it is for Weibo to close down these kills themselves, especially once they run through that long-range CC. It feels like LNG, with the extra dragons, the extra combat power, they have enough time to regroup, use their second round of cooldowns after that point. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of damage coming from Jhin. He gets himself up to a Last Whisper item after this point. Maybe that story changes again. And we are somehow, some way, heading towards late game team fights. After this early game, would have very much doubted that. And the whole thing about having late game scaling doesn't really matter if you're fighting for 30 game ends at 25. We're at 33 minutes now. Mistakes were made by both teams at various points, and that has started to really benefit LNG as the game goes later.
You even have a dust blade of car being built up by LP. Actually, I like this adaptation as well. It's old school Ezreal build, but I do really like it because he kind of realizes that like hitting the Shy is not really going to do anything. Everybody else, however, is very, very squishy. So that is a really nice power kind of, you know, setup for this Ezreal just to kind of keep throwing out those Mystic shots and getting that, you know, kind of real punchy hit coming in here from the sides. But we'll see what they're able to kind of make work here. Scout clearing out this mid wave, Baron spawning in 25 seconds, Dragon after that in a minute. So are they going to try and maybe look for a fight or maybe look for a bait?
LP's been seen on Vision here.
He has been seen. Karsa will get himself out of that with the Mikhail's Blessing. Everyone's just getting a little bit antsy. You can see they know one big team fight here, and these death timers are huge.
They're absolutely huge. You can see that Weibo, they aren't at a point where one round of skill shots is going to win them a fight. Vision, that ward getting so much value. The second round of cooldowns, that gives you a bit more value.
It does. They're not pushing up towards this mid lane, though, to try and break open the base. They want Tarzan because they know they can maybe take the fight right after it. Scout using the crown so well. He doesn't use anything because he's just soaking up all the damage. The Shy trying to move in, but Dika keeps him locked away in the Hextech ultimatum. Nobody has died. Lots has been used, but nobody has gone down. The Shy gets himself over the back of the pit. And at the end of it all, everyone backs themselves away. I think that Weibo maybe saw blood in the water, but I feel like you had the inside track to mid. Just take the turret, open the base.
Oh, it's these mountain dragons, man. They throw off your instincts. You think you have the kill threat, but those resists are so much at this point in the game with this amount of dragons. LNG feels like they get away with another mistake at that point. Tarzan caught out. They're going to go be teleporting back out onto the map, though, resetting those HP bars, forcing the objectives.
They get this. They get this. I don't think you're going to be able to fight this. You can see Tarzan is just shredding through it. The rest of his team hung, though.
There's the Shy.
Going to be Shy walking into him. There's going to be to see if we can maybe get something out of this. But there's the Baron secured for LNG. There's no real way you can kind of contest this now. Super Minions not going to be affecting any of these waves right now. But again, great call from LNG because guess what this does, Nymera? It buys them time. Soul Point going to be confirmed for Weibo. So we're going to have one more Elemental before the end of this game.
At the end of the day, this is not Mountain Soul from Weibo. It is a single Mountain Dragon. Yeah, maybe you'll question this decision if you give up multiple dragons in a row, give up the amount of soul towards Weibo a little later into the game, but LNG, they have a Hullbreaker Camille with a Baron buff. That is incredibly dangerous now for Weibo. You cannot afford to give Zika any time alone in the side lane. Has a GA as well. 1v1's nigh unlosable for that Camille in a side lane now. It is all coming down to Weibo being able to find a pick, particularly onto Tarzan, but anyone that shows their face, they need to try and find someone isolated and burn them down. How are they going to do that, though? Hard question with this amount of survivability.
Yeah, and look, gold is basically even at this point as well. Weibo had so many advantages, but it's just been whittled away bit by bit. And honestly, it's come from great shot calling, great team fighting from LNG. Even that fight up at the top side there. They catch out Scout, they catch out Tarzan, but they just can't kill off anybody because LNG plays so well. The Shy is trying to make this one work. He is very tanky as he soaks up some more damage, and they try to make this one work. There's plenty going here on Tarzan, who maybe gets flipped back and taken out. But look at the Chaos Storm, Chris! Oh. Can he survive it? Yes, he can, just about, but it's doing so much! The Shy tries to move forward and just gets obliterated. Weibo, they thought they found somebody, but Scout's just doing so much!
Scout is really taking this game onto his back in terms of DPS. Did in the early game, continuing it into the late. And Weibo, even with this tanky top laner, they don't have the follow-up. They don't have the ability to shut down the carries on LNG. You can be tanky as you like, but if you don't have the damage to support them, things get very awkward after that point. LNG finally find themselves at a gold lead after this point. Weibo, they are seriously running out of options as the minutes tick by.
It just feels like bit by bit, little by little, LNG are just suffocating them out. We can have a look at the replay here, because again, look, you know, this is them going forward, and it looks like they find out Tarzan with a great cocoon, but the resistances, again, Nymera, are just keeping him alive so long.
And look, I get that you kill the Maokai. The objectives are down at this point, though, and it's not like the fight is over. If you could disengage from this, that's fine. You get away with killing the jungler is normally very good for your macro after this point. That is not nearly as easy as trying to shut down these carries, though. And you're looking at these carries. We've seen the Dustblade of Drakthar. We now see the Cyrilda's Grudge from LP. This Ezreal going to start putting out loads of damage if they manage to actually start free hitting as well. And on the other side, Light doesn't have a Last Whisper item. He's great if he gets onto those squishies, but everyone is arguably not that squishy now with that amount of Mana Dragon powering them up behind them. Weibo, I just don't see where their damage is going to come from. They need a hero performance from the Shy, killing off the backline somehow, some way. I don't see how else they win.
I mean, yeah, like even Light last item goes with the Stormrazor's Edge, so he's looking to be, you know, bursty, pokey, but definitely not consistently putting out DPS. Arrow goes right between the sticks, so no one going to be caught out by that, but it's on such a short cooldown. We are in so late in the game. It's going to be back up in about 20 seconds, and this game is getting harder and harder for Weibo. You can see it. They're just trying to maybe use that split push to their advantage. There's going to be a long teleport coming in. That's going to be Zika. Not quite finding him. Doesn't check the brush, and they don't see where he's gone. Now they know where he is, so they're going to be able to back away from that. But Xiaohu gets out with daylight robbery.
Now, I have to say, when you play against Xiaohu, you expect one or two moments like this. This is just the kind of player he is. And this is another way which Weibo can add extra quests into it. In the way that only really Xiaohu does in World League of Legends. You just play the smoke and mirrors. You play around something macro-like. You have two, you have the solo laners which can actually do some damage to towers at this point in the game, but you can't make mistakes as the four-man unit if you leave someone alone on a side lane. Xiaohu's going to join back up with them, make it 5 people in the mid lane on both sides. 1 minute till the soul.
Light cleanses, so that's the Ash Arrow for the cleanse. Very good
There's
for
the
Weibo,
pick.
or LNG. Weibo trying to see if they can catch out LP. It's good, knockback, gets 2 of them, but they're very tanky frontliners. Scout still untouched, still putting in work. Zika not quite gone in the GA just yet, and Xiaohu can't finish him off, so he will die. It's a 5v4, they get the knockback here. You can see Light, he wants to move forward, he wants to put out work, but he can't because they don't have any vision control.
They don't have any vision control, and Light doesn't have the range to start auto-attacking these members. He's trying to look for the fourth shot.
You can see it there, just nearly one-shotting LP, but it's just not quite enough. Those dragons are doing work to make sure that this LNG squad have got themselves the survivability in these fights. Scout still very healthy, very good on mana, and has just been keeping everybody away. The Shy tries to move forward. Tarzan gets locked up here by the Deadly Flirt. There's the Ash Arrow again. We started this fight with it, we'll end it with it. As you can see, the Karsa goes in, immediately deleted. And LNG, they have found themselves a fight. They've got rid of the jungler. They're gonna get themselves a soul.
Jungler's down. The Shy doesn't have his ult to make a mess in the backline like he has to for his team. And Weibo, they are trying to outspace, trying to land the skill shots where they can, but the deck is stacked against them. 4 mountain dragons, mountain soul. They're going to have to move literal mountains to win team fights out at this point. LNG survived their early game. It's taken them a little while, over 40 minutes, but it feels like they're in a nigh unlosable spot after that objective was taken.
I mean, you've got 4 stacked mountain dragons, 36% added armor and magic resistance. You can't kill anybody. The Shy moving forward, they have to contest this. I completely agree with this call, but you're too far gone now, and the Shy is now completely isolated, trying to see if he can use his gargoyles to keep himself alive. The Chaos Storm doing just that, causing chaos into the backside of Weibo, and LNG have survived their own storm, and they brought themselves the hammer to bring down Weibo.
Scout showing the meaning of Chaos Theory to Weibo. A butterfly flaps its wings on one side of the world, and 3 members get absolutely destroyed on the other side here in the LPL. As soon as they walk into that choke point, you understand that they have to contest it, sure. Just can't fight it on that terrain. You can't fight it into that much brute damage from the Victor, who is ruling the late game at this point. Gonna go through this replay to see how this got so problematic. It's a great sense of timing from Tarzan and Hung to lock up all of these 3 backliners into that Victor ultimate in that backside. The Shy, once again, locked down in amongst 5 people on the enemy team. And this isn't early to mid-game, where it feels like the Cassante can really start popping off. It's later into the game. You don't have as much damage to go through this Mountain Assault. You certainly don't have the HP to last out the fight either.
No, you really, really don't. And honestly, this is so good to see from LNG because, you know, we've been questioning them a lot, to be perfectly honest, coming into this, next run of games. We say, you look at some of the opponents. We mentioned it very quickly earlier on, but it's Weibo, EDG, Top Esports, JDD over the next 2 weeks. And that's a tough bloody run of schedule. We're saying, are they really a 7-1 team? It's kind of a tradition at the moment for LNG to go 7-1 or 8-0 and then start hitting really difficult teams. But the way they've been able to come back into this, the grit, the understanding, the adaptation and items to make sure that they are not going to be losing. I even love that Tarzan's going for redemption right now because he knows that all he needs to do is keep his team alive.
You can cast that after death as well, should the Maokai hit the ground. Extra healing still going to be very impactful. And if these combos that just landed onto LP happened 20 minutes earlier around the first dragon that they lost, instead of them going in from all in, maybe that could have changed the story of this game. As it stands though, LNG, they've got the Hull Breaker in the mid lane, death by 1,000 cuts, by 1,000 Camille Qs onto different structures. And Weibo, it feels like the timer has well and truly run out.
Yeah, they are not really able to take a team fight, you would imagine. They are going to have to try and just hope and pray for a miracle. Zika is uncontestable now in any kind of lane. If he's a solo 1v1, even the Shy, you can see it there. Even just with the small little bit of poke, he's already lost about a quarter of his HP, and now here comes the final fight to use the Maokai ultimate to really start it all off. The Ezreal takes the tower and the Annie down. There's going to be a good Zhonya's from Scout to really stop the Shy from getting any work done, and this game is over. LNG, they weathered the storm. They took their time. Weibo thought they had some great early advantages, but they couldn't turn them into results. And LNG will take game number 1 and prove to everyone at the moment in the series they are still a #1 team.
One last breath before the plunge, it felt like, before this series began for LNG. 7-1, but against what strength of schedule, against what teams? They haven't really faced the current elite teams in the LPL, but in this first game, as soon as they got their lead, as soon as they found their way into the game, they didn't let up. There was a little bit of a worry from me in regards to how they could make it through to their late game team fights. Weibo came out swinging, Casa made an impact on the map, and it felt like LP, particularly on the Ezreal, was put a little further behind than he would have liked to. But one huge mistake around that dragon fight. It really felt like that was what gave them that entry into the game.
Third dragon.
And that third dragon was really what let LNG decide this game.
Yeah, it really felt like if that third dragon doesn't go that way, or even if they just don't lose all those kills, they gain a load of gold after it, it's not that big of a deal. It was the fact that it was 5 kills that went over to LNG over a very extended period of time. It delayed the Dragon Soul. It delayed more of the kind of setups, but it wasn't really to be in terms of what Weibo wanted to go for. But LNG, great way to bounce back into this game. Great way to kind of set yourselves up and prove to everybody. Because again, we had question marks over this team, whether or not they were as good as maybe the scoreline says it. I mean, this composition was built to go to late game. They got themselves to it. They had no right to go to 45 minutes, but they did get it.
They did. And it really did feel like Scout was the one that was kind of dragging them across the finish line with that as well. He was the player that popped off in the Dragon fight, popped up in the side lanes to deny Xiaohu a real impact on this game as well. And speaking of Xiaohu, we know how great this player is. He is the Emperor of Spring. Xiao and Casa reunited from their days in RNG, now on a different roster on Weibo. I was joking a little while ago that, I was thinking that JDG were the best team in the LPL. But there's still Xiaohu in Spring. He's still out there somewhere. But in this game, he was quiet. He was not really seen. As soon as that early game ended, he soaked a lot of pressure. Mercury treads first. But then he couldn't side lane. And then he couldn't team fight. And then he couldn't poke. And in the next game, I'm looking to him to step up to compete with the player of the game in that game 1, Scout.
Yeah. I mean, Scout, insane. Just absolutely monstrous amounts of damage, just really keeping himself. And his positioning as well was just really cool. And just honestly just great to see how he was able to kind of just put himself into such great positions without putting himself in danger. So really well played by him, and honestly deservedly gets himself the player of the game. But guess what, Nymera?
Yeah.
It's not about the breaks. It's about going straight into the game. It's about pushing forward into game number 2 to catch up as quick as we possibly can. And we're going to have a quick look at the bans and picks from game number 2. And we got ourselves a Vayne! I see a Vayne! Immediately, Weibo!
Right. So,
let's go!
This is a Vayne into a Ziggs and a Nautilus as well. Okay, where do we even start with this? Because if you now leave the Vayne alone in a side lane, if it comes to something like a Herald fight, Vayne kills you. Vayne is not the best champion at dealing with someone like this Jax, but if you can buy space for, you know, if you can buy space for this Vayne to really start popping off in teamfights with a Grag Assault, with Cassante dragging someone out as well, that is a huge amount of tank killing potential, which Weibo did not have in that first game.
No, they did not. But we're gonna jump straight into the game. I want to see the Vayne. I want to see what's
Vayne
going
this
on.
season yet, actually.
I want to see what's cooking. I'm gonna quickly check to see if this is the first Vayne in the major region. I'm pretty confident in that, but I'm gonna make sure I get that one said. But great to see what's going on. Light bringing this one out, and honestly, going into the Ziggs, like you said, it feels like this is going to be something that like the Vayne will be able to stack up very, very quickly and just kind of be happy to sit in a lane.
Okay, so right, let's try and decode this for this point in time. So LNG, they have themselves double poke again. Technically, they had that with Jace, or rather, they were playing against that with the Jace and the Jhin in that last game. When you have a huge amount of CC to basically guarantee the Shock Blast and the Mega Inferno Bomb landing, that becomes very, very dangerous. Level 1, 5-man stack towards the spot side. They see them heading up.
That's how maths work. Add the 5 levels together. It's effectively level 5.
Oh, it's level 5.
It's a level 5, but it's only 5 champions. You know, it's like if I can bench press one plate 4 times, I can bench press 4 plates 1 time. That's how maths work, I guess. No, don't do that. It's not how maths works.
Now, I don't know whether you've had time to check that Vayne stat. I actually have. This is our first Vayne in a major region. We've seen it in GLL, we've seen it in some of the ERLs, but not in a Worlds qualifying region. So,
Light, crisp. Oh, he gets hit by the hook. He might just lose himself. He's going to heal, he's going to flash, and cleanse as well. So he loses all his summoners. So right now, Light not feeling too great about that Vayne, but does not lose his life. Scout still trying to play keep away. Xiaohu brings out the
crisp.
Grab us mid. I don't think you can actually take this, because don't forget, he took Satchel Charge first. There's no follow-up here from LP. That cooldown's massive.
That's very true. But you do have your passive in terms of early auto-attack damage, which is why Hung's there's like, well, my bot lane partner, can't you exactly call them a marksman, can you? Not an AD carry in this. My bot lane has got himself his cooldowns back, and Light, first game of Vayne in a major region, has to go back to lane by missing XP, not having any summoners, not having a heal on his support either. That one's been taken away.
Lost his pot as well.
It's lost his pot. This is really difficult now for Weibo to play around this bot side, because with this composition, when you have the Gragas in the mid lane, yeah, good amount of burst damage. Same with the Elise, same with the Cassante to a degree as well. You need your Vayne to be doing good damage to win out these team fights. The Vayne being put behind, even at level 1, very impactful from LNG, and it took them a while to get online in game 1. This is already good news in the very early stages of game 2.
Absolutely, just kind of keeping everything nicely in check, shall we say, in that bot side. Tarzan already moving in, because guess what? You don't have summoners on your bot laners. The flash for flash, the Satchel Charge secures it with the Comet. Now Scout looking to see if he can get away from this one here. They're going to try and burst him out between 2 turrets. Weibo, not to be outdone and just as daring.
Oh, Casa had himself a hell of a lot of early game attempts on the Elise in that first game. Gets himself one successful one here, but these are not equal. You have a teleport into the mid lane, which allows Scout to mop up the remainder of that wave. Light has been denied so much in this bot lane, though. Turret plating over to the Ziggs, and reminded that on 13.3, a couple of important things. You have some support itemization changes coming in later, but the support ratios mean that Hung is going to be very powerful when he gets to his points out. We're fighting again, Sheen.
Ooh, nice repel there. Actually means there's no Satchel Charge, excuse me, not Satchel Charge. The Dredge line is now Xiao, who finds himself completely isolated away from his team. But you can see Crisp putting in work here on this Ashe, but not really anything else to become from it. But so far, so good for LNG. 2 kills to the good, already 1,000 gold up, and they're kind of putting in a little bit more pressure onto this Elise and saying, look, we're not going to let you have this free laning phase that we thought you would have.
No, that level 1 going to have so many ramifications. Carson not going to have free run of the early game. And what this means is that you're likely to have Ziggs hitting turret because they're winning lane so hard. Light has been denied an awful lot. Carson's not there to save them. If this Ziggs gets to the point where he takes 5 turret plates in the way that we know Ziggs very much can, LNG, despite not having the best early game performance in game 1, are looking to absolutely explode in this second game.
Tarzan now seeing if he can maybe catch out the Shy, who Didn't have a terrible early game last time around, but level 5 trying to see if he can go toe-to-toe with Zika. Zika tries to jump in with the Jax. The flash has already been used. The Shy doesn't have anything else really to try and keep himself alive. He does have Cassante things, though. And with that extra little bit of shielding, Tarzan almost falls down to the minions. You can see the Shy saying, yes, you can nerf Cassante, but I am still very powerful. And now, look, it's play after play after play. Good condemned to the wall. LP now taking a lot of damage, and he has no mana. He can't really clear this wave. They're going to go for another dive because they can just tank it up with Karsa, who goes into the repel. There's the kill going over to Light. Hung will not be able to go down because the tower had ramped up, and they lose an execution over to Chris. No one gains the gold, but Hung gets himself some experience.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, this is again not all players are the same. You have a teleport on your Ziggs. He's just gone back to that bot lane anyway. Despite diving and getting a kill over your Vayne, very important. You haven't denied LP getting everything that he wanted out of that brief bit of that lane. So Weibo making some plays, Karsa making some plays around the map, but these are not killer blows in the way that it feels like putting this Vayne behind R.
Well, Vayne is definitely behind on CS, but that little kill should help a little bit. But yeah, it does feel like right now you are still looking at a LNG favored map at the moment. It is only a 500 gold lead, which is kind of just the CS in bot lane, to be perfectly honest, and a little bit of mid as well. But Tarzan has been very active, and it has just been a little bit of a Tarzan versus Karsa matchup right now. It does feel like both these junglers need to be so aggressive to make sure they're getting the most out and most advantages for their team.
Yeah. We are getting to the point where we're going to start seeing some rotations up towards Herald in the next couple of minutes. That will be incredibly important. When you have a demolitionist on your team, like a Tristana, like a Ziggs, you can be very aware of what that can do. Looking to demolish out his health bar, though. Hacklash over the wall.
Oh, the flash back, though. Great explosive cast. They'll trade it back. Xiaohu will fall, but it goes over to Hong, and that's a good little answer back there. Weibo not to be outdone. It is very tit for tat right now, Nymera.
Yeah, that was a really good alley-oop. Gets the combo onto Karsa. Karsa gets to pick up one kill there as well. Weibo at least managing to pick up some plays. They're not necessarily the best case scenarios in terms of those dives, but getting gold onto Elise. See what Karsa can do with that one. He's heading immediately towards this top side.
There we go, the all-out use as well as the ultimate from Zika, who tries to hop himself away. And see the repel go up, but you're level 4 to a level 6. You can't really take this fight. And Karsa now realizes that. He's just trying to wait for a couple of his cooldowns to come back. Xiaohu is coming over the side. No flash here on Zika. And no ward either to hop away to. He's going to try and maybe get caught out here. They want to try and give this one over to Karsa, and they will. While that was happening, Dragon is secured by LNG. So Weibo 4-3 to the good. Equal gold state, but they have no priority in this bot side.
Every plate here now. You have a Ziggs with the satchel. But choosing to make the play topside, you're losing 5 plates, and this is the real danger of what could happen against this Ziggs. You have to assume that Satchel's going to come down next wave or two. And I'm getting a little bit worried for Weibo. You're accelerating the pace of the game, but Ziggs just has tools to take down turrets in the way that you don't. Sure, you can get this demolish onto tower, but if you manage to get LP unlocked onto the map, potentially taking others around there too, Weibo, despite staying even in gold right now, feels like it could be on the precipice.
It could be. Good kills being traded back as well by LNG and Weibo, and I do like that we're getting a little bit more of a skills matchup, a hands diff, if you will. It's not about the macro plays as much. It's definitely about how you're able to kind of make those rotations work. Karsa 2-0-1 on the Elite. Very, very powerful right now, but with the Dragon going over in favor of LNG, you can imagine with the resets coming out, they are going to try and maybe contest around this Rift Herald.
Are they going to get there in time? I don't think they will be. And this is now very important because, again, you give a Herald over to a team with a Ziggs. Really, really dangerous. Can't afford to leave a turret alone at that point. Maybe they have to look for a return play somewhere. Not going to be able to do anything around this Herald itself.
2 neutrals now over to LNG, and this is what I wanted to see from this matchup. It's like host game 1 coming in, game 2, nobody's holding any punches. Everyone's still pushing to try and find those little small advantages that could irk them ahead in this series. Light does get a little bit of free time in this bot side. Is down about 20 CS or so, but that kill definitely bringing him back just a little bit. He won't be too far behind in terms of the item completions. And we wait to see now what the next real contention is going to be. Right now, it's just ward control. So everyone's calming down. Summoners are all coming back up. But no real objective for the moment. What do you want to see here from LNG to try and, you know, push their advantages? Because they have put a lot of emphasis in this bot side.
They have done. The difficulty is now that Vayne has level 6, and despite not having items, could potentially just pop ult and then run at someone like the Ziggs. They're looking to make a big play with their first Nautilus kind of hook of the game, though.
Ooh, Karsa has to flash, the explosive cast brought out as well, and just as I said, you got all your summoners back, one gets blown, and that's not going to be a flash cocoon now for a very long time.
Yeah, we haven't really seen LNG massively prioritize like Hung comboing up with his hook. He doesn't have his ultimate yet. With Tarzan and Scout to make a big play between like mid-jungle support. When you have LP with that ultimate as well, watch for any kind of CC landing just on the same half of the map as that Ziggs is. I think the next big thing that LNG need to do is, of course, just try and get a satchel onto turret. You have 4 minutes of plates left. If you can get 2 satchels into 2 towers, that is a huge amount of gold. Hung looking to force in this mid lane.
I mean, I don't know if he's looking to force, because you will lose quite a lot of your health bar if you're not careful. Crisp, not quite level 6 himself, does tick over to it with the XP given by that pink ward. There's going to be a satchel drop down, and all the plates, and turret will fall. Covered myself just in case LP gets caught out there, but ends up being exactly what you said would happen. LNG are able to push forward, and just with the rotations coming out, we might see Scout. He did just catch a glimpse, I thought, there of Karsa.
The resets are there. No one's protecting Scout.
No one is protecting Scout, and Scout is dead. Chris picks up that kill. Very nicely comboed up here by Weibo. And again, they're keeping themselves within arm's reach of LNG. They're not letting this gold lead just balloon into a disadvantage.
But it's Jace like a bait pick today. Xiaohu really struggled on it in game 1. Scout 0-3 despite being the MVP of game 1. Tarzan still has the Herald, still looks for something big here. If this is a kill, this could be a huge amount of plates in mid.
It could be massive. Xiaohu not quite going down, but there he goes. And that's going to be a lot of gold, you would imagine, coming out here now for LNG. It looks like they don't want the plates just yet. They're trying to get control over this dragon beforehand because they hadn't got the wave. But now with the wave coming in, exactly like you said, Nymera, they are looking to try and get more gold funneled into the Ziggs.
Yeah, it's just so dangerous giving this amount of just gold over the other side. Arrow comes in. Again, wait, but they're trying to defend it as best they can.
They are trying to defend it. They already used the satchels, so they're not going to be able to fully kill off this turret. And with 3 members of Weibo strong, the bot laners and junglers of both teams face off, and it's just 2 plates to the good. But again, good gold going over the side of LNG. They are still ahead on that front, and they are still putting in pressure here to Weibo.
Yeah, you don't have your Ziggs ult now for a combo around this dragon. Scout did teleport bot side while this mid play was happening. Weibo had to respond mid, so Scout was free to push out bot. That means that they have 2 pushing lanes around this dragon. Zika doesn't have teleport to join this play though. LNG, I don't think you want to get stuck here.
No, they're going to look to try and burn out Tarzan before, excuse me, not Tarzan, they're going to look to burn out Karsa, and they will do just that. There's one, but that's a great explosive cast, isolates this fight. The Shy is already here. This is still a 4v4 because the Shy roam down, and you will lose more and more of these people. The TP coming out from Xiaohu will not be stopped. Crisp has to steal that one away from the Vayne. Otherwise, Xiaohu is not going to be able to defend top, but Weibo get themselves a couple of kills, and they've got prime position for this dragon.
That is such a greedy play from LNG. You know you're going to have a 4v5 at that point. You have to assume that the Shy is going to make his way down there. Is it going to be an even trade? I'm trying to think actually how many kills they ended up losing. That one got a bit messy across the multi-sided affair of that fight.
I think it was 3.
They lose 3. They get 1 back in return at the start of that play because Karsa burns out to the Ignite. They don't lose the Dragon. I think if the Dragon goes over, I think LNG very much walking away with negative side to that, despite Jax being left alone in that top lane at this point. I wonder if they just thought this could be a 1 and out. They just don't have the vision to completely see the danger that they're in. I think the Shy might have actually slipped around that mid lane without being seen. Don't quote me on that, but I feel like that maybe changed the way that they were thinking about approaching that play. We are back to this objective now. Ziggs is back up. I think that's why Weibo can't afford to contest this.
Yeah, they got to back themselves away. Too much burst available. They just got to take mid lane priority. Rifthold is spawning in a minute, so maybe they're going to try and transition this power into the mid and towards that top side. They should be able to actually get this turret as well. So many towers and plates going down so early in this game because of just hard macro rotations coming out from both teams. They're wanting to fight. They're looking to contest at every single possible moment.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that LNG didn't manage to more cleanly rotate between towers with the Ziggs. It's kind of one of your gold standards that you're looking for with this. Despite lots of early damage onto the bot lane tower, but like that took a long time to fall. They don't manage to get the plates on the mid lane as well. At least LNG have built up significant amount of time for Jack to start farming, and he's got a cull as well. He's about to cash that one out, but I feel like opportunity missed from LNG to get LP incredibly ahead of the curve. For Weibo to be kind of wondering about what they can do about this mid game. Even this Vayne, right, started off very difficult situation. No summoners, forced off in so many ways early on. Suddenly 2-0-1. LNG, not sure they really got everything out of this early game that they wanted to.
Game's still very, very close. This Vayne is still scaling up. She's going up with the Guinzoos, you'd imagine, next. And we'll see where the kind of matchup takes us from there. Good poke coming out here from Scout on this Jace. This Rift Herald only down to about half HP, but already Xiaohu moving in, making sure he's being a nuisance, and he'll pick out Hong, and they will secure him down. Now trying to jump on the Scout, who flashes over the wall. Rift Herald still being taken right now. Karsa gets himself in.
Stolen.
Oh, it was the third proc. You got the silver bullet. Zika gets condemned, backed away. They get themselves the Rift Herald a kill and an objective. Weibo turning the tides a little bit.
I swear, if this game is going to be decided by Light's Vayne, who got absolutely stomped level 1, somehow claws his way back in by a series of fights and kind of scrappy skirmishes to get him back into the game, I'm going to be partly really disappointed in LNG not shutting out Light from this game, but also very impressed with how Light has managed to get himself into the right place at the right time to punish LNG's mistakes. Feels like in this series, both in Game 1 and in Game 2, the team that has gotten ahead has been punished afterwards very quickly. So, and in this game, it's looking for Hex Flash over the wall, much to that point. And this Gragas mid that we're seeing crop up more and more. Faker brought it out in the LCK, Niski brought it up in the LEC. Xiaohu bringing it out here today.
Oh, he hit the eye! The eye opens up right in the last second. I was like, he doesn't get 3 auto attacks off. How does he kill it with so much damage or so much health? Gets the eye. That is so unfortunate there for LNG, because in any other situations they secure that objective.
They do, but sadly not to be the case. And after that, Herald in inventory from Light. Not the easiest character to use it on, an AD carry, because you often want it on your jungler to be able to kind of rotate unseen around the map to another pushing lane, catch the other team kind of sleeping. You can put that Herald down without an appropriate response being available. But Light still going to effectively force LNG to match him with like 2-3 members at any point in case that Herald does go down. Now we're waiting to see. I'm trying to really think who I want to talk about this game in the perspective of now, because Weibo, I think they're pretty okay looking for Light to get a couple more items. They have that Herald coming up, and it feels like if they hit 2 items on Vayne, maybe you're okay to fight the next dragon if real in earnest. You have yourself gold lead, despite there being a lot of poke on the other side, which normally means these early objective fights can get very difficult. You've got 2 items coming in from the Jace and the Ziggs, but Weibo, I think with the early gold on that Vayne, maybe fancy themselves picking a couple of fights in the next few minutes.
Just noticed there as well. Arrow hits. There. Just a trade of global objectives, but one clears minions far better than the other, but we are coming into another Mountain Soul game. LNG have 2 dragons to the good right now, but Weibo are definitely going to be contesting them in the next one in a minute's time. They do trade back the tower in bot lane, you would imagine, in the next couple of seconds. The Shy should be able to pick that one up for himself, and that gold should eke a little bit forward for Weibo. But the important thing to know here is that you have 2 items on this Ziggs, who is just going to be able to do so much in these team fights if he can just keep himself at arm's length, throwing in those bouncing bombs, getting those minefield downs, controlling the area, versus what is going to be the Guinzoos Rageblade of Light. He is going to have to get himself nice and upfront with these, upfront and personal with some of these tanks, you would imagine, if he wants to try and put out some work.
Yeah. So when it comes to the execution in these team fights, I know we don't see Ziggs as much nowadays, and some people think he's just a wave clear bot. There is a serious degree of execution where he's positioning and where he's putting those minefields as well. If one minefield and one satchel doesn't get maximum value in these team fights, you're opening up the door for Light to get beyond him, start getting into DPS range. Shadow, of course, similar kind of story. Want to see how much value they can get out of the combos.
Well, the Shy is the one they're getting engaged upon right now. Xiaohu jumps in to try and help him out. Explosive cast is good. The Shy almost going down. They do land the Glacial Prison there onto Chris. No one's gone down just yet. Karsa cannot die. If he dies, that's going to be sole point for the side of LNG. Weibo are still backing themselves away. The poke is significant for LNG. Actually, the Rift Herald gets dropped on this bot side just because I think it was about to lose out on its timer. So LNG will have priority over mid, but Weibo not giving up on this dragon just yet.
Not just yet, but what have they really got to fight with? They've used the explosive cast, their big objective. They have very little to engage with. They have to just kill the dragon.
Yeah, that looks like there's going to be the plan. It's very difficult right now. You can see LNG to really kind of commit to this. They haven't got the Jax with them. They don't want to commit to a 4v5. It looks like the Dragon should just be secured. And we go on for another few minutes without a soul point. So LNG, they don't kill anybody. And because of that, 2 objectives kind of get traded off for 1. You got the mid lane tier 1, yes, for Zika, but bot lane tier 1 and the Dragon. Weibo are happy.
Weibo are very happy. Means you don't have an early mounted soul point staring yourself in the face. Get yourself, of course, the base resist as well, particularly with something like Vayne that potentially could go towards something like a Wit's End later into the game to survive out a little bit more on something like the Ziggs and the Nautilus. Those resists will be buffed up by those Mountain Dragons. Very important to note if it does come down to these very close margins. We saw even in that first game as well, similar situation. So Weibo feels like they are in the scaling advantage as compared to game 1. And they're in a decent spot right now. They're in a decent spot.
Wait for another 4 minutes to the next Dragon. You imagine that's really where the next real fight is going to be. Both teams happy to let someone really overextends to just kind of ping-pong these waves for the moment. 2 items completed. I must say that the Ziggs right now is really putting in work. Already on the 10 CS per minute right now and putting in some fantastic clearing numbers. As we can see that Light's just trying to back this one back. And this is the thing. Light will be able to clear out the minion waves so fast once he gets up to those 3-4 item points. But you got to get there. And Ziggs, the great power with him is that you just have control over this mid lane at all times. And the fact that you go to Ziggs means you can go with a teleport rather than the combat summoner. So the teleport advantages that you might be able to get as Weibo just don't really exist in the same way.
I mean, you know, so Vayne is not obviously famed for their wave play, but you can clear winning waves really quick with the Lawnmower build, where you kind of go for a Titanic Hydra and you build up like some kind of half-tank items. I find that one particularly fun. There was a build where you built Riftmaker as well. That was a little bit too much of dark tech. I tried it a couple of times, but not sure that's particularly appropriate. I'm
sure your teammates appreciated it.
Okay. They did want to go to quadra kill. Like again, like the thing about Vayne is that you hit 4 items of pretty much anything, and you pretty much just run the game, and that's going to be a real danger here for LNG. It did feel like again they had to accelerate the game around the Ziggs, around his tower taking potential. The problem with Ziggs though is that if you stall out, and we saw this a lot around Season 8 when that champion was really, really popular. We saw KT Rolster picking that up around then. Of course, that was kind of the flavor of the day at that point. Breaking inner turrets is your real problem. Because you get around the outer turrets, it takes a while for the enemy team to respond to them, very large distance across the map to travel to. Inner turrets rather, you can arrive at them fairly quickly. And you can see that LP, he can't really push up that far. Maybe Xiaohu flies across the wall, maybe an arrow comes out of nowhere, and he's in a real bit of trouble at that point. So LNG, I don't see easy ways for them to take down these structures. They're really looking for potentially crisp out of position, maybe someone like Caster as well. You need to get one of these big semi-global Ziggs ults combos to really start forcing this game state forward. I think they're going to start struggling otherwise because it feels like they're just ping-ponging waves back into Weibo.
Does feel like both teams really are trying to get the most out of their champions right now. Played the Rune King finish up here for Zika is very significant. It means the Shy is going to have a lot harder time just dealing with him in a side lane. Dragon spawning in a minute 30. Baron is live on the map. We look quickly at the items that everybody else has for themselves, and you're still waiting for the Muramana to be finished up here by Scout. You do have the Gargoyle Stone Plate now for the Shy, so decent points here, and you can see already Weibo recognizing, look, we need to get Karsa onto his Void Staff, so hopefully picking him up a little bit of farm will get him over the line just before this Dragon. So, Nymera, 1 minute to go. We know how LNG like to play. You've got yourself the Ziggs. You want to try and, you know, set up beforehand. Opportunistic, to say the least, but you got to take those shots.
No, I'm not allowed to have analytical opinion in this.
But yes, we know how they want to go for it. Weibo need to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yes, exactly. Weibo's job is to soak the Nautilus, soak the Ziggs ult if at all possible. If it hits crisp, that's bad. If it hits light, even worse. Cannot allow that to happen. You see LP actually looking to recall. Maybe he has himself Void Staff on this back. In fact, just about to buy something right now. Seeing what that item completion is. He does 3 items on the Ziggs for this fight. You have to avoid that combo onto your carries.
Yeah, I mean, even like poke onto Karsa right now is going to be significantly effective. So Karsa trying to move his way forward, has to use the repel early. Honestly, he has to do that right there because if he gets caught, he is dead. Very, very squishy on this Elise. So we are going to see explosive cast after the Ash Arrow flash away from Hong. They've eaten up the ultimates that you just talked about. No ultimate from the Ziggs and no flash there from Hung, so no flash hook going to be used on this fight. But Dragon has been started. This could be huge for Weibo.
Could be, because that Ziggs ult hit absolutely no one. The CC combo wasn't there, and now the Dragon's being forced down.
They haven't really gotten anyone there. The Jack's kind of pushed in that mid lane. That Dragon not going down very quickly. Tarzan doesn't quite get himself in there as Karsa try to see how Karsa go in. Wait, Karsa's dead! Karsa just got obliterated by Scout on the back side of it, and the poke was too much. All of a sudden, this fight just went topsy-turvy. What happened? It looked all Weibo, and then it just turned into LNG.
That fight was won. It was done. You'd done the hard work. The Ziggs ult got nothing done. You'd soaked the first few cooldowns. And then Karsa gets picked off around the back. They lose the Dragon. They lose themselves their Smite as well. That is going to be Soul Point. It is going to be the Baron going down. And LNG, that is a godsend. It is once again a fumble around one of these Dragon fights from Weibo, which has given LNG a path into this game they had no right having.
Oh, that's so unfortunate there for Weibo. And again, it's the duality of this Elise pick. It's so squishy. Let's have a look. He's already down. And yeah, he just gets shock blasted and killed. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah. Again, this is after the hard work's been done. Imagine how dangerous that gets if you do have a Ziggs ult being held at that point in time. You can see the power of LNG's comp not even being brought to kind of full bear at that point. Now you have to stare down. Gold advantage being built up. Extra items being put in. LP 3-1-3, building towards what looks to be a death cap. I mean, I have to assume that will be what's building out of that needlessly large rod. And it feels like LNG, they've been afforded a very large advantage for how they played out parts of this early game. Felt like they'd stalled out, but find themselves a second wind. Weibo, what do you do now? Can you wave clear enough on these side lanes? You have Zika building up something later. Oh, Scout dodged out.
They need that to hit, and this is now the issue right now. You look at the items, you look at the Baron buffs, you just don't really have a way of setting up fights right now without putting your solo laners in danger, without putting Xiaohu in danger. They're looking to try and see if they can catch someone out with a cocoon, with an Ash Arrow, something to get this fight going for them right now, but it's just so difficult. And the great thing is for LNG...
Six on towers, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say, they don't even need that much firepower in the side lanes because Ziggs has got himself a satchel charge.
You don't have the range, you don't have the safety. You're looking for, what, a flash barrel combo from Xiaohu? He's maybe the one way that they can break this siege.
I mean, there's so many minions right there. They will get the Shy to tank up a little bit just to make sure you can push forward, but then Scout gets some free time. There's 2 towers. It's a 5,000 gold lead. I mean, Weibo, you got to make something happen. You got to try, do something, because right now you're falling further and further behind. Karsa is too squishy. He thought he found an angle, but it was just not to be. And now, without the Elise, without that burst damage, can you even fight this? The Shy looking to try and maybe make something going in. There we go. They flash in. They try to find him, but again, he can't kill him off just yet. They commit so much going forward. Can they find anything else? They still have Chris, but Light has to back away. He's too damn low. And 4 members strong. LNG said you can kill our Ziggs, but we'll take your Nexus.
Inconsistencies plaguing Weibo once more, but LNG ruthless when they see the opening. Weibo really starting to be made aware that LNG aren't just this team which has been pub stomping these lower teams. They are 7-1. They are looking like one of our very top teams in the LPL.
They won't kill off the Nexus just yet, but they are going to leave it in tatters. They are taking away inhibitor, second inhibitor. Crisp is dead. They may start to turn their ice back on. This flash is beautiful from Scout. Karsa gets a kill back on the Tarzan, but it literally means nothing. You are still going to die. You are still going to lose. And in the first of 4 trials, Weibo is the first one to fall, and LNG have successfully routed one of our top teams.
Just the victory lap on the Nexus. The wave is dead. It might end up meaning this game lasts a little longer. A couple of deaths fall down.
Still a Ziggs.
Still a Ziggs. But I'm just sat here like, yeah, you have an Ash Arrow up in a couple of seconds. Maybe one last act to be thrown into the equation.
These staggered death timers mean that the defense is just not really going to be there. Nexus turrets do fall. Xiaohu does lose that. Chris has to flash just to make sure he doesn't die to the auto attack. But there it is, 2-0 LNG, and LP is feeling it right now. Because like we said, there were doubts, there were question marks over this team, whether or not they were just pub stomping teams below them. They took on a top 6 team and they came out with flying colors.
Now, of course, this is not nearly the end of the road for LNG. They still have
trial 1 of 4.
Yeah, they have EDG, Top, and JDG. This has to be something that they build off as well. I think my main takeaways from this series are, these teams are not flawless. They do make mistakes in the early game, sometimes around those objectives as well. What I'm very impressed with, though, is how they managed to punish around these objectives, particularly how LNG punished around those dragons. First game was Scout, second game it really was. Actually, think about it, no, it was Scout again on the
no, I was going to say, it was still Scout.
I was like, Scout, I was like, wait, no, he did actually just kill that jungler. And that lethal mentality can really see you a long way, because I think about the global teams around the world, even the very best ones. They don't play perfect games. This isn't a meta where you've got players which just play completely by the book. It's objectives, the perfect timers. A lot of the best teams in the world right now are scrapping. They're playing through strong lane phases, playing through objective setups, which then kind of shut the enemy out of the game. But they do make mistakes. So LNG, despite not having a perfect series, I don't think anyone in the world has that at this point. So I look at the way that they punish mistakes. That is a skill I take away as being very valuable, especially when they're going to go up against, again, 3 of the top teams in the LPL.
Absolutely, and I think specifically today, like the first game, they fell behind, it didn't look great, and all of a sudden they kind of said, look, we can wait, we can find it. And adaptations and builds, making sure Scout was just so tanky. You get lucky with the Dragons, but guess what? That's the game. You got to play the rules of the game you're playing. So Weibo didn't find any kind of killer blow, and then this game, they got the bot lane so far behind that LP was just, he was just like mid lane tower, bot lane tower, top lane tower. Everywhere he went, you couldn't contest him because you don't really have that hard engage. You don't have a Sejuani who can kind of face tank a little bit of damage and then go for the kill. You have a Karsa on Elise who's just not going to be tanky enough. So really, really good adaptations here from LNG, and you can see the game was always very close. They never let it go away, and I mean, it's an 80 carry diff right now. Look, 8,000 versus 27. I can't even blame Light for this, because Light spent probably the first 15 minutes of the game underneath his tier 2 tower to make sure that he didn't die.
Oh, Light did way more than I thought he would, especially after getting, both summoners blown, level 1, having to recall and lose XP, kind of being just shoved into turret relentlessly by that Ziggs. Ended up being 2-0-1 sometime in that mid-game, actually being a threat. That was already overperforming from what Weibo expected from their AD carry at that point. I will say, actually, as well, I really want to put some eyes on Karsa, because Karsa still had some impact in these games. Particularly that first game, it did feel like Karsa was taking over the show up until the game kind of fell away from him around that third dragon fight. Second game, despite the bot lane plays, immediately made a reply in mid, immediately made some replies around the map. Karsa added some extra questions into the equation, despite the rest of the team and their composition not really coming online in either of these games.
Yeah, and again, it just felt like, I mean, you look at the damage numbers of that one, like, the Shy, Karsa, Light, all doing less than 10,000 damage overall in this particular game. It just really didn't come together. And honestly, I think that this slump from the Shy is a little bit concerning, to be perfectly honest. He has the ceiling. We know he does. But it's definitely not going to do well for Weibo to kind of continue with this form. They need to try and see something change. But LP is your MVP from game number 2. No surprise. The Ziggs was just a perfect thing. 42% of your team's damage. You take that.
Absolutely. Like I said, I think if you're going to play around Ziggs, we've actually got a bit of a history of Ziggs bot now across the world we can look back to Season 8. There are some ways that maybe the team could have snowballed around this pick more, but actually on an individual level, LP played the Ziggs really well. He was constantly putting out damage. He was constantly having the waves in the right place when he was put into them. I think as a team, LNG can maybe improve on how they play around the Ziggs, but on an individual level, LP shows this part of his champion pool, shows it has to be respected.
Yes, absolutely. And I think LP isn't someone we've been a little bit quiet on, I think is the best way to put it. And honestly, it is a lot of expectations coming into this roster, because you are dealing with, kind of a big kind of change up, and you want LNG, who are so close to making it to Worlds in 2022, to make that next push. Really does feel like he is stepping up. But Namera, it is time for the end of the day. If you're just joining us, you missed out on a couple of games. It was a quick one for us. We got 2 2-0s, but it was a very, very solid day of results. We can have a look there and see. It was a bottom table matchup as LGD kind of punched FPX down off their ankles and launched themselves a little bit closer up and to get themselves still in 15th, but a little bit closer to everybody else. And then OMG smashed IG in a quick 2-0, and then LNG just kept it cool, calm, and collected, got themselves a 2-0 as well.
Yeah, it felt like the two teams that won in terms of the series that we were on, Machine, it felt like they punished the mistakes when they saw them, but besides that, they just knew how to play through their team compositions. They knew they were in this winning state from the draft if things didn't go crazy in the early game, and then they just took the victories as they saw them. I mean, LG had to work for it a little bit against Weibo. Weibo obviously no slouches in their own right, but particularly Weibo going to have to be walking away from that with a little bit of coward spirits, because this is a team which, they've had a hard run of schedule up until this point. We thought that maybe they were better than the 5-2 scoreline because of the teams that they played against. They'd lost to a couple of teams which are more mid-table than top table, but they'd beat JDG and top, all these crazy things. But they walk away 5-3 now, and they need to be a little bit worried about making it into that top kind of elite bracket.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it now, LNG solidifying themselves ahead of the rest of the pack, and we kind of go into the week 7 just with a couple more questions answered of who is going to be in our top 10 as we are starting to catapult ourselves towards the end of the season. Only 4 more weeks of play left to go is kind of scary to think about, but we're coming in now to our day number 1 tomorrow of week number 7. EDG versus RA. That one might be a little bit of an interesting one. I still favor EDG very heavily for that, but RA definitely not going to be outdone. And of course, Ultra Prime over BLG. See which one of the inconsistencies is more inconsistent, I suppose.
Yeah. So we've seen RA versus Top Esports as an early game focused team before, and they kind of tried to fight fire with fire. They didn't really try and sit and wait for their mid-game team fights that they've been very successful in before. EDG, similar kind of archetype. I'm very interested to see how RA can look towards EDG and say, actually, can we outlast their early game despite them being one of the best in the LPL, and see if they can fight them in mid-game.
Yeah, absolutely. And then look, I'm excited to see what these teams can do. We are starting to get to the business end of the season, though. This is when we start to see teams get knocked out, people securing them, and for LNG, they are very happy with 8-1 after 9 games. But that is all the time we have for today. Naimera, thank you so much for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you to everyone who's watching, and of course to all of our back-end production staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back tomorrow at a slightly more usual time, but on the exact same channel. Be good to others, but most importantly, be good to yourselves. We'll see you then.